Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem chapter 181-185. By the bonfire, a meeting of urgency. He's awakened. Archon stated as he entered the room. The news was so urgent that he would have to forego the usual formalities. It was shameful that he could not do both, but times were becoming trying and this was the best he could do. He stopped in the doorway, staring at the lump on the bed as it turned towards him, slightly parting as the head of Guinevere emerged from beneath the covers. She wet her lips before speaking. When? Today. Cutting her off before she could finish was further shame, but thankfully it didn't appear as though she minded. She likely understood the situation just as much as he did. I was informed of this recently by servants who were present when the human leader announced the awakening of the summoner when she arrived to claim food for him. They passed along the message to me when I arrived and have returned here. Guinevere was silent, her eyes remained on him for a few seconds before they slowly moved away from him and to the side. Lips drawing themselves into thin lines as thoughts danced behind her eyes before she spoke up. I see. That is, fortunate though. She fell silent and looked away from him. Archon watched her in silence. He had already come to the conclusion of what would happen. I shall speak with him swiftly. I will not reveal your presence immediately, though I will make inquiries as to how he would react if you were summoned if your relation with them is as strained as is lead to believe. He exhaled. Even if they understand the deception of Seath, that does not mean that suspicion will be banished immediately. Their concern for the undead and your attempts to deal with him. I know that. Guinevere cut him off tiredly. He watched as she rolled her jaw from side to side and looked down. I know that. It all comes back to him, doesn't it? She muttered to herself under her breath, eyes slightly narrowed for a few seconds before she huffed and looked to the side. You can speak with the human summoner, see how likely it would be for him to let his prejudice rule his actions and then return, though I have perhaps a day if I refrain from using my powers. Please, do not rush but, urgency is appreciated. Nodding his head to her once, he turned towards the door and advanced on it, pausing for a few seconds before he turned his head to look over his shoulder at the goddess. You have my word, your grace. I shall fulfill my duty as a silver knight and see that you are awarded the same comforts as Sullivan, else I shall express my own discomfort with all that has occurred. He was silent for a moment before he shook his head. He would not speak the words aloud, but he was sure that Guinevere's concerns were unfounded, sinful as that thought might have been to hold. Ritska might have been human but he was unwilling to let bias cloud his judgment, in spite of everything else. If one could fight with the likes of Sullivan by his side or if Chaldea as a whole could stomach the idea of the unkindled remaining alive after his attempts at killing them then Guinevere was sure to be at least accepted. Stepping out into the hallway, he closed the door behind him and turned down the hallway. It was barely a moment later when he felt the presence settle within his mind. Though he initially ignored it, he found it nearly impossible to do as it just above pressed upon him to be discomforting without being painful. Coming to a stop, he glanced up and down the hallway, satisfied he wasn't going to be approached. He spoke quietly to himself. What is it now? So close to the end, you think I would allow the final act of this theater to play out and not offer my own commentary? It was difficult not to laugh openly, difficult but not impossible. He knew that if he did that openly, then he might as well be signing his own bill of execution before he even reached the room of the summoner. Velka was only contained because Velka wished it. If there came a point where she wished to leave, he was certain she could do so. I believe I have been clear on the welcomeness of your commentary. So cold. Velka chuckled within his mind as he walked. He grit his teeth and ignored how her laughter was as nails to a chalkboard. But you would spurn me so soon. How long before the boy realizes something is amiss? He will notice in due course. What do you suppose his reaction shall be when he discovers you intend to argue for the sake of his friend's abuser? His friend is a cur who thought that killing everyone was the correct path. Archon replied after barely a moment of hesitation. If he can stomach the existence of that one, if he can stomach the existence of Sullivan the swine to stalk the halls, then all arguments upon the exile of her grace are mute. A world propped up on the sacrifice of children. How noble of my daughter. How valiantly she flung her children to the wolves. And where were you when she fell before the court to beg that her crossbreed daughters not be slaughtered in their cribs? He received no answer, he had expected no answer. He knew where she was just as she knew where she was. Away, mingling with her fanatical cultist followers. Speak your treason to one who would be fool enough to hear it. Keep your hatred of the royal family private and dare not slander them to me. Whether the traitor was ever to make a response to him or not was something he would not know. He tuned out her words as best he could as he continued on his path towards his current lord, hands clenched into fists by his side. Velka made no further efforts to pierce his mind as he moved, something he could find small comfort in. Perhaps he had caused her to realize sense, but even that was something he was dubious about. If even Lord Gwyn could not reason with her, then Archon refused to believe that he could succeed where his king had failed. He sensed it, or rather he had sensed it for some time, yet even through all of that, discerning whether it had been a trick of the mind or whether it had been something genuine was difficult to grasp. Each time he believed it had been false, that same tingling sensation would shoot through him. Hope that his mind had not drifted from sanity just yet and he was not making a fool of himself in believing that the presence was true. That they were here, that there was the chance, the opportunity, to meet with them one more time before the end. It was a concoction of emotions he could not begin to make sense of, yet a single one rose through all of them. A need. A pure and simple need to meet with them one final time, just so he could truly put it all to the test. Whether or not the words of Sullivan had rang true, whether or not he was truly unable to ever grow beyond what he was born into. Though he likely already knew the answer, one would never know unless they fully committed and put it to the test. Turning himself, he pulled his body from the floor and glanced to the corner where the sword had been planted. The weapon which Sullivan had offered him to end things before they could grow, ironic that it was the same sword that birthed all of it. The weapon he was raised with, the weapon that Ash was born already holding, a simple sword of little worth other than the fact it had been made specifically for him. He could still see those images, clear as though through the noise and the taste of all other emotions, those untouched pictures at the forefront of his mind. When she stood before him and handed the sword to him, when she looked at him and with such divine beauty she promised him that he would fulfill his duty. That he would find his worth with that sword, he would help everyone with it. That was his purpose in the world, and with that sword he would once more find his purpose. He moved towards it, reaching out and taking the weapon into his hand before jerking it up, pulling it from the ground with a scraping sound before holding it up, examining the reflection and seeing the face of one that was him and yet was not him. Closing his eyes, he sharply turned from it and let out a shuddering breath. With renewed purpose, he stepped towards the door with sword in hand, slamming his hand onto the button and opening it up. The response was as fast as he had been expecting. The crimson spear that promised yet another death was poised for his face as though it had always been there, ready. His eyes lingered on the tip, hovering just an inch from him before they moved up the length of the shaft towards the owner. Dull red eyes stared right back at him, cold and calculating. He could see it, the expectation for battle and how she would end it quickly. Perhaps she would, but he doubted she would be able to completely kill him. Even weakened as he was certain she lacked the power to eradicate every single soul that remained within him before he was fully accustomed to her fighting style. After that point, it would become a matter of who had the greater patience for a prolonged duel. Though that was if he was even interested in a battle in the first place. She stared at him, then slowly inclined her head to the side. Days without movement, even through visitors, and you choose this moment to finally rise from your isolation, why? I am surprised that you even asked. He commented aloud, unmoved by the threat of death, for what meager a threat it was, and keeping his voice level. Days you have remained outside of my abode, though your desire to end my life has been plain for even me in my degrading mind to see. He paused for a moment, then nodded his head up and down. Though I suspect you act under the orders of Olga while Ritska remains asleep. There was a brief pause before her eyes narrowed before they returned to their regular blank nature. She lowered the spear from him with a blur of movement, but he was not so easily fooled. There were a dozen ways that she could kill him without even lifting that spear into her hands. Her response was puzzling though, perhaps she had been expecting a different answer. Regardless, it was not her that he was seeking an audience with. Though he watched as her eyes fell to the sword in his hand and her lips thinned. You seem comfortable with that weapon. So simple and yet so fitting. You're first. Is this truly a conversation you wish to have with me? He could not help but ask, frowning lightly. She shrugged, perhaps, perhaps not. Though the fact remains that you have chosen now to step into the halls of Chaldea, armed with your most tested weapon, and this comes after days of inaction. She radiated bloodlust as the sun radiated heat. So then, for what reason should I even consider allowing you to move even 1 inch from this place? There is one I must speak with before the end. There was little reason to conceal it from her, though he knew she would not let him pass without further information all the same. That was good, she took her duty as his guard seriously. He would afford her that level of respect, even now she knew what she was doing. Not letting their brief interactions with one another stop her from running him through if the need arose. I know not how long she has been here, but she is here all the same. I must ask her something, or I need something from her. Scathach regarded him for a moment, then parroted a single word back. She. There was a faint hint of surprise in her voice before she thinned her lips once more. And while it remains true that the goddess Velka remains, I know where my grandmother is. He shook his head from side to side, and I have little interest in speaking with her, or, glancing to the side, he felt a pang of adrenaline shoot through him, the faint tingling of his mind as the memories and sensations of all those souls at once briefly sparked to the forefront for all of a second. Yet to him, it felt like an eternity. All that pain and suffering, experienced as though for the first. It was overwhelming and sudden. I would rather, never face her again. You fear her. I fear what she could do to me, and with good reason. Irritation flooded him, he snapped a response back to the woman, answering her subtle accusation with his own annoyance. The fact you do not fear her is testament to your lack of experience. He clenched his jaw, cutting off the sentence and closing his eyes. I avoid her with good reason for what she could do with but a wave of her hand. My mind lies in pieces because of a few words spoken by her, and he opened his eyes once more. I would not so quickly step into line of sight with Velka again. Scathach remained silent, looking him up and down before she silently nodded her head up and down. Yet there is another you wish to speak with. You may accompany me if you wish. He offered, though perhaps it was more of a demand. It is something that shall not last long. I need only see her to confirm my answer, but this is the final request I have, if you would be willing to let me step past. But you would go with or without my assent. I would. Whether she allows his departure or not, he would have gone regardless. This served as little more than a formality to ensure that he was granted enough time. He could have just as easily teleported himself there, yet he knew she would have wasted no time in following after him and bringing every available servant with her. Not that she needed the help, he wouldn't have put up a fight, but he wished for it to be a private affair. Her eyes roamed to the sword in his grip once more, lingering on the blade as she spoke. And where would you go, armed with such a weapon? He had been prepared for a rejection or further arguments, yet she stepped to the side and gestured to the hallway with her head. A faint jerk, but enough for him to get the message. His eyebrows pinched for a moment in bemusement, something she clearly noticed as she replied. I am not one to allow the dead to linger with regrets. Though I am not to let you walk these halls yourself, I shall grant you this final action before fate decides what shall befall you. Generous. More so than he expected from her, taking a single step forwards and turning to give her his back. There was no cause for concern, she could just as easily have run him through the front as through the back. She offered no rebuttal save for a gentle snort, then followed after him as he started to walk. The world faded around him as he advanced, even reaching through his senses, degrading as they were. He could sense the heroic spirits and gods around Chaldea as though they were stood next to him. His mind had expanded slightly, yet he never bothered to glance further. He could sense Gwyndolin though, yet he doubted his uncle could sense him. He wasn't even sure that Gwyndolin was aware of the familial relationship the two of them shared. Strange, he would have thought that would be one of the first things Sullivan would have openly gloated about to the Dark Sun God. Boasting about how it was the spawn of Gwyn that ended the rule of the gods and snuffed their achievement. If Sullivan had done so, he would have expected Gwyndolin to have torn down the walls to his room and unleash his fury upon him, yet he had been met with few visitors beside Nobunaga on repeated occasions. There was only one thing he could conclude from the lack of angered divines in a rush to gut him. They do not know my parentage, do they? That has been one of the better-kept secrets around Chaldea as of late, for the time being at least. Scathach remarked with a dull tone of voice, though it shifted for a moment into something else he couldn't quite make out. Were you expecting it to have been announced openly for all to hear? Curious as your heritage might be, it does not change what has been done. It would only serve to further bias against you. Ash raised a single eyebrow, not showing it to the woman but feeling the incredulity build within him for a moment before it faded. There was a clinical nature to the way she spoke, as though there was little to be gained emotionally from a discussion with him. Not that he could argue with her words, his actions were his own and in spite of his childhood with Guinevere, he would not have the blame shifted from him on account of parenting. It was his own choices that led to this. Guinevere was responsible for his current mindset, but she did not own his being, else he would not have tried and failed to kill her as well. Still, to further a bias against him. Are you not biased against my undead nature? For what reason would I? Scathach did not even hesitate with the answer she provided. While I shall freely admit that there is discomfort in your existence, it comes from lifetimes of witnessing the struggle of the undead. As it was claimed that you kill out of mercy, so too is my duty considered a mercy. The legion of wraiths that wash up at the shores of the land of shadow fall to my spear, else they would linger and writhe. I see little difference between you and them, especially now. Ash was silent, then hummed in assent and nodded his head forwards. I can understand that. Though I would ask why you agreed to train me if you viewed me as another suffering undead. He came to a stop at the front of the elevator and reached out to push the button. Lowering his arm and keeping his eyes straight ahead. Had I been in your shoes with your duty, I would have killed me where I stood, even with the knowledge I was allied to Chaldea. Scathach exhaled behind him. Though there is value in my duty as keeper of the land of shadows, I am not in the land of shadows. At least not at the moment, and I can put aside my distaste for lingering undead. He turned his head to look at her over his shoulder. I am more than a killer of wraiths and forgotten things. I elevated your skill because I saw there was purpose in how you swung your blade, a purpose that was missing from all other undead I had encountered before. There was a moment, then she shrugged. You might have called it a simple whim, but that is all there was to it. For one with a storied life such as yours, it seemed an ill-fitting end that you never reached your full potential before you died. But that is my pride as a teacher speaking. You did not ally with Ritska because you sought to extend your life, you did so because you believed in his goal. I considered that interesting enough to stay my spear for a time. And now you have betrayed your oath to your master. Her words were delivered with the cold sharpness of the spear she wielded. Her eyes were void of emotion as she spoke bluntly and swiftly. There are few things that are so low as oath breakers to me. You cannot claim insanity, for you were sane when you attempted to kill your own summoner, were you not? I was and still am. He frowned at her, though the latter part felt as though it wasn't wholly true. Or I considered myself sane at the time. I have little chance for self-examination and was shown nothing to convince me my world view was wrong. He turned back around, holding up his sword and staring at it once more. But it was my choice to put my own duty above the duty of others. I followed my desire in that one moment. A strange thing, but it is what it is. The door opened and he stepped inside, turning around and pressing the button for the next floor down. That was where he sensed it, the feeling. The gap in the world that was all too familiar. He doubted anyone else would have known about it. Yet he did, because he spent so many years clinging to that sweet sensation as though it was ambrosia. Perhaps it still was to him. Scathach followed him inside, moving past him and assuming a standing role to his left, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. Do you regret it? What good would regretting or lamenting my choices do now? He thinned his lips, watching the doors close in front of him. What is done is done. That was not what I asked of you. No, it wasn't. Then. I do not know. He breathed out, bringing his left hand up and moving to clutch his face, burying his features into the palm of his hand and tightening his grip on his forehead until it was almost painful. And that is what I regret. I see. Scathach commented, then fell silent as the lift continued its descent. While it was never the case that he would feel nervous, he could not help but feel a pang of apprehension at the task that stood before him. Ritska had proven himself at least open to working with those who had troublesome pasts, yet this was an entirely different affair. He was emotionally affected by her grace and had been under the influence of Seath in his own relationship with the undead servant. Archon himself was no stranger to having his judgment compromised in the past. Even now there was still a small part of him that burned every time he thought of Farum. It was forbidden to speak the name aloud, but all the same, he had never purged it from his mind. He was envious that Ornstein had the strength to wear his loyalty to the Firstborn so openly in the past. Shaking his head, he clenched his hands into fists and stared at the closed door in front of him. He had put it off for around a minute, but it would not change what needed to be done. No amount of his own cowardice would solve anything. Taking in a deep breath, he reached out towards the entrance and pressed the button. The door gradually lifted itself up and the interior of the room was revealed to him. What greeted him first was the sudden silence, the conversations that had ended the moment he had stepped foot into the room. His eyes swept over the interior and he fought back a mild grimace. While he had hoped that it would just have been himself and Ritska, there was the fact that the Covenant leader Olga, the young shield-bearer and the healer were also present in the room as well. Their heads turned to him as one. Ritska himself blinked once at him, then offered his hand in a slight wave by way of a greeting while the others just stared at him with open curiosity. My lord. Bowing his head, he stepped into the room. I shall begin by speaking to my relief that you were not permanently injured in the Battle of the City. Crossing his arms behind his back, he watched the expression of his human summoner as they offered a faint chuckle that didn't sound very humorous. Yeah, I'm alive, Ritska replied, his eyes glancing to the side for a split second before they returned to him and he nodded his head. Still, thanks for coming to see me anyway. I know that everyone was pretty worried about me. He brought his hand up, scratching the side of his head and exhaling. Sorry for. It is for us to apologize for allowing the situation to arise, not for you. Archon cut him off before he could finish the thought. Allowing Ritska to start doubting himself would spiral into catastrophe after he was gone. The seeds of doubt would grow into an orchard as the failures he was doubtless to experience, even the minor ones, mounted higher and higher until they consumed his mind. Every choice would be riddled with doubt, and that was a poor foundation for any leader. Merely think of this as an oversight that all may take the opportunity to learn from in the future. Ritska exhaled, nodding his head up and down. Yeah, that would probably be the smart thing to do, huh? He raised an eyebrow behind his head but said nothing, wetting his lips before taking another step forwards. Though, on the matter of London, there is something that I would ask of you. He's recovering. The curt voice of Olga gripped his attention as she looked to him from her seated position, her amber eyes narrowed and a clear warning in her tone. She certainly lacked the intimidation, but he could see where she was coming from. Perhaps in another situation, he might have even lauded her efforts to keep her subordinate safe. Yet this was not the time for half measures and there was much to discuss. Had he been ignorant, he would have backed down. He wasn't ignorant, however. This is a matter of urgency for me that cannot be put on hold. He countered her with his own curt tone of voice, flexing his hands open and closed behind his back and ensuring his voice was not too uneven. While I accept the need for his recovery is true, I cannot put this matter aside. It is of great personal importance to me that I be granted an answer. Olga rolled her jaw. are you going to put your own needs above the well-being of your moss? It's fine, Director. Ritska's quiet voice stopped her dead in her tracks, whirling her head towards him with wide eyes which swiftly narrowed. She opened her mouth with, no doubt, another declaration on the tip of her tongue, yet the boy placated her with a wave of the hand. Archon wouldn't do this carelessly, so if it's important enough that he'll come here, I can hear him out. Ritska turned his head to face him, nodding once. Go ahead. Archon exhaled. My thanks. Sullivan has let slip that you encountered the goddess Guinevere during the course of the Singularity. He watched the reactions, instantly noticing the expression of Ritska twitch at the mention of her grace. Evidently the link was as bad as the goddess had mentioned, not that he doubted her, but it did seem unrealistic that anyone could hate the goddess. And that there is cause to believe that you two would not have parted on the best of terms. Wetting his lips, Ritska nodded his head up and down slowly. I won't lie, she isn't my favorite person in the world right now. I see, this was the moment of truth. The summoning of Chaldea has the chance of summoning gods. The presence of Lord Gwyndolin proves this. Therefore, I must ask, if her grace was summoned, would there be cause for me to concern myself with her safety? Ritska didn't reply immediately, instead he blinked once and then slowly furrowed his brows, lips being drawn into a thin line. That wasn't to say that his question was met with silence. Olga saw to that. The relation between your master and the goddess ended poorly, and your first concern upon learning of this is whether or not the goddess is the one in danger. The woman rose from her seated position, expression hard. And not whether your master, the one you are contracted to, would be in danger from her. Archon was a patient man, he stomached working alongside dragons and traitors, but even he had his limits for what he would allow. His head snapped in the direction of the woman instantly, and though she didn't flinch he could see that she became more guarded than she had been before. His jaw clenched as he spoke the words. I have served the goddess and the royal family for generations before your ancestor was even born. My loyalty to them runs deep, and while I would hold similar loyalty to Ritska, do not think I would drop all concern for the goddess simply because I am not bound to her. He kept his eyes on her for a moment. Something flickered in her gaze as she glanced across the room towards the healer for a moment and then back towards him. She maintained her posture, even in the face of his full attention, though he was hardly being wrathful towards her. Merely annoyed. What value would my oath as his servant be if I could so easily change my loyalties? If all it took was a mere brand on the back of someone's hand to earn my dedication. I am not cattle and I refuse to be treated as such. Mash took that as her chance to leap into the conversation, stepping up from the side with a hard look on her face. No one is suggesting that, Archon-san. Sparing her a glance, he knew she was earnest enough to mean her words, but that did not mean to say that others shared her sentiments. His eyes lingered on her for a moment before they returned to glaring at the pale-haired woman, a glare she matched with her own hard look. Neither one of them showed much of an interest in backing down, that was fine with him. This was one instance where he would not retreat, not this time. But Archon-san, if Senpei has reason to be worried about Guinevere. Mash continued onwards, he snapped his head towards her, something she noticed and quickly corrected herself with a hand gesture. Goddess Guinevere, then, isn't it right to believe there is a good reason for that? I know that you are still loyal to her, but if she and Senpei are at odds, then shouldn't you ask for the story? I know the story. He replied in a cool tone of voice, straightening himself out and tilting his head to the side. And I have yet to see an issue with her actions. What? That flat voice came from Olga. He glanced at her from the corner of his eye and watched an expression of disgust mixed with fury wash over her features. She looked very close to just outright cursing him, though she held herself back. You have yet to see issue with her actions, with how she raised her own child. And silence followed his question as he turned and looked around the room. She raised her son with a purpose and a duty to uphold. I cannot think of a more worthwhile existence than being in service to the gods. He frowned behind his helmet before shaking his head from side to side. You can only offer your own opinions because you have not experienced the majesty of the gods and seen them at their height. Life under them was very different in ways that I shall not even begin to describe, for it would do a disservice to them. He gestured to himself. We Silver Knights were all born with the singular purpose ingrained into our being. We knew our place in the world and we were all pleased with it. For the most part, even those who abandoned their role still showed reverence to the gods. He lowered the hand. I see no distinction between any one of my comrades and the unkindled. Though I shall speak plainly, had I been in the position of Her Grace I would not even trade words with the unkindled, nor would I have allowed his return to Chaldea. He turned and looked Ritska dead in the eyes. The teenager stared back at him with an expression that was impossible to discern, though the faces that the others in the room wore were far less reserved. Your attachment to this undead is novel in that not a single one of you has called for his immediate execution. Enough. Olga snapped at him. We're getting nowhere based on this difference of opinion and I am not even going to entertain the idea of it. It's because of this warped mentality of yours that he is currently in the state that he is in. I'm not going to kill him for being a victim. He's a victim of insanity brought about by his own twisted mind. Archon waved his hand. He was not raised for longevity and it was his choice to abandon faith in the flame and plunge the world into endless dark. I should kill him for that alone, rendering the sacrifice of Lord Gwyn as null and void. He paused, catching himself at the last moment and exhaling. But we are not here to discuss my own opinions. I am not so base as to let my personal feelings dictate my actions beyond my sworn oaths. That is why I am coming to you now. Because you're worried about Guinevere being summoned and if my problems with her might put her in danger. Ritska surmised bluntly. The expression on his face remained perfectly blank as he spoke and there was hardly a trace of emotion in his tone. Nodding his head once, Archon continued on. I realize that you attach a greater importance to the undead than I do and I fear that attachment clouded your judgment. From all I know, he declared his intention to kill you and then made repeated attempts to do so. Her Grace ended his life in an effort to save yours and he lowered his arms to his side. I do not understand why you would have problems with such a thing. Ritska rolled his jaw, gradually nodding his head up and down. Yeah, I figure you'd say that. I'm not gonna bother explaining it to you because we'd be here all day and I doubt you'd really understand whatever it was I was saying. He paused for a moment, then shrugged. Or you would just say that you experienced it so you don't see the problem or something like that. Fact is, humans don't treat their children like that. We don't birth kids and then send them off to commit suicide. That's a crime. Her Grace is not subservient to human laws. I know that. The boy huffed with a shake of his head. But, no matter which way I look at it, it's pretty disgusting and I can't put that sort of thing behind me, knowing that she would willingly do that to her own children. Just give birth to someone with the full intention of having them kill themselves and he closed his eyes, letting out a breath and raising his hands to rub his face. I can't put that behind me and I can't look at Guinevere as though that didn't happen. Ritska gradually lowered his hands. But I know what Sullivan did. Guinevere has the paper-thin excuse that she was trying to save the world or whatever. Sullivan went on a massacre because he just wanted to have a spot of fun or something and I can't start saying one is okay because he didn't do it to anyone I knew. Thinning his lips, the teenager shrugged. I haven't spoken with Ash so I don't know what his thoughts are yet but if I did summon Guinevere, I wouldn't let my issues with her get in the way of it because, his fingers drummed on his lap. It feels really ugly to say this but she probably meant well in her own way and, hell, Caffrey seems jolly enough so I have to believe she's more than what she did to Ash. His features twisted for a moment. Desperation makes us do things we would otherwise recoil from. Archon furrowed his brow. It sounded as though he was paraphrasing someone else's words but he could not think of a moment where someone had said that and he could not think of a more fitting comment for right now. When the life hunt manifested in the eyes of her firstborn, the crossbreed, it was decided that she be put to death rather than allow the danger she represented to remain. Ritska gradually turned his head towards Archon, raising his brows but saying nothing. Her Grace, she came before the court and begged them to spare the life of her child. He was one of the few Silver Knights present at the time, it was not a story well known and the crossbreed was not a secret that was well publicized. She had no reason to and it was apparent the child would not be allowed to remain, yet she begged all the same, thus a prison was constructed for the crossbreed to remain in, where she would spend the remainder of her days. See, that's what I'm talking about. Ritska waved a hand at him. One moment I'm hearing about how she's begging people not to kill her children and in the next it's, releasing a breath, that clenched his eyes shut. Look, I can't put it to one side because I don't like it but I'm not a god and I don't live at the end of some doomed world so, I don't know what I would do but I'd like to think I wouldn't consider sacrificing my own children for, never mind. Just, I'm not going to hold it over her head if she comes here. I'm not going to start forming lynch squads for something she did in a past life because otherwise I'd be going around killing every servant who answered the call. Leonidas kept slaves. He shrugged his shoulders. Slaves. I can't justify that. I can't say, well, it's fine, but I'm at least willing to look past it because we're desperate so no. Guinevere won't be in any danger if she arrives in Chaldea. That was all the reassurance he was looking for. All he needed to do now was deliver the good news. They watched Archon depart shortly afterwards. He supposed he should have expected someone to come to him after finding out about Guinevere. Apparently Sullivan had some loose lips around that. He would need to speak with the caster about keeping a lid on it for the sake of trying to cause problems, not just for the sake of Chaldea but for his own sake as well. He was liable to say the wrong thing to the wrong person and wind up getting punched or something. Shuffling in his bed, he could feel the stares directed at him from the others in the room. Thinning his lips, he glanced to either side of him and took in the faces of the others. Mash had a more conflicted expression while the director looked torn between annoyance and genuine anger, though he was certain it wasn't directed at him. Romani was just holding a decidedly passive expression, looking as though he was in no rush to speak up. Senpai. Mash broke the silence, shuffling and glancing down at him with a touch of concern. I know we aren't in a position to pick and choose our allies but, if we do summon Goddess Guinevere, then, what are we supposed to do about Ash? Ritska thinned his lips. What were they supposed to do? The answer seemed remarkably simpler. Tell him to grit his teeth and bear it. It came out a lot harsher than he intended. It was more of a reflex response than a thought-out one. He could tell but the way that Mash flinched that she hadn't been expecting that sort of a reply. Closing his eyes, he brought his right hand up and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Look, you're right. We're not in a position to pick and choose our allies and Guinevere. You've seen what Sigward can do with his healing miracles and by his own admission, he's just an amateur. He lowered his hand, gesturing to himself. When Gwyn appeared, it felt as though my skin melted. He shuddered at the memory. Like, you ever smell hair burn and then realize a moment later that it's your hair or, God, all I could think of was barbecue at the time. The laugh that rippled from his throat sounded half crazed but it was an experience he wasn't soon to forget. It was like someone leaving meat on the grill for too long and then you get a nose full of burnt burger or something and that was me. The expressions he was getting didn't do much favors but this needed to be said. Then she just waves her hand and, the smell is gone and the pain is like a bad memory or something so, yeah. He shrugged. If she even agreed to be summoned there is no chance I would let my anger get in the way of someone who could literally save my life and probably did save my life. Mash's features slowly softened, nodding her head up and down, and Ash san. I'm sure as heck not going to let her get close to him without someone else in the room, that's for sure. He grumbled, but if Ash can tolerate the idea of servants like Leonidas and Sullivan then I can at least ask him to tolerate the idea of Guinevere roaming the halls. Same with Gwyndolin, I know he has his problems with her but I'm not about to put the literal fate of humanity beneath them. Even if he said that, it didn't stop the twisting of his gut as the thought of having Ash work alongside the person who was responsible for his current mentality there. Even if Ash didn't think of them as friends, he still thought of Ash as his friend but this wasn't a case where he could let his personal feelings get in the way of things. Besides, Haku didn't like her and wanted to avoid her presence like the plague, so she had to have done something to make the caster not like her that much. And really, anyone who had problems with Haku or Seath. Just, I haven't even spoken with Ash yet and I'm already being asked about how he feels. Ritsuka mumbled under his breath, even getting news about the saber was difficult enough and all he normally received upon the mention of his name were grimaces and troubled looks. He very much doubted they related to the fact Ash had betrayed them in the Singularity, if it could even be called that. Well, it had been a betrayal, he had outright tried to kill them, but at the same time Ritsuka had seen the way Ash demolished an entire army in less than a minute, killing servants with trivial ease and stealing their noble phantasms from them. Then he goes to fight them and suddenly he's dying frequently. It didn't take a genius to put two and two together than Ash's heart really wasn't in the battle. He'd probably have a much better idea of how much he would be able to stomach being around Guinevere if she got summoned after he spoke with Ash. He spared another glance around the room, his eyes ending on the director and watching as her expression was cycling through several emotions before eventually settling on something he couldn't quite place. She folded her arms over her chest and sat herself down in the chair next to him. Keeping her jaw clenched shut and her eyes focused on something else, clearly deep in thought. You directly interacted with Guinevere. Olga spoke after a few moments of silence, her eyes flickered towards him. What can you say about her personality? Did you not ask anyone else? He wasn't trying to accuse her of anything, but given that he had been out of sorts for around 4 days at this point, it seemed more likely that she would have gone for anyone else on the topic of opinions. Mash had been there as well to speak with Guinevere, same as Sullivan, though he imagined that Sullivan would have been a poor choice given his blatant dislike of the gods. Narrowing her eyes for a moment, the director clearly fought back a response before she spoke again. I have a basic grasp of her as a manipulator. I am asking you because you would be the one in direct contact with her. Your ability to be neutral towards her is admirable, but I would prefer to hear your own opinion. Don't know. He shrugged his shoulders, earning a blink from the director. He could tell she wasn't going to be pleased with the response, but it was truly the best he could have offered. Swinging an arm towards the door where Archon had just left. Before he stepped foot in here, I would have said she was self-centered and narcissistic. Completely tooting her own horn every chance she got and doing so in a way that made you believe her as well. But apparently she's also just as likely to save her kids from death as she is to send them to their death. I had multiple servants telling me they got bad vibes from her and she still stuck around when she could have run off just to heal me, for some reason I can't even begin to explain. She never lied to me, at least, she just didn't tell the complete truth. Olga slowly softened her features the longer he went on. So, that's what I have to say for her personality and the short conversations I had with her that amounted to not very long. He shrugged his shoulders and was unsure of what else he could say. Whether it was the influence of her weird beauty soul or because she was genuinely that sort of person, I don't know. She just felt as though she knew what she was doing, and heck, she probably did. She's responsible for Ash and she regretted it in her own weird way, so that was probably the best you were ever going to get out of her. But at the same time, placing his hands on the bed, he lowered his head and stared at his feet as they dangled over the side and rested on the floor. It just seemed to disappear when I watched Gwen try to burn her alive slowly because she disappointed him. He didn't even hesitate, so then I have to think, is that where she picked it all up? They all have this weird fixation of duty and it all comes back to Gwen, so, he sighed, I must just be clutching at straws here, but I have to think there is something that can be salvaged, or... He snorted, setting myself up for another Haku situation again. I know I am, but, God, I'd rather not suspect every single person I ever meet of being a duplicitous scumbag, and even with Haku, bad as it was, he didn't kill me. Could have done, if he was really on Gwen's side, I figured he would have done. Didn't hesitate in killing his own daughter, but he spared me and he spared you because I asked him to, and, hey, must sound crazy. His lips pulled themselves upwards into a rather empty smile. Here I am, still with damn visions in my head of killing people with my bare hands. I can still feel the warmth on my fingers of, and after all that, even through all of that I'd look at someone concealing their name from me, whose every iota of evidence points towards them being a horrible person, I'd look at them and go, there's something about them that I'm alright with. Drumming his hands on the bed, he let out a breath and brought his head back up and looked towards the director, rolling his lips and clicking his tongue. So yeah, Guinevere. Don't know. Even if I did, I'd probably still work with her. I'd probably find something. She healed me. Helped us. That's gotta count for something. Doesn't count for a lot against what she did to Ash, but, yeah, not got a lot of choice, so, is what it is. The face of the director was twisted ever so slightly in mild discomfort, looking at him as though he had probably said something rather shocking. He more than likely had as well, but that was just who he was. He'd always considered himself laid back when it came to handing out judgments on others, and he wasn't about to change now. I think I'd like to have a little nap or something. I'm feeling a little tired. He didn't get much in the way of protests, thankfully being allowed to fall back onto his bed and closing his eyes. There was no chance in hell he was getting a peaceful night's sleep, though. He knew that before he could even start counting sheep. Yet that didn't change anything. He'd been tired out with all the visits, and the final thoughts on Guinevere all but drained him of the remainder of his energy. The room shuffled around, people leaving him to his rest. He'd probably need all his mental strength for when he met Ash tomorrow. Ash could feel the questioning gaze of Scathach the moment he came to a stop in front of the room. The intrigue persisted the longer the two of them stood just beyond the precipice of entering. He was in no rush to enter, but at the same time, it felt as though the longer he put it off, the worse it would be. The answer he craved was right in front of him, but he dared not even consider it. He shifted his head towards the Lancer when he heard her take in a breath. Your conversation alluded to speaking with a woman. Yet we find ourselves standing before the room of the Goatling Knight. Indeed. Ash nodded his head once, confirming her words. Yet it is not the Silver Knight I wish to trade words with, it is the one who resides in his chambers and has done so from the moment she came here from the Singularity. He turned his head to the door once more, staring at the bleached surface, and gathered his mental strength. Reaching towards the button with his left hand, his fingers fell short of it for a few seconds. His eyes watched as they gave a faint twitch, a brief pang of resistance from somewhere deep within him. A small part of him all but begged for him to turn around and forget all about this, to walk back the way he had come. Not for fear of rejecting answers, but for fear of receiving them, as though the answer would ruin him completely. He crushed the resistance and pressed his hand against the door. It slid open a moment later, and he could feel the ocean rush over him in that one moment. That dazzling sensation that was sweeter than the finest honey and more addicting than the richest wines. He knew that sensation well. He had grown up with it. His every waking thought was to bask in it and to receive it. For a moment, he was utterly enraptured, then his will rushed back to the forefront, if only slightly. His legs obeyed his commands and rose up from their rooted spot. Taking a single step into the room in complete silence, his eyes swept over the interior before they locked onto their target. He wasn't sure which of the two of them was more surprised to see the other. He had doubted his beliefs that she was even here in the first place. Up until this moment, some part of him would have dismissed the mere notion that she was even within Chaldea, that she was nothing more than a figment of his mind. Yet, here she was for all to see. As for her surprise, perhaps she had thought herself more secure. Indeed, he could sense the shock on Scathach behind him. Even without turning around, he knew the Lancer was baffled in her own way to see the goddess Guinevere camped out on the bed of the Silver Knight, her hair frazzled and with a bowl of some frozen treat in her hands, caught midway through a bite. Even in this state, she was still blinding. Her presence still consumed every ounce of his attention, and he let it. Golden eyes remained locked onto his own. His mother remained as still as a statue. For a brief moment it felt as though time had halted. They were trapped in this moment of eternity, so still that one could have heard the whistle of even the gentlest breeze. The only evidence that time was still moving was because of the rapidly increasing breath of his mother and the fact her pupils shrank into pinpricks. The bowl slipped from her hand in the next moment, bouncing off the bed and falling onto the floor, shattering into dozens of pieces and flinging shards of ceramic across the floor. A splatter of whatever she had been eating now lay upon the floor, mixed with the remains of the vessel that carried it. Yet through it all, their eyes never once parted from the other. She did not so much as even flinch during the noise. It was only when the spoon slipped from out of her mouth and onto the bed that she finally reacted. A noise somewhere between a gasp and a cry rippled free of her throat. It was a noise of such genuine terror that he found himself rooted on the spot. The fact that he knew for a fact he was the cause of that fear was swiftly followed by the knowledge that she was moving to cower from him. Yet he could feel it now, that dwindling presence. There was so little of her magical energy left, but even with that, she was still a shining beacon. The cry died in its infancy, the skin on her face whitened, and Ash found himself puzzled as to why, though the question was swiftly answered when his eyes slowly moved away from her face. Noticing that he had closed the distance with her so swiftly and so suddenly that neither one of them had really noticed until he was right on top of her. Guinevere did not even take a breath, the edge of his sword just kissed upon her throat, so close to her perfect skin that if she so much as swallowed, she would have scored a nick in it and ruined perfection. Her eyes remained locked onto his own, mouth parted but not a single sound emerging from her. He gradually brought his attention from the sword and towards her face once more. It would be so easy. All it would really take would be a flick of the wrist, barely even a twitch, and he would open her throat up. Not even a goddess would survive him cutting open her throat. Really, it was something too easy to do. Unshed tears prickled in her eyes, the golden orbs wavered slightly and her breath started to intensify. He watched her features degrade the longer the seconds dragged on. The terror that was flooding across her face it looked as though any moment she was going to start crying. And he was responsible for it. Hatred flooded him in the next moment. Not aimed at her, but at himself. The sword was flung across the room, her eyes tracked it as he dared not rip his own away from her. The clatter of steel first against the wall and then against the floor were akin to the roars of dragons for how loud they were. Guinevere let out a single breath, her hands reaching towards her throat and scuttling away from him, moving so quickly that her back slammed against the headrest of the bed, releasing a whimper and pressing herself further against it until she was almost flat against the wall. Pulling her hands away from her throat and revealing them to be clean, her eyes darted from the palm of her hands to him several times. Ash turned his attention from her, slowly bringing up his sword arm and watching it tremble, his fingers shaking violently as he slowly closed them into a fist. His eyes clenched shut, his teeth grit themselves, and he brought the hand upwards, pressing it against his forehead and hunching himself over. PFF'd. A single noise ripped through the room, half crazed and half pained. It took him a second to realize it was him. Heath the ha 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 ha. The laughter bubbled forth from his throat easily. It wasn't particularly funny and he didn't really feel mirth, but it was the only reaction he could really give in that one moment. Ha 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 ha. His knees gave out beneath him, he thudded to the floor and lowered himself down, all the while he kept up the crazed laughter. Ha 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 hey 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 ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho. He laughed until he couldn't any longer, then it was replaced by a cracked whimper. It wasn't easy. It was never easy. He could never have swung that sword. Ha, ha ha, sniffing, he pulled his body back and lowered his hands onto his lap, staring up at his mother through his eyes, feeling his lips pull themselves into an empty smile. He really was right. He got his answer. Though perhaps he had always known it. Pulling himself up, he staggered slightly as he rose, sparing Guinevere one final look and seeing her expression twisted into shock, still not having spoken a single word. He released a snort and shook his head, still half crazed, and kept shaking his head even as he made his way towards the room, the wheeze returning as he left, pausing for a moment to cast a glance to the sword still on the floor. He retrieved it, dragging it up and staring at it for a moment before wetting his lips. The laughter finally faded, leaving him in silence. His arms dropped to his side, a breath leaving him as he did so and looking to Guinevere one final time. Sorry. He didn't know what he was apologizing for and he didn't care. The world felt like acid in his mouth, but he was compelled to speak it. Much as he hated to. Because even now, she still had her hooks in him. That was that. Especially for Unkindled, they could never forget their past. No matter how much he wanted to. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. Rude Awakenings. He wasn't sure how much rest he had actually managed to net himself. It didn't feel as though he had managed to get a lot of it. All he knew was that he was being woken up at one point and having something explained to him that he didn't quite get. Most of the specifics were lost over the course of the conversation that he didn't end up having. He was aware of raised voices around him as he rubbed his eyes, the world blinking in and out of focus as strength returned to his body once more. A yawn was pulled from his throat, bringing his hand up to cover his mouth before he lowered it again. Dragging his body up, he pulled until he felt something stiff pop. The hand which covered his mouth moved up and rubbed his eyes for a few seconds. Eid's proper rest. That was Romani's voice. Ritska blinked towards the direction of it and squinted as he caught sight of the doctor in a rather animated discussion with. He countered the blurs as they faded into existence, landing solely on the purple one that the doctor seemed to be in the discussion with while the others were just sort of standing around them. With another few blinks, he found himself staring at Romani of all people in what looked to be an argument with Scathach. He certainly had to give credit to the doctor if he wasn't currently in a state of sleep-deprived hallucinations. Though the ache he felt in his head solidified the fact he wasn't in a dream. His needs are immaterial at the moment. Scathach's words were delivered bluntly. He turned his eyes onto the Lancer and watched her expression as her features were pulled tight. There has been an undocumented goddess living within Chaldea for a number of days now. One that has been concealed by another servant and has direct ties with multiple other servants within this facility. It is not something that can be ignored, and merely killing them on the spot will end with more bloodshed. That got his attention. Swinging his feet over the side of the bed, Ritska forced himself into a standing position instantly, though it wasn't very good as he felt himself sway rather heavily the moment he stood. Whoa! The slurry gasp of exclamation as she stumbled around managed to draw the attention of the room onto himself. Senpai. That was Masha's voice. A moment later he felt something take hold of his left arm and keep him upright to avoid falling. His right arm moved and his hand clamped down around whatever was keeping him standing, ensuring he was supported. He nodded once to the side where he could tell where Mash was, giving a faint smile as his vision cleared up and the blackness was blinked from his eyes. Thanks, he muttered to the younger girl, flashing her what he hoped was a grateful smile, but he was still rather out of it, all things considered. Shaking his head, bringing his hand up to nurse his forehead, he allowed Mash to pull him up into a standing position and fix the group with a more focused look, his eyes doing a full sweep. He felt himself chuckle. Weird place for a staff meeting, isn't it? His attempt at humor landed as well as an upside-down pizza, unfortunately, and it wasn't quite the reception he hoped for. At least no one openly groaned at him, and he was really searching for anything to make the atmosphere less tense. Pursing his lips, his eyes went from Romani, to the director, to Da Vinci, to Scathach, and then finally to Archon, who was stood not far from everyone else, rather stiffly straight up and actively refusing to look towards him. The headache returned in force, aided by whatever he could tell this was going to be. Fujimaru-kun, Romani began, though he was cut off when Ritska held up the flat of his hand towards the direction of the voice. Thankfully it worked and he was granted a little bit of time to get his thoughts in order. All right. Smacking his lips, he looked towards Scathach. All right, so, what is the problem? Scathach glanced towards Romani for a brief moment, and for a second, Ritska could have sworn he saw a glimmer of victory in her eyes before she returned her focus towards him and thinned her lips. It would seem that Chaldea has been host to more servants than you are currently aware of, and their hidden nature has been aided by others within your own ranks. Ritska blinked once. You what? Da Vinci stepped forwards, drawing Ritska's attention to her as she held a rather complicated expression, hands placed on her hips. I would like to inform you that I have only been aware of this recently, right around the same time that Scathach came bursting in here to speak with you. She jerked her head to the Lancer as she spoke, rolling her jaw and pausing. And there is little sense in dancing around the bush now. It would seem as though Guinevere has been hiding in Archon's room for some days. He wasn't even sure how he was supposed to respond to that. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts and allow the sentence to replay in his mind, he still found himself unable to fully comprehend it before he gradually furrowed his brow. He opened his mouth, only to find the question die on the tip of his tongue. Clenching his jaw shut and moving his attention towards Archon, the saber servant didn't so much as look at him, purposefully turning his helmet to avoid meeting his eyes. There were a dozen questions that he wanted to ask, and each of them was practically stumbling over the other to be the first out of his mouth. Rolling his jaw from side to side, Ritska heard it pop, exhaling from his nose and then finally speaking. "How did she get here?" Da Vinci frowned. "We're not quite sure at the moment, but that is mainly because we haven't had the chance to ask her. If I was to hazard a guess, I would say in much the same way that Artemis was able to enter Chaldea, which means it was either some manner of skill or a noble phantasm of some sort. The latter seems rather unique, but the powers of gods and goddesses differ wildly from one another." She paused for a moment, an odd look flashing through her eyes for a moment before she spoke again, at a moderately slower pace than last time. "Again, I haven't spoken with her, but because she doesn't have a master, or so I have been told, it is likely a unique skill, unless someone was feeding her their own blood to boost her magical energy." Archon twitched for the first time. He turned his head towards the caster and Ritska could practically feel the burning glare, and it wasn't even being aimed towards him. It lasted for barely a moment before the saber spoke, clearly through gritted teeth. "Her grace is no bloodsucker, and I resent the accusation. Covering every base here," Da Vinci offered with raised hands in a slightly placating manner, though it only lasted until she lowered her hands and fixed the saber with a rather hefty frown. "And I would think very carefully before you start getting angry, given this little stunt of yours. Let's." Ritska brought his hand up, waving it from side to side and dragging the focus back onto himself. "Let's put a pin in that for a moment. So she's here, she's been here for a few days, and no one knew until just now. How did that happen?" From the sounds of things, Archon had been able to somehow conceal her presence from everyone for days, and if she was camped in the Saber's room, then there weren't a lot of reasons for someone to actually enter it in the first place. So unless Guinevere decided to go for a walk, it meant that either Archon had come forwards and admitted the goddess was with him, or someone else had found and or detected her. If she didn't have a master. He rubbed his head. It was way too early for him to be thinking too heavily about this. "I have taken upon the duty of guarding the room of the undead since his return." Scathach replied to his question. He brought his hand down and looked towards her as she continued onwards. "Earlier, he left the room and allowed me to accompany him purely to avoid raising alarms if he was to suddenly leave. How he was aware of the presence of the goddess, I do not know, but he traveled directly to the room of the saber and confronted the goddess, whereupon he left after doing so. That seemed as though she was skipping out on some very important details there, but even without that it still sounded as though there was something else there." Ritska felt his brows pinch together as he stared at the lancer. The confusion found itself upon his face rather quickly, unable to keep the next question to himself. Wait, was that it? He just walked in, spoke with her, and then walked right back out. He did not speak with her. Scathach shook her head from side to side. He did meet with her, but he did not speak with her. I believe he went there with the intention of ending her life and then became disheartened when he was incapable of doing so. She frowned, a perturbed look crossing her features for a moment. It was a rather unfortunate scene to behold. Once I returned him to his room, I traveled until I found Archon and dragged him here to explain himself to you. Ritska nodded his head up and down, then turned to stare at the saber in question. Though he didn't speak with them immediately. I take it you'd rather it waited until I got a couple more hours of sleep. That was directed towards Romani and the others. The doctor nodded his head up and down. It would have been better to wait until we could properly contain the situation. Olga interjected with a shake of her head and a look aimed towards the saber for a moment, her lips pulled into a deep frown for a second before they turned to Ritska. Though it would seem there was little choice in the matter and it could not wait, the fact remains that Archon similarly insisted, though where he had the audacity to make demands was beyond me. Archon said nothing, though to Ritska it felt as though a 1,000-piece puzzle had just fallen perfectly into place. It was obvious enough that even his sleep-addled mind could make sense of it. Reaching up and rubbing his brows. If Guinevere is summoned, will she be safe, huh? The saber said nothing. Ritska lowered his hand and watched the Silver Knight intently. They did turn their head to face him once more. I assume you were going to come up with some way of breaking this news to me. You'd have to. It felt strange, but he could sort of understand the position of the saber, all things considered. Then again, there was a small part of him that felt a little put off that Archon couldn't actually trust that Chaldea wouldn't try to kill her or something, or that he was protecting her from them. It made him wonder how Chaldea actually appeared to the Silver Knight in the first place. She appeared in my room shortly before you returned. Archon spoke in a slow tone of voice, sounding rather exhausted. She was wounded and, I reacted. She asked for me to conceal her presence from you and I did not even question it. I told you earlier, I will not place our brief contract over the loyalty of a family I have served for centuries. Not asking you to do that. Ritska exhaled, shaking his head from side to side. Just, all right, she asked you to keep her secret while she healed herself. Then you were waiting for me to wake up, I take it. Archon nodded his head. At first I had every intention of speaking with the others, but when Sullivan started spreading his opinions around Chaldea and came with them the news of the Unkindled's actions, I explained such to you earlier. I put stock in waiting until you were awake and could act as a buffer for those who might seek to cause harm to the goddess. She was in a vulnerable state. Ritska thinned his lips, then nodded his head up and down. All right then. Olga double-talked at him, opening her mouth. What? This is the sort of thing that... Director. Gently cutting her off, he turned and looked her dead in the eye. I'm not going to chastise him for putting more faith in someone he's known for years over me, he gestured to them. It wouldn't be weird if Gareth put more faith in King Arthur, would it? That got the director to close her mouth, rolling her jaw from side to side and then sharply looking away from him. She clearly didn't disagree with him on the principle of the matter. Then again, he wasn't exactly going to start asking people if they were comfortable with fighting their friends or family members. Not if there was any other choice in the matter. That sort of thing just didn't sit right with him. All right, he paused, glancing towards where Mash was still holding him by the arm, keeping his eyes on her grip for a moment before he brought his eyes up towards her face. She caught his silent meaning and released him with only a token amount of hesitation as she did so. With a grateful nod, he spun back around to face the others. Someone find me a shirt and some trousers. I'll go and speak with her now, then I'll go and speak with Ash. He paused for a moment before he snorted, unless there are any other servants hiding in Chaldea I don't know about. It was meant to be a jest. Yet he watched the way that the expressions of the director and Romani cracked ever so slightly. He felt the mirth vanish from him instantly, sparing a glance to the side and seeing that Mash was similarly looking anywhere but towards him. His lips pulled themselves into a tight line, his head bobbed up and down as the weight of the realization fell upon him. I was just joking, but all right, who else is in Chaldea that I didn't know about? The director brought her hand up, rubbing her forehead and exhaling with no small degree of exhaustion. Ritska found himself grimacing lightly at the reaction, one that didn't inspire a lot of confidence in who else was currently in Chaldea, but he liked to think there was a good enough reason they hadn't told him yet. Her name is Velka, and she was the architect of the London Singularity. Da Vinci supplied him, his eyes landing on the brunette as she folded her arms over her chest, keeping her expression set in a mask. Velka, he knew the name and a face came to mind instantly. The warning of Haku or Seath freshly cropped up in his head in regards to the danger of the goddess. Though he had not attributed her to being the mastermind of the Singularity as a whole. In fact, if she had been the one behind the Singularity, why was she even here in the first place and why did she help them? Groaning to himself, he brought his hands up and rubbed his eyes. All right, one thing at a time, he mumbled to himself, dragging his hands down his face and understanding that this was going to be a very long morning. The walk to Archon's room was carried out in relative silence. The Silver Knight marched in step with Ritska and Scathach, though he had insisted that the knight accompany them. While Archon had indeed kept a secret from them, it wasn't as though Ritska was going to blame him for that. The relationship between Archon and Guinevere was wholly different to his own, and he wasn't going to hold it against the Silver Knight. Not when the guy genuinely thought that revealing her presence was going to get her killed. In his own way, he was just protecting her as best he could until he was certain that she was in no danger. As things stood, Ritska wasn't in the mood to preside over any more deaths that didn't need to happen, and Guinevere most certainly fell into that category. In spite of his own feelings towards her, he didn't want her dead. Finally arriving at the door, he could immediately sense the influence of the goddess on the world, that soothing sensation that reminded him of coming home. It was inviting to the point that he couldn't wait to open the door. However, the reminder of just what it could be used for quickly flashed into his mind, souring his opinion of the feeling ever so slightly. A mild frown crossed his features for a brief second before flattening out. He pressed the button and then paused, turning to Archon and nodding once to the knight. "I won't be long, all right. Just need to speak with her alone." He paused for a moment, then turned to Scathach and offered a tense smile. "And, don't suppose you can offer me any mental protection against godly charms, right?" The Lancer regarded him silently, then nodded her head once, bringing up her left hand and carving symbols in the air in front of him. The lettering drew a sharp breath from Archon, something that sounded almost as though he'd seen a ghost, though it was gone before he could even respond to it. The runes floated through the air towards him, then landed onto the front of him, wrapping around the circumference of his head like a crown and then fading from existence. Glancing up, he pursed his lips and gave the Lancer another thankful nod of the head as he turned back around. Stepping into the room and then glancing towards the only other individual present, the door closing itself behind him once he was inside. Just the two of them. He didn't need anyone else involved in this sort of thing at the moment, and the director had volunteered to sit this one out because of bias. He believed her too. Ritska thinned his lips, then stepped forwards and clapped his hands together. He'd given thought to what he was supposed to say when he entered, but now that he was here, he could honestly say that he wasn't entirely sure what was supposed to happen now. It was as though every thought and sentence opener vanished from his mind. Blowing air out between his teeth, his eyes wandered away from the goddess as she sat on the foot of the bed with her legs crossed and hands resting on her lap. Dropping his hands to his side, his eyes moved back towards her, golden orbs staring right towards him with a touch of apprehension visible to them. If it was an act to appear vulnerable, then she was doing a good job of it. But that was an exceedingly cynical thought for him to hold. This was basically her last chance, and she was in deep with the rest of them now. Not a lot was probably going to sway her over to Gwyn's side once again after he made it painfully clear how he viewed her. Jerking his head towards her, he said the first thing that popped into his mind. "You look better." That earned an immediate response. She flinched and glanced away from him briefly. He internally cringed at how passive-aggressive it might have sounded. Closing his eyes and shaking his head from side to side. Waving his right hand, "I didn't mean it like that. Just, last time I saw you, I thought you'd died or something. You've been here like 5 days now without a master, and you've healed yourself back up." "Healed, is that the choice of words you would use?" Guinevere whispered just loud enough for him to hear. He opened his eyes and turned towards her, watching as the chestnut-haired woman rolled her jaw, lips pulling themselves into a smile that was almost empty and yet still so dazzling to behold. Not blinding as he imagined it would have been without the protection of Scathach, but noticeable. "But if you imply I have lessened the extent of my injuries physically, then you would be correct. I am presentable to the world once more, in principle, at least." "Yeah." He nodded his head up and down. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry." "Are you?" Guinevere's comment brought him up short. His words died as she looked back at him with pinched-together brows and narrowed eyes. Almost accusingly disbelieving towards him. "Who would have killed me for the crime of righting the wrongs I had done? Who would have stood helpless and watched as my son butchered your allies while I had the strength to act and was rebuked for it? I think you find some perverse thrill in watching me subject to the same acts as him, don't you?" Ritska clenched his jaw. No, he fought back the growl that threatened to build up in the back of his throat as he turned to bodily face the goddess, bringing his left hand up and pressing his index finger into himself. Because I'm not petty enough for something like that. Aside from the fact that taking joy in the pain of others would be downright disgusting for me, fine. Yes, I wasn't really in the right mind when Ash was. He waved his hand silently, not speaking the words aloud. But, you did that to him. For his own good. Ritska scoffed, turning away from her and pacing away. His own good, huh? He was practically begging for help and you just zapped him into dust. He whirled around, pointing towards her. That's not for his own good. He let you get close enough. He placed his trust in you and then you just, with me, he was going to try and force a fight to the death, but with you, suddenly dialogue is an option and you use that to kill him. He was suffering. Guinevere snapped back at him, spinning her legs around and placing the soles of her feet flat against the floor. He's still suffering right now and you're letting him. He's lost and confused and he's in pain. Everyone is just sitting around and waiting for you to awaken before they decide what to do with him, and all the while he sits and wallows in his own misery. Ritska snorted loudly, really picking and choosing your moments to act like the caring mother, aren't you? He threw his hands up and stepped backwards, letting his back fall against the wall. Sorry if I'm not as eager to indulge in euthanasia. Guinevere briefly paused, confusion flickering through her eyes for a moment before shaking her head. The fire entered her vision once more as she pointed to herself. He came here to kill me. I saw it in his eyes when he had his sword against my throat. Me. He pointedly looked her up and down. The goddess made a face at him for a moment before shaking her head, letting out a noise as she stood up, rising to her full height and easily towering over him as she did so. You do not understand the significance of that. He was going to kill me and barely stopped himself from doing so. My child, who should have been so enamored with my presence, that the mere thought of bringing harm to me should have been impossible to possess, was going to kill me. She paused for a moment, then looked at him. Would the thought of your arm own attempting to slit your throat flicker through your mind? Ritska exhaled. That's not even remotely the same. He's his own person. He has his own thoughts and his own feelings, and you twisted him from birth so that he could kill himself and be glad to do it. He folded his arms over his chest, narrowing his eyes. Did you actually think that when he came back, he was really going to be alright with that? That he was going to just let bygones be bygones? Guinevere rolled her lips inwards, falling silent and turning her head away from him. Pacing away with enough force in her steps to send reverberations through the flooring. Ritska kept his eye on her every movement as she did so, pacing back and forth across the room. What would you have preferred be done? He raised an eyebrow, silently willing for her to go on. There had been no rising champion. Not a single one had been worthy of the flame, and time was running short. Guinevere turned to face him, a frown crossing her features. The flame was fading, it was coming closer than it had ever come before, but there was still so much left to do. Waiting for a champion was no longer possible, so I instead had to birth one myself. The fate of all the world lay in the palm of my hands. She brought forth her arms and showed her empty hands to him as if to punctuate the sentence. He stared at her in silence. Her lips thinned and she lowered the hands back to her side, glancing from him once more. So yes, I did set events in motion to birth Gawain. Gundyr was not planned, but an almost maidenly smile crossed her features. I had taken a liking to Lu. There was a gentleness deep beneath his rough exterior. I indulged myself in him more than I needed to, and that brought about Gundyr. Ritska felt his lips pull into a brief frown for a moment at her description of the man. It felt less as though she was talking about a person and more as though she was speaking about some sort of cake. Like she was going back for second helpings sneakily. I had never raised one of my children from birth, not as I did with Gawain and Gundyr, but then I had never sent one of my children to die of my own volition. Her shoulders moved upwards. Thus I raised them as I knew was only proper to be raised, as Lord Gwyn raised me. With total belief in one's duty and purpose from the moment of birth, I never doubted my reason and my being. Thus I could extend that feeling to my own children, and when the time came, they would not lament their lives but would instead be exuberant. Bringing her right hand up, she pressed it against her chest and smiled gently. I knew I was doing them a kindness with this endeavor. Yes, my children would die, but in death they would find a true peace that many mortals would never experience in even 100 lifetimes. The peace known only to the gods. Lowering the hand, a frown crossed her features. Watching as that peace is twisted into anguish is more agonizing for me than you can possibly comprehend. She might as well have been talking to herself, if that wasn't what she was doing in the first place, for all the attention that Ritska was actually giving her. Instead, his mind lingered on the words that she had spoken just before. Being raised as was only proper to be raised, the true way of being brought up, or so she claimed. Suddenly everything made perfect sense, why she was raising them as she did so and why she didn't think of it as problematic. Or if she did see a problem, it was only in the end result. Dawning comprehension came upon him as he looked her up and down, learned behaviors indeed. He was brought out of his musings when he realized she was still speaking, focusing back onto her words as she walked around the room, still on the verge of ranting to herself as she provided reason after reason for what she was doing. Oh, you might think of it as cruel, but it was kindness. She turned around, pointing squarely towards him. His devotion to duty ensured that when the time came for him to die, he would do so with an honest smile upon his face. Better than for his final moments to be one of terror or misery as he laments the friends he shall not see again or the family he will never return to. Ritska brought his hands up to nurse his head. Hearing about her justifying ritual suicide because it made Ash happy made him feel like he was going to throw up. If only because she still gave birth to him with the intention of killing himself, she was just nice enough to make sure he wouldn't feel bad when the deed came to be done. Whether that was for his own benefit or because she just didn't want to think about it was something he wasn't comfortable with asking right now. If only because it wasn't the time for that sort of thing, and perhaps he was worried about the answer he would receive. Why him? Why did it have to be him? That was the sole question that came to his mind as he shrugged his shoulders. His voice came out a lot blander than he really expected it to, but at the same time, how else was he supposed to ask something like this? He watched Guinevere's expression cycle through surprise before it twisted into resignation. Archon, he was telling me about, he told me about Priscilla. How you begged. That was not his story to tell. You should be happy he told it at all. My opinion of you was a whole lot worse before he said it. The words flowed easily and their effect was instant. Guinevere froze and then retreated backwards as though he'd just shouted at her. Fighting back the cringe that threatened to appear on his face, he kept his eyes on her before closing them and letting out a breath. I've met Caffrey. She's your daughter and I've never, was she raised the same as Ash? Not identically, yet the principles remained the same. Guinevere frowned at him as though she was personally offended by the insult, interlocking her hands together over her waist and pursuing her lips. With a shake of the head, she made an indignant noise towards him. She was taught the duties expected of her and I love her all the same. But had I the same influence in her life as I had with Gawain, she would have collapsed when I departed. Gods were raised that way, so that the mistake of the unspoken. Farum. She froze on the spot, golden eyes widened before they swung onto him with a piercing intensity that he knew was hiding the burning question in her mind. Her mouth opened and he answered before she had a chance to say the words. I've met him. Couple of times now, helped us out the first time we did. He was treated to the sight of Guinevere opening and closing her mouth several times before she slowly worked her jaw closed. Then thinned her lips and released a breath from her mouth. I assume that Gwyndolin did not react well to the news of his being. He didn't exactly mention you in a positive light either. The comment was delivered with a bland look aimed towards her, though this time it prompted a befuddled frown rather than the previous reactions, as though she couldn't quite make sense of why Gwyndolin might dislike her. Then again, given that the god made little secret of her abandonment of him, he supposed that perhaps that was a failure on her part, but Gwyndolin probably made his own choice to remain. Unless he didn't get a choice in the matter. So that is true, she murmured to herself, then shook her head and her eyes fell upon him once more. But that is not the purpose of this visit. Unless you truly came here to taunt me with my failures and my now shamed exile on par with my treacherous brother. She scowled out the words as she did so, then exhaled once more, her shoulders dropping. Just, do not think poorly of Sir Archon. He did only as I bid him to. Ritska felt his arms fall to his side. Is that really how you view me? She blinked at him, then opened her mouth to respond, not that he gave her the chance to. I'm serious here, is that really what you think I came here to do? He felt his lips pull themselves into a disturbed frown. That I came all the way down here to laugh at you. To point and jeer and then, just take revenge or something. I'm not here to kill you. I'm not here to torture or to mock or anything like that. Guinevere did not respond, instead staring at him in silence. Right, we're all in trouble. Gwyn got away, Seath helped him and, he swallowed thickly, looking away from her and clenching his eyes. He killed Prysica before he left. Just killed her and took the Grail and Gwyn, so, he looked back towards the goddess. So we're in a tight spot right now and I would like to think you're helpful. You raised kingdoms or something like that, so I assume that means you're at least helpful with management or with healing magics or whatever. Just, hell, even information would be good, just, something. He waved his hand around the room. Given you're here and not dead, I assume you have an interest in living the same as me. If Gwyn and Solomon and whoever else is out there run free, then we all die. He pointed back and forth between them. You and me. Everyone. I don't want that. You probably don't want that either, right? Thankfully, her head shook from side to side. Good, so if you stay here, we are going to fight Gwyn. Are you comfortable with that? Guinevere did not respond, then looked at him as though he was an idiot. You ask such foolish questions. He remains my father, the light who makes even the gods feel his might, and you ask me if I can find comfort in seeking his death. Her eyes narrowed, as though the mere thought of spilling his lifeblood does not send my body into twists and knots. I have little interest in death, but that shall not mean I will champion the perishment of my father. Even if he's trying to kill you. She frowned, closing her eyes. You do not understand. You have seen his fury, but you never saw his majesty. The brilliance of his existence that cannot be put into words. The sheer warmth when he gazes upon you, and you understand that you are a part of his power. Her eyes opened and she looked down at him, frown deepening. Would you be so readily capable of killing your own parent? He glanced down towards the ground, unwilling to meet her eyes because he knew what the answer would have been. There was no way he would ever be comfortable with doing something like that. Perhaps because it just wasn't in his nature to be vengeful, but at the same time he just couldn't picture himself doing something like that. Maybe it was just because of him or because of what recently happened. I'll phrase it better, can you accept that we're probably going to have to fight and kill him? This time, Guinevere's expression became slightly more complicated. She opened her mouth to reply, then closed it again and turned away from him. Pacing away from his direction into the other side of the room. If Ritska was being honest, he doubted that she would have had an answer in the first place. Sorry. Her head twitched towards him. She didn't respond immediately, which gave him a chance to elaborate. We're probably not going to see eye to eye on this, and I doubt we'll properly like one another in the future, but all the same. I'm sorry about what happened to you, even if you don't think I am. You're a remarkably honest young boy, aren't you? The goddess turned around and faced him, her lips pulled thin and an almost gentle expression on her face, although it was gentle in the sense that there wasn't much of an effort in keeping an expression going. More like her face lost every ounce of tension within it. You have my condolences for being a victim to Seath. He froze. Even if it was lifetimes ago for me, there was still a time when we shared one another's company. She didn't sound particularly wistful about that either, stating it as though she was talking about the weather. The bland look on her face didn't really deliver very many emotions either, positive or negative. His was always a presence I was familiar with, therefore I should have noticed the signs of his perversion before he had the chance to bring harm upon you. It is not a fate that any deserve, to be party to one of his perversions. Well, what's done is done. Guinevere stepped forwards, extending her hand for a moment and then pausing, a flicker of hesitation crossing her features as she stared at him, soon biting her lower lip as she glanced away. Taking in a deep breath, her expression turned to ice as she faced him once more, almost an imposing sight as the golden eyes bore into him. Did Priscilla suffer long at his hands? Ritska swallowed the bile in the back of his throat as the memory returned to him. The thick oily texture clung to his hands and he felt the resistance before his hand clenched shut. He turned from her, bringing his hand to cover his mouth and unleashing a shuddering breath into the palm of his hand. His eyes clenched shut and he fought back the memories that threatened to surge forth. He wasn't sure how long he stood there, perhaps it was a few seconds or perhaps it was minutes. Time seemed to mean little to him as he pressed his weight against the wall and managed to fight back his focus from the nightmares, banishing them back to the far corner of his mind and then turning to face the goddess once more. His face pulled into a grimace as the pair looked at one another. It was quick. Ritska wasn't sure what the news was supposed to do, he wasn't even sure she cared about her children, not really. Though there was a brief pang of something shooting through her eyes for a second before she nodded her head once, humming quietly to herself and turning away from him. I see. Clearing his throat, he pushed himself away from the wall and took a small step towards her, pausing for a moment as he clenched his fists open and closed several times, breathing in and out and then facing the goddess fully. We're going to need to establish a contract if you're going to remain here. Guinevere turned her head to him for a second, then nodded once. Her left hand moved outwards until it was pointed directly towards him. Her fingers aimed downwards and displayed her knuckles to him. Ritska stared at the back of her hand for a few seconds in bafflement. He knew what the gesture meant, but at the same time there was no earthly way she was being serious about it. His eyes lingered on the hand, then traced back up to the owner and noticed that she was still standing there with that confident expression on her face. The one that seemed to bring back some of her royalty to her or something along those lines. Just a general feeling of superiority. His jaw very nearly dropped when he realized that she was being serious about it. She really did expect him to kiss the back of her hand after everything they had just gone through and after everything he had just said to her. She really thought he was going to kiss the back of her hand just like that. His eye twitched ever so slightly. With as innocent a smile as he could manage, he swung his own hand out from underneath and clasped her hand in his, drawing a strangled gasp from the goddess. Her head whipped around to him with a rather dumbfounded expression, only growing when he twisted their hands upright and proceeded to shake her hand up and down, feeling the contract get established between the two of them, all the while he kept smiling at her. Welcome to Chaldea. I'm sure you'll fit in, eventually. Guinevere offered him a tiny smile. He went to withdraw his hand. It was still held tightly in hers. He felt his smile falter a little bit as the expression on the goddess' face got a touch more genial, but it was one of those smiles that was a little too wide to be considered friendly. It got much worse when she closed her eyes and inclined her head to the side ever so slightly. The grip on his hand not tight enough to cause pain, but very much unwilling to let him go. When he opened his mouth to speak, what instead emerged was a short gasp as he was suddenly yanked forwards, stumbling several steps before he found his movements halted by a hand being placed on his shoulder. Guinevere having pulled him closer to her while turning to face him, her right hand now resting next to his head and keeping him still. It was only when he was close enough that he realized quite what the height difference between the two of them was, her larger body casting a shadow over him as she blocked over the overhead lights. Her head leaned down and her eyelids parted just enough to let the glow of her eyes shine through. Combined with the smile she was giving him, it was actually starting to make him feel a little bit nervous. Then again, he was rather confident she wasn't going to try anything. His eyes darted to his left as her right hand started to move along his shoulder, her fingers virtually dancing up the side of his neck and then sliding onto his cheek before they climbed even higher, taking a lock of his hair in between her fingers and rubbing her thumb through it. The smile on her face started to fade as she pulled her hand back and out of his hair. I shall leave that little attitude of yours aside. You are no follower of mine, and given our interactions thus far, I shall not expect reverence from you any time soon. She released him and took a single step backwards. He remained stock still, his eyes remaining on hers and the lack of anything resembling amusement on her face. At the same time there wasn't anything overtly hostile either. Just a complete absence of emotion. That being said, it would be wise if you adhered to the proper decorum shown to the gods in situations such as these. I am unaware of how the gods of your world might respond to such blatant displays, but in the lands I know, I would be well within my rights to take off your arm for that act of hubris. His jaw clenched, she shrugged. Not that I intend to do anything about it. Just consider this a friendly reminder to keep your emotions in check. She turned from him, though not before pausing and inclining an eyebrow at him. Others might not be so understanding in the future. Consider this to be a reminder, for future reference. Keeping his eyes on her, he took several steps backwards and then turned around. I'll keep that in mind, was the response he eventually mustered up the ability to speak, though it was barely conscious on his part. Something more in line with a reflex reaction. It was as he approached the door and opened it that Guinevere spoke out again, this time halting his movements entirely. I am more than Gawain's failure. He didn't even respond to that, stepping out into the hallway and closing the door behind him. Releasing a breath he didn't even know he had been holding and then bringing his hands up to cover his face, dragging his palms over his features and then exhaling through his nose in a long hiss. She's staying with us for the time being. He spoke aloud, turning his eyes onto Archon and watching as the knight let out a relieved breath, turning away from him and placing a hand over his chest where his heart was. His other arm was brought up and placed on the wall, propping himself up as his audible breathing continued. When the knight did speak, it was with gratitude he hadn't expected. A weight less upon my shoulders. Thank you for this, Lord Fujimaru. Right, you're welcome. A shaky smile and a nod of the head was all the reply he could give towards Archon at the moment, mainly because he wasn't exactly sure this was something he was supposed to feel that relieved about. Not least of all because of who he was going to visit next. Sparing Scathach a glance, he quickly found himself a little puzzled by the oddly impressed look she was sending him. Did I miss something? Merely that you walked out of that room with your feelings unchanged. Scathach replied coolly, casting her eyes to the closed door for a brief moment, then back to him. Taking several steps forwards, she paused for a moment when she was right next to him, then spoke in a rather conversational manner. She was rather beautiful, wasn't she? He shrugged his shoulders, beauty or not, she's something else. He mumbled under his breath, shaking his head and hearing the Lancer give a muffled chuckle, either behind her lips or behind her hand, he didn't care to find out which. Not when he had something more important to focus on. Neither one of them said anything, not when he entered the room and not when he sat down opposite them, crossing his legs and resting his hands on his knees. He was rewarded with a blank stare and he offered only a blank stare in response. They would speak when they were ready, not before, and there was a lot that needed saying. You met with Mother then? Ritska hummed in response to the question posed to him by Ash, the blonde not looking as though he cared much. Yet that was half of the problem. Ash's expression was devoid of so much emotion that it looked more like a fake mask someone printed off the internet. A thoroughly wooden expression. I did, yes. He didn't deny it either, no sense in doing something like that. Bringing his hand up, he jerked it over his shoulder and continued on. I met her just before coming to see you. We spoke for a little while, and learned a little more about her. We forged a contract with one another. Pausing, he watched Ash's expression carefully, not even being rewarded with so much as a twitch of emotion from the saber. Are you all right with that? Ash's expression remained vacant, then it suddenly changed into an expression of mild surprise, as though the suggestion hadn't even occurred to him before Ritska asked him about it. The blonde hummed to himself, then shrugged his shoulders. Whether or not it is something I take issue with, it would be a personal matter. Besides, I do not think my own words should hold much sway over what you decide. My opinions don't matter. They matter to me. And if I told you to head back to her room and slit her throat open, Ash raised an eyebrow, the beginnings of a savage smirk pulling on the corner of his lips as his eyes started to glow with fury. To prise open her ribs and spill her intestines onto the floor. To rip the still beating heart from her chest and crush it underfoot, would you do that? Quote. I apologize for that outburst. Ash closed his eyes and shook his head from side to side. That was not something I should have allowed to surface. Ritsuka rolled his jaw. How long has that been a thing? Ash shrugged. Can't say. Sorting through my memories to get a better span of time is difficult. Some of them are mine and some of them aren't. It's been getting easier to make sense of everything. Pausing, his eyes swept around the room. One of the few benefits of isolation. Keeps me focused on my own thoughts, making sense of everything. Though I get flashes, bits and pieces now and again of people I don't know. Sometimes I see my reflection and all that stares back is a stranger. It doesn't last long, perhaps barely a second, but that feeling just sits with me. Adjusting himself, Ritsuka frowned openly at Ash. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to say in regards to that. Though there was something that he was curious about, if only a little based on the last comment. Why didn't you kill Guinevere? I wanted to. Ash replied without even hesitating. The thought was very appealing for a few short seconds. Then it was disgusting. Pursing his lips, he grunted. I still love her. It's hard to explain but that is what has kept me surfaced. Memories of Gawain, of when she would come around and see him every morning. When she would look at him, speak with him, he let out a shuddering breath as he closed his eyes. The feeling of her warmth when she rested a hand on his head and praised him. Quote. You still love her, then? I hate her too. Like that, the moment of euphoria was gone, wiped clean off his face and replaced by a twisted grimace. I hate how much I love her smile. I despise how much she makes me focused. I hate how much I depended on her love. I hate everything about that, and I hate the fact I despise her. I hate her because I love her and I love her because I hate her. Tilting his head to the side, he shrugged his shoulders once more. I just went there to see if I could kill her. Ritsuka inhaled, then exhaled. Would it have made you feel better if you did? Quote. No. I probably would have killed myself if I hurt her. He confessed with a monotone voice, bringing up his hand and waving it from side to side. You know, when I struck her, I actually clenched my thumb against my fingers so tightly that I shattered the bones in my finger. I didn't even realize I'd done it until after I used Galvatine. Probably an instinctive punishment for trying to hurt her. I think that planted the seed but Sullivan cemented the idea. Not even trying to hide his distaste, he could already feel his irritation build up within him. What did Sullivan say? Nothing that wasn't true. Ash defended with an idle tone of voice. He said that I was trapped within my status as her tool. That I would never grow out of my desire to impress her, to live up to her every whim. He's right. It all stems from that belief in making her proud, making her believe in me. He pointed squarely to Ritsuka. That's why I kept you alive. I wanted you to tell me I was right. That I was doing a good job, even if it was something that came from you. I think it was what I was after. He lowered his hand onto his lap. I didn't get it though, obviously. Though, I'm grateful for that in a strange sense. Not in a way I can describe, but I think it's just being glad that normal humans look at me and see me as wrong. He smiled bitterly. Because I don't want to be right. Because that would make her right. It would make them all right. Ritsuka didn't need to be told who she was. He felt his expression fall as he stared at the saber, now looking so small when compared to the time they first met. Something that seemed so long ago now. Quote. You remember how we first met? Quote. Vaguely. Ash replied, furrowing his brows in thought. Stood upon a shield in a city of fire. Yeah. Ritsuka chuckled, the memory of Ash standing on that shield and then looking down, the fact that even then, he could probably imagine the look of confusion on the man's face was rather hilarious. Bringing his left hand up, he cupped his chin as the faint smile remained on his lips. Seems like years ago now but I still remember it, clear as day. Goodness, that was just out of this world. Mash is something else, let me tell you. I was frozen when I stared at her for the first time as a servant. Just swinging this shield left and right and this was some girl I met in the hallway an hour earlier. You were slumbering in the hall, as the story goes. Ash replied. Ritska nodded his head up and down, a small noise of mirth rippling in his throat as he did so. Inadvisable. Sigurd would say as much, speaking from experience. Snorting to himself, he let out a breath at the saber and regarded him with a flat look. I wasn't looking to start the day by passing out in the middle of the hallway and hope someone just stumbled upon me. Waving his hand, he let silence fill the room between the two of them for a moment, shuffling himself on the floor and dropping his hands back on his knees. But yeah, first time I saw you, I was pretty blown away. Ash's brows furrowed for a brief instant, a spark of something passed through his eyes before it faded away, returning to the previous dull nature, though Ritska could see that the servant was now partially interested. Yeah, you hear about all these stories about Western knights and stuff. He pointed to himself. I mean, yeah, I knew about Camelot and a little bit of other history stuff as well, but at the end of the day, I never expected anything like that. You just show up, plate armor and all, swinging around a magic sword and setting things on fire. Ashen one of Lothric, warrior of sunlight. The unkindled shuffled on his spot, pulling his lips into a faint grimace with an expression that was almost abashed. The blonde closed his eyes and let out a breath. I believe I made for a rather poor warrior of sunlight by the end. Hearing you speak so openly of your praise for my efforts in those first hours is uncomfortable. Sorry, but it's the truth. Ritska shrugged his shoulders, sporting a tiny smile on his face. Big night, that fight with Havel and then with King Arthur. You just showed up and then you were acting as though this was all perfectly normal. I think that helped. Probably did. Just the feeling that there was someone who knew what they were doing. Aside from Castor, that is. I was merely improvising. Ash rebuked with a dismissive shake of his head. Using my past experiences, I'd never fought properly sane foes before in such great numbers. In truth, I was just as alarmed as you were in that situation. He paused, a conflicted look passed across his face. At least, I think I was. Flickers of emotions from that time are muddled. I can remember flashes of panic, moments of pain, and then, all I truly remember is grabbing Olga before she could approach the demon. Ritska hummed, yeah, saved her life. Prolonged her, never mind. It sounded as though Ash was going to say something for a moment before he corrected himself, letting out a tired breath and rubbing his brows with his left hand. The blonde really did look just tired at this point. There was nothing else that could really describe Ash beyond looking and sounding exhausted. She's alive. That wasn't my intention, but she's still alive. Quote. Is there a point to this? Not really. None that he could really see, if he was being honest. He just wanted to come in and speak with Ash about something else. Fact of the matter was, perhaps he was putting off the issue for as long as he could, but at the same time, that was half of the problem. Too many times he had just put it aside or gone with, different world, different customs as an excuse to explain away the quirks he had. I don't think I ever asked, how come you were so friendly when we first met? Ash blinked at him, then inclined an eyebrow. Friendly. Ritska nodded his head, a thoughtful frown slowly forming on his face as his mind drifted back to what he remembered of the earliest interactions Ash had with some of the people around Chaldea. Certainly not nearly as uptight as his later ones, that was for sure. Bringing his arms up, Ash folded them over his chest and pursed his lips. My first encounter with Sigurd stuck with me. Perhaps because he was the first one who showed me genuine kindness. I merely assumed that was the manner in which all new acquaintances should greet one another. A shrug. It was something I continued on at times. He explained further, the firekeeper said she found it pleasant when I smiled, so when I was around her, I smiled. When I was around Gririt, I was cordial. When I was summoned, I remembered the novelty of a friendly encounter and assumed that one in dire need would find more value in an expression of kindness as opposed to another grim face. That made sense to him, but at the same time there was something else that stuck out to him about all of it. Waving his hand to the saber, he gave voice to the slightly cynical thoughts that had been birthed in his mind. So it was, mostly just something you did to make us feel better. He didn't get an immediate response from the saber. Ash's lips thinned and his eyes moved down until they were focused on his lap. His hands turning over and curling his fingers, seemingly examining his gauntlets a few times before he made a small noise and gave a faint jerk of the head to the side. Perhaps. I'm not sure. There wasn't a reason to do it and there wasn't a reason not to do it. It pleased the firekeeper when I made the attempt, so I continued it. Why stop? I got tired. Ash mumbled under his breath. I got very tired of all of it. I'd never tried it for that long. My face felt stiff. I could only act the part for so long and eventually, I just didn't see a reason to continue to do so. He looked back up. Combined with everything I was seeing around me, I just didn't feel the need to bother and realized I was giving off the wrong impression. You were all becoming too attached to me. I think that's just natural. Ritsuka argued with a shake of his head. We're all in a tight spot together. The longer people talk and the more time they spend together, the more likely it is they're going to make friends. That's just how things are. It did not seem natural to me. Ash frowned deeply, shaking his head from side to side. I recalled my emotions when I discovered the corpse of Gririt. The loss of a friend and my vow to never take one again. He turned his head, staring off towards the distance with a complicated look on his face. We would eventually part ways and would never see one another again. Or I would die in the process of this task, and I did not wish for you to experience that level of pain. So I deferred to my basic personality. I dropped the mask. He grimaced. Though, it would seem I was much too slow. Ritsuka hummed, nodding his head up and down. The changing in personality made a lot of sense to him now. He just didn't want people to be sad when he was gone. He looked up towards the saber once more, searching his expression and noticing how strained it was, perhaps burdened with regret as well. Much too slow indeed. He'd seen the way Ash interacted with Nobunaga. If that wasn't friendship, he didn't know what was. I don't think I was a very good master for you so far, he admitted, drawing a shocked look from the saber. Ash opened his mouth to probably rebuke him. He knew if Mash was here, she would have done the same thing, and raised the flat of his hand, stopping the saber before he could get a word out. It's true. I noticed you acting different from everyone. I even knew a bit about you from talking with Cecilia and how you sort of act out all your emotions except for anger. I knew all that, and every time you did something a bit strange I would just go, well, he's from a different world, so it makes sense, and just leave it at that. Just quietly ignoring the problem, I guess, because I just figured that you were a bit more business-orientated was all. Job first type of person. Ash shook his head from side to side. The fault lies with me. Me and my arrogance in believing my way of life is correct. I should have noticed the overabundance of humans who did not conform to my way of thinking. He shrugged. I cannot fault you for remaining ignorant to the problem, even if you did know, it is not one that can be solved. I don't believe that. Optimism such as that will only reward you with failure. Ash gave him an empty smile that lasted barely a second before it vanished from his face. I cannot change, not truly. The foundation of my person, the bedrock of my mind made from the love for my mother cannot change. I might aim it in a different direction, but I become just as dedicated to it. As I told you before, I cannot step away from that now because her love won't let me. Is that really what you want? What I want is immaterial. The words were delivered coldly, blunt as a hammer. It has never mattered what I want. What matters is what is. We cannot avoid the issue much longer. I have betrayed the purpose of my birth and I have betrayed my reason for living, and most of all, I have betrayed you. There can be only one consequence for this. Ritsuka knew where he was going with this. No, I am insane. I can recognize that, but I cannot change it. The blonde clenched his hands into fists, frustration dripping from his words. I am forced to exist as an insane being who believes that his perverse way of living is correct while being completely aware of how wrong it is. Scoffing, he pushed himself up off the ground and turned away from him. Pacing towards his bed. I can see the path in front of me. I know how wrong and twisted it is, but my legs won't stop walking because if I stop walking then I am wrong. He whirled around. It is only a matter of time before I start walking again, and when I do, it will inevitably end with your death because even now, even in spite of everything. He snarled, sweeping his arms wide and glaring down at him. Everything that I have spoken of. The realization of what I am and what I have done, even knowing just how ugly and wrong it is, there is still the part of me that begs me to crush your skull with my bare hands for your own good. Taking in a deep breath, he composed himself, lowering his arms to his side and dropping the anger from his face. Thousands of years of history, showing me both pain and joy. Achievement and failure. All of that weighed against my sad devotion to my mother's affections. He raised an eyebrow and clicked his tongue. It is barely even a choice worth making. This, gesturing to himself, his face turned disgusted. This is not life. This is sickness. Keeping his expression blank in the face of all of this was rather tough. Watching as Ash virtually asked him to help with suicide was virtually the last straw. Closing his eyes, he looked down at the floor for a few moments in complete silence. Eventually, he placed his hands flat either side of him and pushed upwards, turning his head to face Ash once he stood up. The saber still pointed at himself, though the arms slowly lowered and the disgust gradually faded. The pair of them stared at one another in silence for a few moments before Ritska spoke. I'm not going to help you kill yourself. I'm not going to leave you here to wallow in misery as you think of yourself as a mistake. After everything we went through, after you were there to save our lives against Gwyn, even after you tried, and I use that word in the loosest possible term, to kill us. I'm not going to let you do it. Grimacing at him, Ash opened his mouth, only for Ritska to cut him off. So I'm not going to hear more about it. I'm not going to entertain your ideas for suicide as a means of repenting or something along those lines. Shrugging, he kept his face blank. You're right, humans can be pretty greedy, and right now, I'm going to be selfish and say that I don't want you to die. Simple as that. It isn't that simple. It is. You want to die and I'm telling you I don't want you to. He didn't even let Ash finish his sentence before he cut him off with a shake of his head. I'm not a complicated person, Ash. Never have been, probably never will be. So I'm being honest when I tell you that it really is just a case of me not wanting you to die. Worse, letting you die like this. It's wrong. Quote. You don't, after everything you've gone through in your life, you deserve to have something you can look at and say, I enjoyed that, or, man, that was a great time. He pointed at the saber. You don't deserve what happened to you, but life isn't always about what people deserve. I doubt humanity did anything to deserve omnicide, but here we are and leaving you like this, where you can't even enjoy life because it's not bound in duty or something. It's bullshit. Just straight up bullshit. Regarding him with a blank expression, Ash offered nothing, neither in words nor in actions. So yeah, Gwyn got away and we do need your help. Ritska gestured to him, because you came here. So you still want to do something to make amends. Well, this is it. Spreading his arms wide, he shrugged his shoulders. You're not allowed to die. Not until I help you. Not until you get help. Certainly not until humanity is saved. Thinning his lips, Ash looked him up and down. It is a fool's errand, Ritska. Guess I'm a fool then. He blandly responded with an uncaring shrug of his shoulders. You say what you want doesn't matter. Humor me then. Do you want to stay like this forever? Is this the sort of life you want to remain living for the rest of your life, the life that you actively know is wrong? Do you not want to at least try and live differently? Quote. I don't know how. No one knows how. Ritska offered a wry smile at the befuddled expression that the saber gave him. That's the secret, no one knows how life is going to pan out for them. We just take the days as they come, surprise after surprise. Might not make sense to you, but that's life. taking a single step forwards, Ritska extended his hand to the servant. And I want you to understand that. I want you to look at the world like a normal person looks at it. I don't want you to be a tool or anything else. I want you to be my friend. Ash stared at the outstretched hand in silence, his eyes moved back up the length of the arm before landing on Ritska's face. Eventually, the green orbs narrowed ever so slightly and his lips pulled down into a frown. I can make amends in killing Gwyn. I acted as the arc which brought him here, but you should not so carelessly speak such things. Friends are not so easily made and very easily lost. Ritska shrugged, all the same. Servant, Avenger. Ash grunted in response with an exasperated shake of the head, looking more as though he'd been badgered into an agreement rather than actually believing in it. It seems I am to remain in your service for the time being. Reaching out, the Avenger placed his hand on top of Ritska's and slowly pushed it down to his side, virtually rejecting the handshake but still forging the contract between the two of them. Ritska, meanwhile, felt his brows furrow at the introduction. Avenger. Yes. Huh, all right then. Turning away from the Avenger, he paused for a moment and then gestured to the doors. You want to? I think it best that I remain here for the time being. He grimaced and shook his head from side to side, then pointed towards it. My mind still needs focusing and piecing it together will take time. Take as much time as you need then. That was all that they could really say for all of them. Just, Guinevere is going to be here and I need to know if there is going to be a problem. Just for your sake because I don't want you to have to. Ash just grunted his shoulders and shrugged. Maybe I was angry before but now. I don't care. No, he frowned, narrowing his eyes. Maybe I do care too much. I do still love her but there is something hideous about it. Both my love for her and my hatred for her. I don't know if either is genuine or not. His head tilted to the side. Perhaps it is better I didn't kill her, maybe because I don't care about her deep down. Before I knew about Gawain, I didn't give Mother even a second thought. A look of confusion flickered across his face. Cecilia treated me in exactly the same way as Mother. Yet I don't hate her, Ritska opened his mouth to respond, probably to defend the woman, then recalled that she all but admitted to treating Ash as expendable and grooming him in much the same way. He slowly felt the wads leave him for a brief moment, then he shook his head. Cecilia wasn't your mother and she didn't hide what she was doing. You were both aware of it. She didn't twist you from the moment you were born or something like that. You had a choice. The fact you didn't link the flame proves that. He made a small face. Maybe. Do you think I should hate her? That's your choice, Ash. Ritska thinned his lips. I'm not her biggest fan, but I'm not going to start spreading hate because of personal problems with someone whom I've only seen the worst side of so far. He shrugged his shoulders. But, I wouldn't blame you if you did hate her. Is that why you won't let me die now? Because you've only seen my worst side. Yeah, he didn't even deny it. I've seen your worst side and I want you to see your own best side as well. Sorry if it feels like I'm taking control of your life but, I just don't want you to die. I've had enough of people I know and like dying. He clenched his jaw. And I'm not going to be responsible for anyone else being killed. Not if I can help it. Bringing up his right hand, he pointed it squarely at the saber. And this I can help and I will. My grandmother is waiting. Ritska felt himself blink at the deflection. You shouldn't keep her long. Why? Because there was little choice in the matter. Ritska grimaced at the dark-haired woman sitting opposite him. He was getting very tired of people constantly saying that sort of thing to him. He doubted they were actually understanding what it meant because there was a choice. She could have chosen to not do what she did and then they wouldn't be in this situation. I'm going to need something more convincing than that. Velka, for her part, didn't look all that concerned as she adjusted herself in her seat. It felt more like they were stuck in an interrogation room, a dim light overhead and a single steel table between the two of them. Though, This was an interrogation of sorts. Especially since she was the one behind that entire nightmare in the first place. The goddess offered him a thin smile. The world is presented to me far differently than. Please do not give me this big picture stuff right now, Ritska tiredly replied, cutting her off and dragging his hands over his eyes. Listening to people talk about the big picture as a means of justifying doing some pretty nasty small picture stuff was another thing he was starting to get tired of listening to. He wasn't a big picture type of person, he was a small picture person. He liked those little pictures. He was one of them. Just tell me why. Velka let out a faint chuckle under her breath as she leaned forwards, propping her chin up underneath her hands as she rested her elbows on the table. HMMMHM. You're angry. He glowered at her. I'm not speaking of it to be insulting or mocking, it's good that you can show such anger towards sin. Her tone shifted to be much more approving, her amber-colored eyes twinkling with approval as she spoke. Much like the white-haired girl, oh ho ho ho, she has quite a strike to her, doesn't she? He unconsciously rubbed the side of his face where he remembered being slapped by the director during their first encounter, quickly realizing what he had done when the smile on the face of the goddess turned a lot more amused, dragging her head back and straightening out her posture. Remaining silent, he watched as she hummed and dragged her fingers along the surface of the desk, black fingernails just rapping against the steel and producing a rather painful sound. His head convulsed at the sound, which was thankfully stopped before it could go on for too long. Velka pulled her fingers away and showed that she had gouged out a small roll of steel from the table itself, flicking it away to the far corner of the room with a ting sound. I operate within the frame of the big picture, as you so eloquently put. She replied after a moment of silence, lips flattening. So long as sin exists in the world, I shall be there to indict and forgive. It is my domain. Her eyes flickered away from her fingers and towards him. From the moment I was summoned into this world at the behest of my master, I was pointed towards the direction of my grandson and, oh, there was such sin about him. He was made of it. Ritska raised an eyebrow, made of it. An expression but, oh, he cared too much to see what he was threatening to do. She cooed with a shake of the head, black lips pulling themselves into a not quite kind smile. Just a touch of mischief there to put him on edge with the fact she wasn't being quite so altruistic. Leaving him was no longer an option, so I watched him. I watched him through your little adventures and learned all I could of his view, then I waited until the perfect moment and was sent here. I had the means of solving the problem of my grandson. His eyes narrowed. By torturing him. Encouraging confession. Velka corrected, although she didn't sound very serious about it. An uncaring shrug of the shoulders was proof enough of that. The singularity was made as a dark reflection of his mind. I created a world that he would find so disgusting, so unbearable, that it would bring his true self to the light. Her eyes locked onto his own. And when that happened, when all was revealed, then the process of forgiveness could be done. Forgiveness for what? Ritska clenched his own hands into fists and crossed them over his chest. He hadn't done anything. To you. She cut him off with a shake of her head. I spoke of himself. Forgiveness that he did not know he needed. You understand the hatred he bears for his own life, the disgust he holds within his soul, a belief that he is worthless outside of duty. I sought to correct that. You picked a funny way of doing it. I picked the only way of doing it. She defended, or the only path that I could see at least. Unlike others, I was not gifted with foresight. I concocted this plan to the best of my abilities. He would break, you would struggle against one another, and then, she paused for a moment, humming as she shrugged her shoulders. Then I would show him the error of his ways. Reveal to him the flaw of his logic, and I did precisely that. Your noble phantasm. You woke up all the souls inside him. Very good, Velka praised with a smile. I did. I awoke those souls and I brought their pain to his eyes. Those who suffered from the life he extolled as right and proper. Evidence that he could not ignore. Turning herself to face him fully, she leaned across the table. I confronted him with the results of his own sin. And Gwyn, why do you think I summoned Percival? Velka raised an eyebrow at him. The admission felt like someone had just punched him in the gut. She just admitted that she knew Gwyn was going to be there. All the director had told him was that she was the mastermind behind the singularity. The goddess raised her brow at him, looking somewhat puzzled for a moment before understanding slipped onto her features. Don't tell me your allies kept secrets from you. Tut tut, it's quite a sin to deceive one's friends, isn't it? He pointed at her warningly for a moment, then leaned back as something else drifted through his mind. Seeth. She froze for a moment, then her face twisted uncomfortably as she leaned back into her chair, a look that seemed regretful formed on her for a brief moment. That was outside of my design. The insane form of the Lothric king Osiris was summoned to the land, freakish and draconic. I subtly pushed Priscilla towards him and she slew him deftly. She grimaced. But it would seem as though he was merely a host. The true danger slipped between the cracks, and it was not until I realized you had been catapulted far from your allies that I knew something was amiss. After that, scrying your location proved difficult and I could only do so much and avoid being discovered by Priscilla. You miscalculated, he commented with a dead tone of voice. And now Gwyn and Seeth escaped. And Priscilla was killed and you. She fell silent as she looked him dead in the eyes, her expression shifting. That was never my intention to make you suffer. No, it was just to make Ash suffer. Come, Ritska. She shook her head. You are no fool, you understand how entrenched his mind is. How perfect he believed his worldview to be when compared with your own. Whether it came by my hand or another's, he would have discarded his mask and unveiled the beast beneath sooner or later. Pointing to herself, she continued on. I merely caused such a release in a controlled environment, though the intervention of Solomon was outside of my design as well. His interest was unexpected. He really wanted to call her out on her dumb logic. He really, truly did. Then he remembered that Ash's initial response to finding out about human history had been to try and decapitate him on the spot, so perhaps there might have been some truth in her words. Maybe. I don't subscribe to the belief that you have to mentally break someone in order to help them. Ritska replied after a few moments of silence, shrugging his shoulders and giving the goddess an unblinking stare. Ash has problems. Goodness knows he's got problems, but what he didn't need was psychic torture to get him to admit those. There had to have been a number of different options out there. Having been informed by my master the result if I did not intervene, I opted to take action. And who is your master anyway? Ritska shrugged his shoulders and looked around the room. He nearby anywhere. His exaggerated swings of the head must have been amusing, combined with his sarcastic tone of voice, given that Velka let out a pleasant chortle, covering her mouth with the back of her hand. He's clairvoyant, if that should answer your question. Velka answered as her mirth started to fade away. The admission of her master's future sight brought Ritska's attention back onto her with surprise flashing through his mind. He merely told me there was one path to help my grandson and that I was best suited for that path. Ritska grimaced. So that's it then, mental torture or nothing. Velka gave a helpless shrug of her shoulders. Nope, still not convinced. He dismissed with a shake of his head, once again earning an amused look from the goddess as though he had said something hilarious. I always love how you humans can be so determined to ignore the statements made by those with a greater understanding of the world. She looked him up and down before offering a nod of the head. It's rather novel. Though we shall simply agree to disagree. Fine. Ritska exhaled, seeing as he wasn't going to get anywhere like this. So, suppose your plan went perfectly. What were you going to do? Oh, I was going to offer myself up for your judgment. He blinked. Playfully clicking her tongue, she looked at him up and down. Don't look so surprised. I am not so arrogant as to believe that just because I hold domain over sin it means I am exempt of its judgment. She waved a hand to him. As you said, I tortured my own grandson using my granddaughter who would have perished anyway. I turned brother against sister and used him to facilitate justice upon Gwyn, the justice he escaped so very long ago. Even with success, I would have wronged you and thus, I would have come seeking proper punishment. Wetting his lips, He cleared his throat and adjusted himself in his chair. That seems oddly considerate of you. He mumbled. He didn't quite believe her, but at the same time, there wasn't really a reason to doubt her either. Especially because she had followed them back and was currently sitting in this dingy room with several servants standing outside with orders to kill her if she tried to do anything. But, alright, what sort of judgment were you expecting? Community service. Quote. Quote. You're joking. I'm afraid not. She gestured to herself. I am a servant with a vast knowledge of the world and the closest to Gwyn for eons. I am here to offer the knowledge to you freely as a servant with no demands of any sort. You won't even need to use those command seals of yours. She waved to his hand. For as long as Gwyn and Seath roam this world, I am willing to offer my knowledge and skills, and let us be honest. Can you truly afford to reject this? Goodness sake, Ritsuka grumbled to himself as he brought his hands up and rubbed the bridge of his nose. He didn't need to look at the goddess to know that she was smiling at him. This was really turning out to be the worst sort of morning for him. And, welcome back Ash. Which means we get to update his stats and his dialogue. Ash, Servant, Avenger, Strength, B+, Endurance, A+, Agility, B+, Mana, A+, Luck, A. He escaped the pruned world, the planet that should never have existed. Noble Phantasm, A++, X. Clyome Ba Soleil, O Sword, slice down the tree of the world. X Anti-World Anti-Divine Max Target, Max Range, 1 to 99. It is a sword to represent the end of the Age of Fire. More than this, it is a weapon designed to cull everything that suffers in his eyes. It is his one true noble phantasm, and his singular ability is a beast built upon mercy. A continuous attack which will spread and kill all before him without exception. Their lives are suffering, so it is better to end their struggle. His mercy upon the world. The weapon attacks the very texture of the planet. In effect, it could be seen as a similar existence to the weapon of Surtur. However, rather than incinerating life, it brings about its natural end. The complete destruction of existence and a return to nothing. A sword fitting to cut away the last remnants of the world, completely and utterly removing all trace of their existence. To call it something like a divine construct is false. It was not forged by the hands of a god and is solely a weapon that exists as Ash's authority. That said, the scale of this weapon falls into the same category as weapons forged by the planet itself. The singular purpose of this weapon is an attack upon creation itself, a natural end to the world. Memories of times long past, the echoes of the world once upon a time. X Anti-Unit Max Target, 1, Max Range, 0. An application of his reality marble, utilizing the strengths of the souls within his body. Utilizing this will grant him the abilities of one of the many individuals within his body, granting him a number of skills, insights, or perhaps powers that he would not have otherwise. It is the most basic use of taking one's strength for yourself. As a result of using this noble phantasm, he will undergo a temporary class change, depending on the skill set he had opted to utilize for himself, though it is a brief change and not one he can use often. The most powerful abilities are ones that come with the greatest costs in terms of magical energy, though they are naturally greater in scope as a result. Some of these abilities are noble phantasms in their own right. Another application of this noble phantasm is the creation of shades based upon the souls he harbors within himself. One might just as easily call them shadow servants, dependent on the creatures and beings he killed with his own two hands. They are legion and they come to him at will, though this application is one he does not use. At least, not for humans. Memories of warriors, their power becomes mine. EB Anti-Unit Max Target, 1, Max Range. Unkindled, more so than any other undead, or beings of memory. As such, they can call upon the memories of the skill of weapons. Only a fraction of what it was, but more than enough to give them an inkling of how to wield the weapon itself. More than this, it allows Ash to take the weapons of opponents he has slain provided it meets two criteria. 1. He must have personally slain them. 2. The weapon cannot exceed the rank of B. However, it is simply the weapon itself. Any NP that accompanies the weapon is not applicable to him, as they were not earned by him. Passive abilities remain active however. Bottomless box. EX collection target. Max range. 0. A store of treasures and weapons from his many adventures through Lothric and perhaps beyond. At this point, there is no limit to what he might store there. His bottomless box has now been integrated into his existence. Though he can still call upon it in a physical sense, at much less cost, he can call upon the weapons and items directly. However, doing so in this rapid-fire manner is more costly for his magical energy, as he does not summon the box from existence and instead pulls from the plane where it resides outside of combat. For most reasons, he will call upon the box directly. It is also a noble phantasm that would work with other servants if he so chooses to. Class skills. Independent manifestation. D. Manifestation in the world by means of one's own strength. Ash is granted an existence that is incapable of harm by means of temporal attacks or paradoxes. Yet, he does not possess a resistance to instant death, for an odd reason, and his resistance to charms is critically low, almost as though it was designed to be that way. Avenger. E. There is precious little for him to avenge. Hatred and pain directed towards him does nothing. All he can do is direct loathing inwards, but little else. He gained this skill purely through manifesting in the Avenger class. Self-replenishment mana. He has no need for this skill, due to the presence of his undead nature. Oblivion correction. X. The class skill of an Avenger, but Ash never forgets. Rather, he can't. He can forget nothing. The hatreds and pains of humanity. He remembers them all. Because he is humanity. He forgets nothing, even if others are to forget. He won't. He hates nothing, but the souls inside him have great hatred for everything that befell them. Duty did not save them, so he carries this warning inside him at all times. His method does not work. Magic resistance. B. Essence of the world. D. This has been savagely reduced since Gwyn absconded with a majority of his Saint Graph. Though Ash was able to save but a few, numbering around 100 million or thereabouts. The number seems high, but he was once the ark for billions. Those from the beginning of the world to the very end. This figure that he is left with is a paltry sum made up of all walks of life, not just humans. As such, his magical energy has also been reduced, now on the same scale as that of a high-level divine spirit. A far cry from his prime. Nega soul. D. The negation of strength against him. Servants who are more powerful than him in any one of their stats are dealt increased damage. The more parameters they exceed, the greater the harm he deals. This applies to blessings of strength that might give an advantage over him due to his nature. Conceptual advantages are weakened, though they still remain, in those with high Saint Graphs equal to or above his own are subject to this. Scorched divinity. E. Functionally human, there is not an ounce of divine blood left in his body despite being born to the goddess Guinevere. He is a demigod in name only, having unconsciously used his reality marble to strip the divine aspects from his soul. He has rendered himself human. This skill exists only to alert those that he might once have been a demigod but is no longer. Personal skills. Ashen One Eternal. X. Despite having previously fallen into the category of noble phantasm, this has been degraded to a personal skill. The function remains the same, but the rank has dropped considerably. A sufficiently powerful attack would be more than enough to ensure he remained dead permanently. Else he will be able to reform his body with ample magical energy. His master becomes his bonfire. With independent manifestation, it becomes quite the powerful ability even in its regulated state. Like with the previous times, there is no limit to the number of times he dies, and the more he does so, the greater his understanding of his enemy becomes. But the rate of this progress has slowed quite considerably, an effect of his self-seal. He cannot remove this from his existence due to his undead nature, but he can curtail it enough. Dorchata's Gondere. A. The ultimate in skills and an accumulation of his life. An end goal that applies a true dark upon the land. Once this skill is activated, darkness shall sweep the land and blot out all other light from the world. Beyond this, the basic parameters of Ash are improved, as well as granting him a considerable advantage to slay those who are inhuman. With his container limited, this effect has been weakened somewhat. He can only activate it in its full effect for a short time, else its passive skill is similar enough to Mystic Slayer of rank A and little else. Consumer of Souls, B. Gains magical energy from whatever he kills. The amount he gains differs from the strength of what he has slain and the quality of its existence. Being with high mystery yield more gains for him. If allowed to do so, he could perpetually fuel his own existence through the act of killing. Mana Burst Dark, A. He has massive amounts of magical energy that his body cannot truly handle, a result of his excess power from slaying countless foes. He can channel massive amounts of magical energy into his body or his weapon and release bursts of that power to increase his physical stats or unleash bursts from his weapon. Given its statuses, Dark, the mana burst is exceptionally effective when used against divine beings. Self-Seal, C++. Applied onto himself to maintain his current level. With enough time, he would doubtless return to his former strength. This method ensures that he does not rise past his current ranking in Saint Graph. Dialogue 1. You still spend much of your time chasing such fleeting dreams, but you smile so brightly when they end. Dialogue 2. I'm not well versed in human understanding, but if I am mistaken, do not hesitate to correct me. I would prefer the truth to a compelling lie. Dialogue 3. Master and servant, we are bound to one another. My value is your commands, that cannot change regardless of all the wishes in the world. Dialogue 4. If you have Enkidu. Turning from duty and towards the ephemeral, I am envious. They did not even hesitate once they saw the beauty, did they? Even the knowledge of mankind, and they still walk alongside them. That confidence is. Never mind. Jealousy won't change anything. Dialogue 5. If you have Sigward. I'm surprised he even speaks to me, acting as though nothing has happened. Perhaps that is the way of Katarinans, but how can he maintain such a bright aura when he came from the same bleak world as me? I am not criticizing, but never mind. Dialogue 6. If you have Artoria Pendragon. King Arthur, you sacrificed much for your kingdom and you were met with betrayal and death. But if nothing else, know this. Your path was not wrong. That is something I firmly believe in, belief in duty or not, you were a good king. Dialogue 7. If you have Aldrich. He is insane and each time he speaks it is dripped with madness. His path to heaven is for one and one alone. Himself. He cares for humanity, true. Though he views himself as the only human in the world, or the only human who will remain in the world once his heaven has been achieved. Therein lies the problem. Dialogue 8. If you have the chosen undead. He protected the state of the world, the cycle of death and rebirth. He knows what happened, but he looks to me and says that the joy they experienced in their travels was worth it, and I cannot understand this motive. He did not even have a duty to light the flame and he quested for it all the same. How can he justify it with such simple words? Dialogue 9. If you have Solaire. A warrior of sunlight. Those who are called upon to bring aid to the suffering and light to the lightless, they will answer the call as surely as the sun rises. I am no warrior of sunlight, nor do I deserve to be counted among their ranks. Dialogue 10. If you have Pontiff Sullivan. Our motives were so different, yet we saw the flame as the same problem. I can't criticize him for his actions, though. I'm a killer spurred on by my own arrogance, just as he is. In the end, we're probably both more wrong than we are right. Dialogue 11. If you have Slave Night Gale. A long and painful road he walked, one he did not have to but did all the same. A testament to how far a duty can take a person, but perhaps that was the problem. I think even with him, there wasn't the freedom to say no, but I think he did believe in his goal. Truly believe in it. I envy him for that. Dialogue 12. If you have Firekeeper. Cecilia. Yes, I know why I was so quick to become attached to her and why she became my surrogate mother. It was because she used me as a tool. A fact of life I was raised with, no wonder we bonded so well. I do not resent her for it, there was something worthwhile in our time together and she did make me care for humans as a whole. Even if the end result was not the greatest. I owe her a debt for that. Dialogue 13. If you have Gilgamesh, Archer or Castor. The arrogant king who ended the era of the gods. He had the sense to see mankind better off as separate from them, but there is something else. He stepped away from the world and watched from afar, understood by none and keeping it that way. He looks to me and scowls, but there is no hatred there. Dialogue 14. If you have C.U. Chillane, Castor or Lancer. C.U. Chillane, Ireland's child of light. Battle and death are so common that he considers them a rite of passage amongst friends. Be they on the same side or opposites. Dialogue 15. If you have Patches. Patches. I know he is here and there is a good reason for it, though perhaps that is not for me to know. He did care for those he interacted with in his own way. He appreciates honesty even if he speaks in half-truths. How strange that he found peace with his way of life, one who takes only what he needs and distributes what he does not to the masses. I wonder, is Lap truly who he is behind the mask of deceit and spun tales? Dialogue 16. If you have Scathach. Undead slaying. If there ever comes a point where I slip, I would like for you to kill me, if you can. It is not a challenge, it is merely that, I cannot do so myself. Dialogue 18. If you have Gawain. He shares not just my face, but my father as well. How cracked a mirror shows. We both devote ourselves so completely as to ignore our desires. Yet he is, no. It is nothing. We both made well, his was a choice at least. I can respect that. He finds the peace in death that he could not in life. Dialogue 19. Guinevere. I do not believe there will ever come a time where I truly hate her. No matter how deeply I wish to. My life, my soul, was robbed from me at birth. My duty is all that remains and she did that to me. And I cannot hate her for it. Even now, I am trapped by her words. I am what I am, because of her. Dialogue 20. Gundyr. My younger brother. So that is how it looked from the outside. How empty. No wonder I could not light the flame. Dialogue 21. Oda Nobunaga. The fleeting life of a human who achieves much, truly not but an illusion to those in the heavens. It cannot be helped. They are my friend. Dialogue 22. Gririt. Sorry, just. I'm sorry. Dialogue 23. Completing Anastasia. To destroy worlds that suffer greatly. It would seem that it is a fate I cannot escape. I can see how greatly this affects you, so I'll take care of it. You don't need to force yourself into these acts. Killing worlds is what I am good at. Dialogue 24. If you have Arjuna altar. Cutting away at that which makes one human until all suffering has been removed. I would have done the exact same in his position if I had his power. Yet, perhaps there truly was something amiss in it. Suffering with or without duty. Dialogue 25. If you have Kama. You truly despise your duty that much. But you are a god who cannot escape their role. It seems we're both trapped with something we despise, at least you understand that which you sought to destroy. I doubt either one of us can take solace from the fact another is experiencing a similar misery. Though, I wonder, you might yet learn to enjoy some aspect of your role, if only fleeting. I am made only to kill. That is not an invitation for you to wield your authority upon me. Just because I understand you does not mean I agree with you. Dialogue 26. If you have Kiara. Demanding love and granting peace to those who she demands love from. Yet it is a lie. There are no similarities between herself and my mother because my mother encouraged growth in those around her while she remained stagnant. This fool brings all down to her level with a sickly smile on her face. Yet, how sad. Is there truly a life worth living if it will never be content with existence? Perhaps she is what I dislike about humanity, the need for something to make existence bearable for them. Likes. What I like. I don't consider anything as likes. I never had likes before, but music brings me peace now. I can enjoy that at least. Hates. I don't like suffering. I don't like looking at it and I don't like those who cause it. But to suffer is to be human, isn't it? Wish for the Holy Grail. A wish. I wonder what I would have been like had I been born to a normal family. I wish I had been just a normal human. But that is not for me. Bond level 1. The road ahead is long and full of trials. If you have the will to see them through, all the better. For you shall need every ounce of it. Bond level 2. I can see that all you experience affects you. Both good and bad, but you don't lose that shine in your eyes. You're doing better than I. Bond level 3. You have good allies, Master. More than that, you have a strong will. Do not forget either, for they shall pull you through the toughest of times. Bond level 4. Your kindness to me thus far has been welcome, but you need not force yourself, so you mean every word. Friends, you call us. I see. Bond level 5. You called me friend, you fought by my side this far and... You are exceptional. No. You're ordinary, aren't you? The sort of person I set out to save, but you didn't need my salvation, if it could be called that. You're as strong as I know, you're stronger. I do this because I can't imagine a life outside. You can. If only for a little while, I would ask you to indulge my selfish request and remain by your side a little while longer. Birthday. Birthday. I suppose this is a time for celebration. I wish you, well, you'll be happy regardless. During an event, duty commands me to respond to your wishes, if you wish to investigate. I would have no complaints. First Ascension. You know what I am, yes. It would be wiser to keep me as weak as possible. Second Ascension. So you'll grant me more strength. Even with the knowledge of what I am. You're something else. Third Ascension. I see. So you care only for me and not what my class is. You're doing well enough, Master. Fourth Ascension. So, this is where it leads. I can perform my duty to the best of my ability. Hell with it. I'm happy you trust me this much. Velka, Goddess of Sin. Servant. Ruler. Strength. D. Endurance. E. Agility. C. Mana. X. Luck. A. Noble Phantasm. A+. O sinner, let me absolve you. A+, anti-army, anti-heart, max target, 50, max range, 20. The ultimate in guilt and illusions. A power that puts even Shakespeare's noble phantasm to shame in its scope and personal horror. The sin is brought forth and replayed to the targets. However, it goes much deeper. The victim believes they are experiencing the sin as if it is the first time it has ever occurred, blurring the lines between reality and illusion to the point where they are unaware they are being affected by a NP. Class skills. Magic resistance. A. Riding. C. Item construction. C. Can imbue weapons and armor to protect or attack those of evil alignment. Territory creation. C. Divine core of a sinful goddess. X. True name discernment. A. Personal skills. Book of the Guilty. A++. Massive advantage against those of evil alignment. Increases the damage she deals to them. Truth of sin. X. No lie, nor sin, no matter how small, escapes her. She can never be deceived nor betrayed. As a goddess of sin, the act of betrayal or evil perpetrated against her is unthinkable. Sinful magic. B++. The sorceries and miracles of Velka are powerful indeed and can even nullify the power of magecraft for a short time below the rank of A. Can also bolster magic resistance thanks to trade with Havel. Murder of crows. B. Summons a variety of different familiars to act at her behest. Either a flock of crows, a singular giant crow, or Corvian knights, before their fall to the rot. Indictment. C. Application of evil alignment to those of good or neutral alignment. Can be resisted through equal level magic resistance. The elements of a person they hide down are brought forth, allowing them to be briefly represented by their enemies' ideas of them. Summoning. Ruler class servant. I am Velka, goddess of sin and, oh my. Aren't you the curious one? Oh, don't think too deeply on my words. When it comes to punishing sinners, you will find that I am always willing to help though, be careful not to sin around me but I am always willing to forgive as well. Dialogue 1. Come to confess your sins. Foo, a harmless little joke. I know all about those little wrongs of yours, both big and small. Whenever you're ready for forgiveness, I shall be there. Dialogue 2 If you have Gwyndolin. I did wonder where all of my intellect went, though I did not imagine it would have gone to Gwyndolin of all my children. I'm surprised, but it would seem that all those smarts were wasted due to his blind devotion to his father. Honestly, such a disappointment. Dialogue 3 If you have Guinevere. Ah, my eldest daughter. So devoted to Gwyn, and yet she had the sense to abandon his legacy once the rot started to set in. A pity she was not able to fully abandon it. Ironic that she did not realize the greatest of growths comes when everything old has been swept aside. For a gardener, it's ironic she did not master the art of weeding. Dialogue 4 If you have Filianor. So joyous and so bright, how very much like your older brother you are, perhaps that was why your father sent you away. He could not bear to look at your face. Dialogue 5 If you have Nameless King. My first son. My eldest. Oh how deeply your sins travel, not just in betrayal of the race but betrayal of the heart. Oh, Gwyn had such plans for you, and then you drove a knife through his chest and shattered his dreams then and there. It's truly terrifying what a father racked with grief will do, isn't it? Foo, though if you ever wish to confess and seek forgiveness for leaving us, I would hear you out. Dialogue 6 If you have Amakusa. A world free of sin through the elevation of the soul, how tragic. To be human is to be aware of both good and evil. To accept that you can commit both, it is to truly live in a world. What he would seek would indeed end pain, but would also end humans themselves. A world free of sin is not a world that any should live in. Dialogue 7 If you have Priscilla. Ah, my darling granddaughter. At least some good came from that cursed union between my daughter and that skinless Wyrm. A choice made entirely from my husband, of course, but what was done and I certainly couldn't complain in public. He trapped me with that and in the end, he forced the child to be tossed aside. Though I cared for her as though she was my own. Dialogue 8 If you have Arjuna altar. To destroy all of that which is evil and wrong. Yet who is it that decides what is evil and wrong? There is nothing in the universe, in all of creation, that is wholly evil. Evil cannot be a proven existence, it is only something forced upon others at the arrogance of one. In the end, you are the evil that you would seek to destroy. A grand irony, but, from evil, there can come forgiveness and redemption. Dialogue 9 After completing Anastasia. It would seem as though we are to be bound in union for greater sins. If it should please you, forgiveness lies at the end of your journey, that is, if you are strong enough to ask for forgiveness. This is the path of deep sin we now tread. I can walk it with you should you so wish, but understand, I will be watching and counting the sins you pile up. Just for a receipt. Dialogue 10 If you have evil aligned servants. Well, it seems as though there are quite an abundance of sinners here. Some greater than others, but so very many. I'm rather pleased at this abundance, both for what they represent and for what they might inspire. What do I mean? They are examples for what sin is truly capable of. The greatest of sins breeds the strongest of minds, but also they are so very narrow. Those who know only evil are just as incapable of living as those who know only good. I'll watch them, perhaps one will confess their sins to me. Likes. What do I like? I enjoy the finery of sin and the results of it. From sin there can come both great good and great evil. From sin there comes such a thing as justice, order, love and compassion. In which case, why would I not encourage sin? Hates. Those who reject the importance of sin reject the very nature of being alive. To go your entire life without committing a single wrong is to never commit a single good deed. For it is only when you truly embrace the nature of sin that you can understand the value of doing good. Else you are simply mimicking the actions of those better than you. Wish for the Holy Grail. It is a beacon of sin, that which is claimed with sacrifice. Using the strengths of others for your own ends. I have no interest in using such a thing, but those who would compete for it would certainly be worthy of my attention. Bond level 1. Well. It seems as though you have quite the talent for punishing sinners, don't you? Have you ever considered becoming a confessor? Foo, just a little joke, I don't truly expect something like that from you. Bond level 2. A talent for violence lies with you, yet it is not a talent you embrace. I do not doubt you are ignorant of your skill in the art of commanding others to kill in your name, but, would you prefer I not phrase it so bluntly? Would you ask that I cloak my words with greater nuance rather than describe you as a mere killer? I could, but we both know what the meaning would be, so why not speak of them clearly? Bond level 3. I've noticed you've been silent lately, do my words still weigh upon you? I call you a killer for that is what you are, but that does not make you an inherent evil. So long as you understand the wrongs of your actions, then you have the chance to be completely aware of your actions and seek forgiveness in the future. For as long as you remain aware of your true nature, I shall be idle. Bond level 4. My confession is costly. True. I do indeed charge for confession, but it is little more than what do you humans call them, a placebo. Yes, the cost is nothing more than the tangible evidence that they have sought out forgiveness for their crimes. So they might rest easy with the belief they have been forgiven. Some are satisfied with the price extracted, but the truly regretful, they will offer more than mere currency. Those who truly believe sin can be washed away with such a finite act are deluding themselves, but whatever helps them sleep at night with their sins. Bond level 5. Would you like to hear a secret? You are my favorite human. It is true, you who is aware of good and yet will accept evil, who understands the value of justice but will use the methods of chaos. Though with a preference for the right side of all things, you know both good and evil in your soul. For that is what human beings are, creatures of order and chaos, right and wrong, good and evil. I feel as though you exemplify this most of all, take pride in that. You're a beacon to your people. Birthday. It is your birthday. Did you not trust me enough to tell me, or did you merely forget? Well, I suppose I might grant you the benefit of the doubt this time. I can offer you well wishes for this day, but it is up to you if you truly make it a happy occasion. During an event, do you intend to take an interest in this event? Whatever you decide, you may call upon me. First Ascension. So, you have an interest in punishing sinners and seek my power for that. Very well. Let us continue on in this quest. Second Ascension. You must be strong in the belief we will face great sinners if you intend to raise my power thusly, but I can reciprocate this feeling. Third Ascension. Careful now, at the rate this is going I might just believe you are trying to show me some favoritism. That would be rather scandalous, wouldn't it? Fourth Ascension. Well, it seems as though this might be the limit of my abilities, but that is neither here nor there. After being given your undivided attention so far, I feel as though there can only be one true way of repaying this debt, shall we? Family, Part 1. Seriously. We have nothing. I'm not sure what else I have to tell you about it, Fujimaru-kun. Romani spoke as he shrugged his shoulders in a helpless manner. The face he wore didn't do much to dissuade Ritsuka of the notion that the doctor really did have no idea. I'm not much of an expert when it comes to servants in the first place, but dealing with extra classes is really way outside of my area of expertise. I know, but, Ritsuka exhaled as the pair of them continued on their walk to the summoning chamber. He'd made it clear he was going there at some point during the day and decided that this was the best time for him. Romani might have raised a point about him getting better, but he just kept staring at the doctor until he agreed to let him go with the condition that he would accompany him, especially as he was still technically supposed to be recovering. Still, just by the class name alone, it doesn't sound very good, does it? Romani frowned, a thoughtful look crossing his face. The best person to ask about it would be the person himself, wouldn't it? Then again, if Ash doesn't know anything about it either, then there's not really a lot we can do about it. Bringing up his hand, he rubbed his forehead. Conventional Holy Grail wars are conducted with the 7 night classes. That's how they are supposed to work, and that's how it did work in the past. There were no other classes. You wouldn't believe the mess we were having back here trying to analyze the foreigner servant you encountered. Ritsuka paused for a brief moment before it came back to him. The strange Victorian-era looking guy who seemed to be rather distant and looked like he was out of sorts for most of the time they spent together. Short as it was, he didn't seem very personable, but he didn't seem like a bad guy either. Also like he was talking with someone else, getting freaked out towards Fu was also a little weird. Really? Was there something wrong with Lucian? The doctor made a small noise as he shook his head. The real problem is, what wasn't the matter with him? The moment we tried to analyze his class, the entire system just glitched out. It refused to give us anything on his parameters or even the registry of his saint graph. Turning to face him, Romani pulled his expression into a heavy grimace. That does not just happen, Fujimaru-kun. Even Leo was stumped with it when it first happened, and nothing she has done has even made headway into getting anything from him. The best she could come up with was that something was actively keeping us from scanning him, but whatever it was. He shook his head from side to side, blowing out air from behind his teeth. Whatever it was, it just completely turned the tables on us to the point where it was like a big steel wall. Raising an eyebrow, Ritsuka looked the doctor up and down for a moment before turning his head to face straight onwards. From the way that Romani talked about it, this sounded like the sort of thing that people would be making a big deal out of, especially because from the sounds of things this didn't just happen. Anything that could stop them from getting a reading on a servant had to be a serious problem, but the director hadn't so much as mentioned it once. So, how come I'm hearing about this now? Romani shrugged. Because it's one of those things that we really can't do anything about. He brought up his hands. And I mean that on the whole we cannot do anything about it. This isn't like me saying this. Leo spent days looking over everything, poring over all the data, and then she just turned around, shrugged her shoulders and said, I got nothing. Lowering his hands, he shrugged once again. Basically, putting more effort into something we can't change is just a waste of resources, especially when there are other things we can change. But Ash isn't like that. Thankfully, the man shook his head from side to side, his expression loosening ever so slightly as he did so. No, he isn't. Since you made a contract with him again, we've finally got a full reading on all of his parameters, and we've got a hallmark for whatever the Avenger class is all about. Though we've still got nothing for the other class he briefly showed up as for us, but getting more info on that, well, Ash probably doesn't know either, so for the time being we're putting that down as an unknown, and leaving it as that. With a grunt and a nod of the head, Ritsuka let the matter slide as if even Da Vinci had little information to work off with the months she had of trying to figure everything out. Then there was probably nothing that he could really do, and worrying about something that might or might not happen was just going to stress him out more. He heard the doctor clear his throat, glancing to the side and watching the man lower the fist from the front of his face as he spoke. On the topic of servants, an extra day or so of rest. Roman, the pair of them stopped walking. Ritsuka let out a short sigh before he turned his head and looked straight towards the doctor, staring directly into his eyes before he dropped his shoulders and felt the tension flee from his face. He'd been keeping himself upright since he got out of his early morning meetings, but the truth was that he was just tired. The day had barely begun and he already felt sapped of all his energy. I could just really do with a win today. Just one win. Let me have this. Romani regarded him with a silent stare for a good few seconds, thinning his lips and slowly scrunching up his face with obvious discomfort the longer the two of them looked at one another. Perhaps after the 10th second, the doctor let out an explosive sigh as he turned his head away, muttering something about a look being illegal or something. All right, I'll just. I mean, it's still going to be me who takes the fall anyway if you end up putting yourself to sleep with all this moving around, you know that, right? Waving his hand from side to side, Ritsuka shook his head at the doctor. I'll tell the director I just forced you into it, which I did. He mumbled quietly to himself with a pointed stare aimed at the man for a good few seconds, then resumed walking. She'd probably accept that with a small reminder for you to grow a backbone or something like that, but would then let it slide. She's very reasonable when it comes to this sort of thing. He heard the man let out a noise of incredulity behind him, not insulting disbelief, more along the lines of innocent confusion. Pausing, he spared a glance over his shoulder and was treated to the sight of Romani looking as though he'd just seen a pig walk across the ceiling of a room or something, upper lips pulled up and his brows halfway up his forehead. The befuddled expression lasted a few more seconds before he shook his head and wiped the look off. Are we talking about the same person here? We both know she cares. Well, yes, but I'd never say she was liable to let this sort of thing slide. Romani pointed out with a raised eyebrow, following after him with a frown. More to the point, if you accept she's so reasonable, then maybe you should listen to her advice about taking it. Ritska stared at him. He fell silent and flattened his features, bringing his hands up in surrender and shaking his head from side to side. Look, I'm just saying that she's going to find out, and when she does, she's going to be disappointed and thoroughly unsurprised. The pair of them stopped walking as the voice echoed out from behind them. Ritska suppressed a wince at the utterly flat tone that was used. A brief glance to his right showed that Romani didn't even bother, squeezing his face as though he'd just sucked on a lemon. The both of them gradually turned around and cringed even harder, not only finding themselves staring at the director, but also at Stahl, who was standing behind her. There was a minor trait of amusement in the fact the larger berserker had mirrored the director's posture perfectly. The pair of them with their arms folded over their chests and their heads turning from one to the other in perfect sync. Gradually, Olga unfolded her arms, something Stahl matched, and placed her hands on her hips, tapping her foot on the ground as the mask-like expression remained painted on her face. Amber-colored eyes lingered on Romani for a good few seconds before they fell onto him. Something passed through her face before she eventually spoke. I assume that your discussions with Ash and the two goddesses went well. Ritska mutely nodded his head, then paused for a moment before a faint smile came onto his features. Yeah, Velka said you slapped her. The comment seemed to put the director on the back foot for half a second, her eyes briefly widening as a touch of red danced onto her cheeks, quickly turning her head away from him and bringing up her left hand, coughing twice into her fist before clearing her throat. Why yes, that is to say, I might have become angered in the heat of the moment and acted rather rashly. Did it make you feel better, at least? He paused for a moment, then glanced at her hands. Hope you didn't hurt yourself. Being told all about how sturdy servants were, and having seen it in person, he imagined that striking one would not have been a very pleasant experience. If, for whatever reason, he struck a servant, he imagined breaking his wrist before he ended up doing anything to them. The director grimaced for a brief second, then she shook her head. It was a rather foolish act and beneath me. Though, no, we're not going to talk about whether or not I felt good about hitting the servant. She was definitely about to call Velka an idiot, correcting herself at the last second without so much as blinking. The move went about as unnoticed as it was expected. Ritska glanced in the direction of Romani at the same time he did much the same, the two of them briefly locking eyes and confirmed to one another that she had been about to call the goddess an idiot. This is about you being reckless. The words of the director brought them back into the present, their eyes snapping to her as one as she leveled the pair of them with an unimpressed look. Pointing first to Romani. Considering you were the one who agreed that he should take things easier while he recovers, I am more surprised that you so quickly lost your air of responsibility and folded like a summer chair. Ritska snorted, quickly covering his mouth to hide the amusement bubbling within him. Even Romani himself looked flummoxed by the comparison, not even looking offended and caught somewhere between amusement and shock at the fact she had just said that to his face. Though the mirth he felt quickly faded when the eyes of the director snapped onto him with clear disappointment in them. As for you, while I might understand your desire to return your servants back to life as well as bolster our diminished forces, there is such a thing as pushing oneself too far. You will end up causing more harm than good if your desire to bring your servants back ends up like this. She waved a hand to him, gesturing to him as a whole. I severely doubt your servants will be pleased when they answer your summons and find you looking as though you've been pulled straight from your bed, bags under your eyes and an air about you that makes it clear you're barely a minute away from falling to the floor and slipping into unconsciousness. Her eyes narrowed as her hand fell back to her hips as she leaned forwards. His eyes briefly glanced towards Stahl as they mimicked the gesture with a faint creaking of metal, though it seemed as though the director didn't quite realize what was going on. If she did, she didn't care that much and was more focused on him. Her eyes remained locked onto his. Seconds of silence passed between the two of them before her posture started to loosen, straightening herself out and flattening her lips with a shake of her head. Though, I doubt you will listen to me given that my orders are seemingly being taken as suggestions once again. So, she waved her hand to him as though to shoo him away. Carry on then, though I expect you to depart the instant you feel tired. So help me, I will find a way to keep you trapped in that medical office until you are fully healed if I find out that you ended up putting more strain on your body. Understand? He smiled, not that he could really help it, and nodded his head up and down. Absolutely, Director. Good. Seemingly content, she gave a single nod of the head and allowed the confident-looking curl of the lips to form on her face once more. He stifled a chuckle when Stahl mimicked the nod of the head. This time it didn't pass the notice of the director as she narrowed her eyes at him. Though they soon darted to the side, her head whirled around in the exact fashion that Stahl did as well, the both of them looking over their shoulder and up. Ritzka was confident that someone could have heard a pin drop in the ensuing silence. A hand found itself upon his shoulder, slowly pulling him backwards. He sent a bemused glance to Romani as the doctor started to retreat with him in tow, a look on his face as though they were trying not to spook something. When he heard the voice of the director, he immediately figured it out. How long were you watching them do that? The calm in her tone of voice made him wince, coupled with the fact she was still staring at the berserker, her arms held by her side. Neither he nor Romani gave an answer to her. For Ritzka it felt like one of those situations where a cat lay down in front of him and displayed its belly, daring you to try and touch it, yet the moment you did the cat would snap. This was one of those situations. How long? The director slowly turned around to face the two of them. It was at that point Ritzka realized why she sounded so calm. It was because she was funneling all of the embarrassed anger into her eyes, a faint coloration of red on her cheeks that was growing brighter by the second. The furious amber orbs glowered at the pair of them, virtually rooting them on the spot as she stood a single step forwards, hands clenched into fists. Why aren't either of you answering me? Run! Romani bellowed out in a panic, scrambling away from him and taking off down the hallway. Acting on instinct he immediately booked it after the doctor. It was then he heard what virtually sounded like a battle cry followed briefly by the patter of footsteps and then by the rumbling crashes of what he imagined as Stahl chasing after them. Stop running, Fujimaru. The director's voice echoed from behind him, you're supposed to be recovering. Stop running. Sorry director. My hearing hasn't recovered yet. I didn't catch that. He blurted out in a panic, briefly catching a glimpse of Romani looking over his shoulder from ahead of him and virtually paling as he increased his speed. Naturally it didn't last long before he started to slow down, the pair of them catching sight of the elevator at the end of the hall. Putting all his effort into the run, he threw himself forwards just as the doors started to open. A woman with what seemed to be brightly colored violet hair that looked like glitter stood in the lift with papers in her hands. She took a single step forwards and then froze on the spot when she caught sight of what must have been the terrifying sight of himself and Romani charging towards her with a large metal servant and a furious director chasing them down. Hold the lift! Ritzka panic shouted as he ran behind Romani and then have him a mighty shove forwards. The woman made a noise as she threw herself to the side as the doctor was flung into the lift, just out of the way of the impact as the strawberry-haired man collided with the wall with a muffled groan. Ritzka mentally reminded himself to apologize later as he jumped in after the man, swinging his hand around and slamming his fingers into the buttons repeatedly. Hurry, 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 he repeated to himself as he mashed at the button, sparing a glance down the hallways and then blanching as he watched the director barely a few meters from them. Thankfully, she was in front, which meant that Stahl couldn't overtake her, amber eyes instantly landing on the hand that was mashing the buttons before a shout ripped itself free of her throat. Don't you da! The lift doors closed on her with her hand outstretched towards him. A rumble sounded out as the lift started to move. A shuddering breath escaped him as he leaned forwards, panting in and out before a half-crazed laughter escaped from him. He wasn't alone in that. A few seconds later he heard a wheezing noise coming from somewhere else, turning his head towards Romani similarly hunched over with his hand covering his face. We're really gonna regret that later, aren't we? The doctor got out in between chuckles. Oh yeah, Ritska didn't even deny it, sorry about the push. Don't worry about it. Romani waved his hand dismissively, rising back up to his full height and coughing a few times, falling back onto the wall and continuing to breath in and out before his eyes landed on the other person in the lift. Ritska similarly glanced over and watched as the woman looked between the two of them, wearing an orange-colored uniform with black sleeves. Hi. Ritska brought his hand up, giving the best smile he could, which probably looked a little weird, given how he could feel trickles of sweat moving down his brow. Hoping he didn't start to smell too badly, given that he probably hadn't been cleaned in over 4 days now, the idea of a shower had virtually escaped him. I'm Ritska. She probably knew that. I know. The woman responded after a few seconds, giving him a look as though he had said something stupid, then slowly trailed her eyes towards the door of the lift and stared at it in silence for a good few seconds. The director seemed upset. Yeah, her servant was copying all of her actions from behind and she probably got a bit embarrassed we didn't tell her about it. The woman closed her eyes and almost looked as though she was cringing. That was not an invitation to tell me, because now I am going to be implicated as well. She brought her hand up, rubbing the bridge of her nose. Ritska felt himself wince at the reaction, which was clearly a rather negative one all things considered. Eventually, she brought up the flat of her hand towards him and then spoke again. So long as it doesn't interfere with my job, it has little consequence. This also serves as our first meeting. Why yeah. He latched onto the change of topic rather quickly, straightening himself out and smiling at the woman as friendly as he could manage, getting his breathing back under control and looking less like a panting dog. Silence reigned between the three of them in the lift. He found himself staring at the silent woman for a length of time that quickly surpassed being awkward, sparing a glance towards Romani and watching the doctor look more confused than anything else. Is something the matter? The doctor asked with a bit of worry leaking into his voice. You're looking a bit distracted. Aside from the fact that my first encounter with the actual field operative was himself and the medical officer flinging themselves into an elevator while being pursued by a rather aggrieved-looking director. The woman rattled off in a rather dry-sounding tone of voice, bringing up her right eyebrow and turning her attention towards the doctor, who was now looking suitably cowed. I would suggest that this is not an encounter I can quickly recover from, however, it would not do to neglect basic courtesy. I am the records keeper of Chaldea, my name is Sarajara Elrin. She directed the latter part towards him, giving a slight incline of her head in greeting as she did so. It is my responsibility to ensure that every encounter within the Singularities is documented and accounted for when they are all submitted. There was a brief moment before her eye twitched. Which includes the less than sensible occurrences. Ritska winced. Or Audiobook reports conducted by medical officers that I have to fact-check to ensure they are accurate. Romani winced. And am now in charge of assembling an encyclopedia of an entire world's history, the likes of which is scattered and the only available sources to actually aid in the creation of it are as varied as they are objectively biased. She flashed the pair a small smile. The latest is looking to consume much of my time thus far, so I trust you will forgive me if my manners are somewhat lacking at the moment. Oh, yeah. She blinked once as he nodded his head back to her. Sounds like you've got a rather tough job. But, thanks for all your hard work. He paused again before giving her a thumbs up. If you have any problems with some of the servants and the travelogue, please don't hesitate to let me know. She blinked several more times. I doubt it shall come to that. Clearing his throat, he nodded his head several more times. Well, all the same. Nice to meet you, Elrin. Also, sorry if the director gives you a hard time later. He cringed ever so slightly before shaking his head. But she probably won't. But if she does, sorry. I'll pay you back if something happens. Pay me ba, what are you even talking about? Elrin squinted at him with clear bemusement. What would you even be capable of doing? That was a very good point and he wasn't exactly sure how he was supposed to answer that at the moment. He settled for giving her an unblinking stare, briefly glancing towards Romani and then back to her before flashing a toothy smile and shrugging his shoulders. Keeping up as positive an attitude as he could. Sure, I'd think of something. Eventually. Tell Sigward to give you priority on the menu for a week or something. Elrin looked rather confused at him, leaning back and then pinching her brows together. Is this some manner of elaborate joke? No. He raised an eyebrow. I mean, at which part would the joke begin? Because I don't think the director would go along with something like this. Pausing for a second, he added on. Not saying she wouldn't because she did agree to the Nerifest thing, but... The woman brought up her hand. The thought is appreciated. I would merely prefer that you not spawn an issue from this minor inconvenience. It is my job and I have come to expect harsh deadlines at this point in time. Lowering her hand, she glanced towards the doors of the lift as they opened. Besides, I believe this is your stop. And so it was. Right. Well, nice to meet you. He waved to her as he stepped out of the lift, Romani following after him with a faint smile on his lips and a glimmer of confusion in his eyes, but otherwise looking a touch mirthful. Good luck with the record keeping. Hope to read up on them sometime. The odd look remained on Elrin's face as the doors closed. Ritska lowered his arm and nodded his head up and down, then turned to the doctor. Romani had a single eyebrow raised and his hands on his hips. The expression he was making was difficult to pin down, somewhere between suspicious and slightly pitying. Not to gossip or anything, but I hear that she's quite close with Francis. Ritska paused for a moment. The name sounded familiar before he snapped his fingers. The guy who tends the bar. He felt a bit of joy surge through him, a smile coming upon his features. That's great. How long has that been a thing? Romani blinked. What? No. I'm just saying she looks close. That wasn't an invitation to start meddling. The man looked positively scandalized. I was just saying something because you looked, really friendly with her. Really friendly? Did Romani seriously think I wasn't flirting with her? Folding his arms over his chest, he leveled a flat look at the doctor. I was just being friendly. There is a big difference. I get that. Romani hastily brought up his hands as though to surrender, a slightly panicked look on his face for a few seconds. Sorry, I mean, you can understand how. From the outside it looked like, to me it seemed as though, he slowly got quieter and quieter as time went on, eventually lowering his head and bringing his left hand up to rub the back of his head, quietly humming to himself. Slowly raising an eyebrow, he looked at the face of the doctor for a few moments before he shook his head. Still though, how come I'm only hearing about this now though? He pondered aloud, drawing a look from the doctor. I mean, you don't seem like the sort of guy who would be aware of something like this, no offense. Romani shrugged. No, I get it. Just that it's not really something that is a really big secret. That sounded even worse. Was he seriously the only one who had literally zero idea about what was going on? He felt pretty guilty that all of this was going on and he didn't even know about any of it. Anyone who's ever seen those two interact for more than 2 minutes can tell there's something between them. The doctor gave him the door. All he needed to do was open it. Ah, you mean like you and Da Vinci? Exactly, like me and Le. He caught on a second later to what he had just said, his jaw snapping shut with an audible click and his head whirling onto him a moment just after that, his eyes very nearly looking as though they were going to bug out of his skull. Ritska rolled his lips inwards to muffle a laughter at the expression the man had made, quickly turning away from him and accelerating his pace into a fast walk to put as much distance between himself and the doctor as he could before he realized what had happened. No. Not like me and Leo the First, mean me and Da Vinci. The doctor squawked from behind him, his mortified voice echoing through the hallways, soon followed by rapid footsteps as the man jogged after him. This only served for him to increase his pace, this time not even bothering to contain his laughter as he started to run through the halls, speaking amidst his cackling as he did. Whatever you say, romantic archaman. No, Fujimaru-kun. It's not like that. It might have been a little cheeky of him to do this, but it was something that just helped him forget about everything else. With the benefit of hindsight, he really should have seen this as an eventuality when the both of them eventually arrived at the summoning chamber. Especially considering he had invited Mash to come up, mainly because it was sort of a staple that she be present at this point in time and they did sort of need her there, so it was basically his own fault they were in this situation in the first place. Considering that when he had arrived, both himself and Romani had virtually tripped over one another to get into the room, the pair of them sweating and panting like they had run a marathon. Considering he was supposed to be recovering and Romani was supposed to have been looking after him, he didn't really blame her that much on account of getting a bit annoyed at the two of them. It actually felt much worse than when they had been caught by the director. Her getting annoyed at him felt natural, Mash getting annoyed at him felt wrong. Like a sense of guilt she instilled in him when she gave him those, "I'm not mad, just very disappointed," eyes because he knew she was just looking out for him. It was probably worse for Romani, especially given the face he was currently holding. "Senpai." He jerked his head away from the direction of the doctor at the slightly raised voice of Mash, wincing as he did so and then gradually aiming his eyes upwards towards her once more, having lowered his head the moment she had glowered at the both of them with clear disappointment. Her expression remained much the same, disapproving frown and her single visible eye holding clear sadness and concern within it. "I am sorry for shouting, Senpai, but you and Dr. Roman were being much too reckless." Holding her hands by her side, she swung her arms back and forth. "I know you're very eager to get everyone back and I'm on board with that," she hastily added on with a smile. "I want to have them all back as well, but you shouldn't rush yourself and charging through the halls like you and the doctor were doing, especially when you should know better," she trailed off, glancing to the side with a troubled frown. I don't want to see you back in the infirmary, Senpai." He nodded his head up and down. "I know, I'm sorry for worrying you, Mash." "Why yeah," Romani tacked onto the end of his apology with a similarly somber-looking expression. "I should have known better as well and put my foot down with Fujimaru-kun." "You're right." The girl took in a quick breath before she looked between the two of them. Though the disappointment was still visible, it had already started to fade and was replaced by relief, the corners of her lips twitching upwards into a smile. "As long as you both understand. I hope I wasn't being too out of line." Waving his hand from side to side, Ritsuka shook his head. "No, you were right." "Okay." The girl nodded her head one more time, then a brief flicker of emotions danced through her eyes. The confident posture she had before shifted almost instantly into being a bit more nervous, bringing her hands up and pressing the tips of his fingers against each other as her eyes lingered on him. When she spoke, it lacked all of the previous strength, her tone being a mix of hesitation and uncertainty. "If it isn't too much trouble, Senpai, I know you spoke with Ash-san and Guinevere-san, are they?" "They're both staying for the time being, yeah." He felt his previous good mood start to evaporate. He tried his best not to let it show on his face, but he knew for a fact he had failed the moment the two names had been mentioned. A good thing she didn't also include Velka in that list, because otherwise he probably would have just inverted his expression instantly. Ash is in a bad place right now and we do need Guinevere's help on account of being an actual healing goddess and all that. Just a very emotionally taxing morning is all." Mash visibly winced as she looked down at her hands for a few seconds. Ritsuka frowned to himself, seeing her like this wasn't what he wanted. The last thing he would like to see right now was his sour mood spreading around Chaldea like a plague, especially when they were about to go through something like this. "Hey," dropping his voice into a softer tone, he took a single step forwards, bringing his right arm out and placing it on the upper arm of the girl opposite him. "It's not your fault. Even if you didn't bring it up, I'd have still probably told you anyway. Ash he's been through a lot and it's going to be a while before we get back to how things were." As for Guinevere, he didn't know where to even begin with that. Everything she said in regards to Gwyn sounded eerily familiar to how Ash described her, just without the abject hatred. The implications didn't sit right with him, especially given how Guinevere thought that was how children were supposed to be raised and didn't see a problem. It painted a very ugly picture for what Gwyn was like as a father, and he'd met Velka. The woman who would literally use her own grandchildren as fodder for some grand scheme. With parents like that, it was a wonder that anyone would walk away without something wrong with them. I'm sure that Guinevere will probably do something decent in the future. It was a tragically low bar to pass, but he really didn't want to start off with hating people. He'd felt what that sort of pure hatred was like, courtesy of Seath's little tantrums in his mind. That hatred was just, all-consuming. A disturbing purity to it that he couldn't describe with words. Just a feeling of completion. A perfect hatred that one felt no guilt in feeling. He didn't want to feel that ever again. That didn't mean he had to like her though. Okay. He leaned to the side to get a better look at Masha's face, then offered her a faint smile. Besides, this is supposed to be a happy time. Getting back everyone we lost, right? He kept staring at her until she nodded her head up and down, briefly glancing towards her face. He watched as her lips twitched for a few seconds, then the smile slowly spread across her own lips. There we go. Turning away from her, he briefly found his attention occupied by the look that Romani was giving him. It wasn't the sort of look that he had ever really seen on the doctor. The green eyes of the man slid from him and then to Mash several times. What really, truly, struck Ritska was the complete and total lack of emotion on the face of the man. Something he could only describe as eerie. Like he was looking at a printed-off face of Romani slapped onto someone. The uncanny valley or something like that. He was actually starting to get a bit creeped out by it the longer it went on. He quickly looked at the distance between himself and Mash, then took a single step away from her and returned his attention to the doctor, who was back to wearing his usual expression, not even the slightest hint that there had been anything the matter with him moments earlier. He privately knew that Romani had protective feelings for Mash, but he didn't quite think they went this far. It was like he was standing in front of her father or something. Actually, what was the connection between Romani and Mash anyway? Because it did seem rather close. Well, if they were close, then he wasn't going to start prying, especially if neither one of them had told him about it yet. They would tell him when they were ready or if it came up again. For now he made a private note to watch how he behaved around Mash just in case he triggered another Romani mask or something. I'll head into the operation room and then record the readings for you. Romani spoke from behind him. The footsteps of the doctor were accompanied by the sound of a hissing door and a short interval of silence. Though it did not last long before the voice of the man echoed out around him, originating from the intercom built into the wall. All right, starting everything up, and it all looks pretty good so far, Fujimaru-kun. I guess it's just whenever you are ready. He was ready from the moment he woke up. Taking a step past Mash towards the summoning plate, he looked down at the holographic illustration of Mash's shield on the ground and then back to the plate. Extending his hand towards it and closing his eyes, feeling the familiar burn of his command seals, not activating anything as much as he was just sending out the little signal for his servants to come back, his mind focused on the ones he lost. Through his closed eyes, he saw the burning of light and heard the thrumming of the summoning chamber being activated. Inwardly, he knew who the first servant to return was going to be, and to be totally honest, he was perfectly fine with indulging what was doubtless going to be a rather emotional return. The light started to die down, his eyes cracked open and revealed the diminutive shape of a certain berserker. Pale blue-colored kimono and teal-colored hair greeted him. The face of the girl was frozen for a few seconds as golden eyes locked onto him. The fan in her hand snapped shut a moment later. A small, barely audible gasp escaped from her lips as she stared at him. Her lower lip quivered for a few seconds, though she had yet to say anything. Lowering his hand, it was something as simple as seeing her face and her being alive and in front of him right now, but it was all he could think of at this moment. Everything else didn't matter. She was alive again, and that was just it for him. That was really just him calling a victory. He could feel his lips pulling themselves into a smile that just seemed to get wider and wider, though Kiyohime surprisingly had very little to say so far, which was a surprise because he had expected her to say something. Perhaps it was just a case of, "Goo, A gasp rushed from him as he fell backwards, though did manage to catch himself at the last second, his head snapped downwards. It had been too quick for him to really register anything more than a pale blue torpedo before it impacted him. A tightness formed around his sides just under his ribs, his eyes locked onto the top of the teal-colored hair and the face buried in his chest. His arms remained in state of readiness for a few seconds, then slowly fell down to his side. The smile dimmed a bit but still remained present on his face. Something sniffled, a warmth was spreading across his chest as the berserker seemed to pull him tighter, her little hands clenching at his shirt at his back and adamantly refusing to let go. "Thank goodness, you're all right," he could barely make out the muffled whisper, tinged with sniffles as the girl cried into his chest. Ritska found himself briefly caught at a crossroads as to what to do next. Hell with it. His right hand slowly brought itself up, then lowered his palm onto the top of the head of the girl. She stiffened for a brief moment at the contact, perhaps in surprise or something else, but she soon relaxed as he started to stroke her head, much like he would pet a cat but making sure to avoid catching himself on her horns. "Yeah, I'm alive, Kiyohime." "Yes, you are. Soar." She embraced him tighter, applying enough pressure to cut off his words. He was about to ask her to loosen his grip before he heard her speak again, a hardness in her voice that made him listen. "Please don't apologize for that, Anshin-sama, just don't apologize for it. It wasn't your fault and I won't hear of you trying to blame yourself for anything." "All right," he was about to answer when she spoke again. "And do not lie, please." He closed his mouth, then let out a soft sigh. "I am a master so it's technically my fault but," he winced at the tightening sensation again, though thankfully it loosened after his next words. "But, I'll try to be less hard on myself." That was the best she was going to get out of him, and that was him being honest. There was always going to be an element of what he could have done differently after the fact, especially in regards to something like this, and he knew what he could have done differently. Though him beating himself up over it wasn't going to change what happened in the end and would probably make things worse. The logical side of him accepted that at least. Kiyohime did not immediately reply to him, though he did feel her grip around him loosen ever so slightly, followed by a faint sigh into his chest. Almost in slow motion, the berserker unlatched herself from him and took a step backwards, the smile still on her face and the remnants of tears on her cheeks. He spared a glance to his chest and noted the faint wet patch. When his eyes glanced back to the girl in front of him, he internally cringed at how obvious he had been, judging by the slightly abashed blush on the face of the girl. "My apologies for that, Anshin-sama. I'll make sure to wash it thoroughly. I'm not gonna get mad at you for being emotional." He sniffed, wiping the underside of his eyes with his forearm, letting out a breath. Here he was getting emotional now because she had just been emotional as well. Like a chain reaction of sorts, casting a glance over his shoulder towards the window behind him, he watched as Romani offered him a single nod of the head after checking the computer, which likely meant they were ready to continue onwards. Letting out a breath, he returned his eyes to the summoning pad. Kiyohime stepped around him and fell in line next to Mash, or so he assumed. A quick glance confirmed his belief in that, then brought his focus back to the summoning pad. Watching as the light flooded through the room once more, the familiar sensation of a contract being formed again pulsed through his right hand. The light started to die out, revealing the freshly returned servant. "Wow, back already." The pink-haired paladin of chaos, better known as Astolfo, sauntered forwards with a carefree grin on his face, his eyes tracking around the room before they landed on him. The smile on his face widened as his arms spread wide. "You're all right. I mean, I figured you would be, but I was seriously concerned there right at the end." Ritska had barely a moment to think before Astolfo virtually launched himself at him with his arms spread wide, glomping him with a hug which trapped his arms at his side. Giggling to himself, Astolfo outright picked him up off the ground and started to spin around in a circle all while holding him up. "Man, that was seriously scary, but I am over the moon, and I can say that with utmost sincerity, that you are looking a-okay. Seriously, Master. Glad that you called me back. I must have left one heck of an impression if you called back to me." Well, but that just makes me really touched, you know. Astolfo came to a stop and then lowered him back down, pulling his arms back and taking a step away from him, then straightening his posture out and standing at attention. Paladin Astolfo of King Charlemagne, at your service once again, master. The straight face vanished, a charming smirk replaced it and was accompanied by a wink. Looking forward to living up to your expectations, master. He blinked several times, then looked towards the others in the room. Mash had a rather curious look on her face, but it was quickly replaced by a faint smile, probably accepting of what Astolfo was like. Really, he should have expected something like this from the writer as well. Then his eyes tracked towards Kiyohime, who was sending an utterly blank stare towards the writer, who was blissfully ignorant to the attention he was receiving. With a shake of his head, he chuckled under his breath and waved his hand to the paladin. Glad to have you back, Astolfo, look forward to working with you once again. I'll try and make sure, I mean next time won't be. He stumbled over his words the longer he looked at him, the beaming face intermittent with the flash of fire before he vanished the last time they met. Next time will be different. Astolfo stared at him for a few moments, blinked several times, then his features softened. You try your best, master. Just like I will. That's all anyone can really ask, so nothing to worry about in the future. He brought his hand up, jerking a thumb towards himself. This paladin is more than willing to put his life on the line. Heck, it's not even a thought in my head. Even if they said that. Swallowing, he nodded to Romani once more time. The room flashed with light once more. Lancelot, clad in the thick black cloud, stalked out of the light and came to a stop directly in front of him. He stared up at the burning crimson visor in silence. The only sound to be heard was the sharp whistle of wind from the servant's fog coat. The berserker did not growl again, merely staring down at him for a few seconds, then slowly brought his head up and turned the visor elsewhere. Slowly following the line of sight, Ritska blinked as he saw that Lancelot's gaze was firmly planted towards Mash, who looked rather bemused as to the sudden attention she was receiving. After a few seconds of silence, Ritska turned back to the servant and opened his mouth to speak, but Lancelot beat him to the punch. Bah! This croak was softer than the others and, strangely enough, sounded almost relieved. Though he didn't get much of a chance to think on it further before Lancelot stepped around him and made for the door, Ritska followed his movements as he stepped out of the room and into the hallway, not even stopping to pay attention to the other servants before he left. Slowly scrunching up his expression, he kept his gaze on the door for a few moments, then caught movement out of the corner of his eye and glanced at Astolfo, the paladin similarly looking at the door before he shrugged his shoulders. Another nod to Romani. Light flashed once more. Hey Jean. Hello, master. The blonde stepped forwards, nodding her head to him once, her expression the perfect picture of stoicism. Though it did not last long before a gentle smile crossed over her face as she approached, the flag dissipated into nothing as she extended her hand towards him and took it into her own, bringing her other hand up and placing it on top of the limb and exhaling. I am thankful to the Lord that you are unhurt. This is getting unreal. He muttered to himself, earning a curious look from the woman as she released his hand. He brought his back and placed it on the back of his neck. I'm still alive and you're the ones who died and everyone is just coming forwards and saying, thank goodness you're all right, as though something happened to me. It's just. We perished long ago, master. Jean spoke in a soft tone of voice as she looked at him. Something about her tone captured his attention instantly. We are only echoes of the past come to life. It is people like you, the living. They are the ones to be treasured. Your affection for us is truly gratifying, but do not forget that the dead are just that. As such, though this might be a personal opinion, I will always value the safety of the living over my own. He sniffled. Damn it. The whispered curse slipped from him before he even realized it, the cold pooling up in the corners of his eyes again. Geez, you're gonna get me to start crying now or something. There is no shame in shedding tears for your comrades. Don't say something like that. Ritska wheezed out with a shake of his head and an upturned lip, then I really will cry." Jean at least looked slightly apologetic but still maintained the light-hearted nature to her eyes, watching him for a few seconds in silence before her eyes drifted elsewhere. The smile remained on her face as she spoke. "And Mash, my relief extends to you as well. I am glad that you as well are here to greet me." She stepped towards the Tianger and stopped just in front of her, placing a hand on her shoulder and nodding her head once. "Why yes," Mash looked a little stumped before she recovered, then offered her own smile. "I'm happy to see you as well, Jean-san." Romani started it up again. The flash of light revealed the cloaked figure once again, hood pulled up and concealing the upper half of the face. The indigo-colored lips quirked down for a brief moment, then a slightly puzzled tone of voice rang out. "You called me back." Ritsuka raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, why wouldn't I?" Medea did not answer him immediately. What had him confused was why she sounded so surprised, as though she had not expected to be summoned again at all. It was rather weird for him to see, all things considered, and it made him feel a little strange. Just how did people view him in the first place? First he had to contend with people hiding from him out of fear they would be killed, and now he was dealing with people who thought he would leave them high and dry. Was his impression really that bad? "You're like an open book." He flinched at the exasperated tone of the caster as she floated down towards him. Slowly, she brought her hands up and then clasped at the edge of her hood, pulling it back and revealing her expression. The first thing Ritsuka found himself looking at were her pointed ears, though that was quickly overshadowed by the face of the woman herself. He would not be ashamed to admit he stared for longer than was probably polite, but he was just rather at awe as to how beautiful she was. Medea raised an eyebrow at him after a few moments, her lip twitched ever so slightly before she spoke. Once again, an open book. He winced, though at least she didn't look particularly bothered by his blatant staring, though he could now feel a burning pressure in the side of his head from where he assumed Kiyohime was now staring at him. "Though, if you are going to willingly summon someone like me with the full knowledge of who I am," she trailed off for a few seconds, an odd look passing across her face for a moment before it evened out. For a brief moment, it looked as though she was going to smile at him, but it was barely an instant and her face returned to looking cool and collected. "I can at least answer this level of trust you have placed in me. It seems as though we are to be contracted to one another once more. Master, I would ask you to warn me the next time we do battle with gods." He knew she was joking. He really did. But he couldn't help but grimace and look to the side. It wasn't like she was wrong, but all the same, it was still fresh in his mind. "Medea-san, is that really the sort of thing to be?" "It is genuine advice." The caster interrupted Mash, "And it would seem as though I underestimated the aftermath of the battle on Master," she muttered quietly, just loud enough for him to hear. It did make him feel a little better than she hadn't been intentionally trying to push his buttons, but even still. For him it had only happened yesterday or near enough. He brought his eyes back to Medea, a complicated expression on her face as she spoke further. "Though it seems that I misjudged the time and place for such remarks. I have the sense to apologize for that much." She floated towards him before gradually lowering to the ground. The height difference between them was negligible at best, but just enough for him to notice it. The purple-haired woman thinned her lips for a moment, then walked past him. "I will excuse myself, though I should ask what became of the god." "He's alive." Grunting back to her, he watched her expression fall, which probably made what he was going to say next even worse. "He's being assisted by the dragon who invented magic from his world." "The dragon who invented," cutting herself off sharply, Medea's eyes narrowed and for a moment he thought she was going to make another comment. She visibly held herself back from doing so, closing her eyes and exhaling. "I shall begin my own preparations then and will require a comprehensive understanding of the magic system they use if I am to even begin considering any sort of countermeasures against it, if one can even do such a thing against the equivalent of, no, not even the equivalent, as this is magics from the age of gods, a being of greater mystery and skill than King Solomon." Shaking her head from side to side, she advanced on the door. "I will return to my workshop, provided it is still there." "No one has been in your room." "Good. They would have suffered if they had." She paused for a moment before elaborating. I had several defensive spells layered around the entrance to deter the uninvited from entering. Fair enough. Wait, hand on, how much would they have suffered? Enough. That's not an answer. They would not have died. Please don't start layering the magical equivalent of trip mines around Chaldea. Fine. I shall make it less painful, should that make you more comfortable. The fact she sounded a little exasperated, like she was dealing with a pushy kid, sort of sent him on edge, but then again, apparently mages took their privacy very seriously. At least that's what the director talked about during their lessons together. Without another word, the caster stepped out of the room and disappeared down the hallway. Ritska turned on Romani with a shrug of his shoulders, seeing the slightly alarmed face on the doctor, which was most certainly a result of the news, though it quickly fell away into being less than surprising. He was concerned but not really shocked. Then if even Romani suspected something like this, then it must have been one of those things that was common sense, or thereabouts. He privately noted the newfound importance of knocking on doors. The light flashed again. Dear me, that was a real shock, were the first words out of Arash's mouth as he rolled his shoulder, dissipating his bow and then fixing Ritska with a look after a moment. He was briefly stumped by the sudden serious look in the eyes of the tanned man as he stepped closer to him, soon leaning down and looking him dead in the eyes. Arash's lips thinned and his brows furrowed before his eyes closed, and he leaned back. The easygoing smile returned as though he hadn't done anything. Glad to see you're still alive, master. I mean that too. He pointed squarely towards him with the same smile. Then his eyes turned to the rest of the room, landing first on Kiyohime, where his expression visibly brightened. And I am pleased to see you here before me, little miss. I'd have been quite worried if I showed up and had managed to beat you to the punch, not that there was any doubt in my mind you'd be here first. Bringing his arm back to his side, he placed it on his hip and cracked an almost teasing smile. Ain't that right? Kiyohime didn't respond for a few seconds, then her lips turned into a rather bright smile. I am pleased to see that my affection for Anshin-sama is noticed so clearly. You have rather keen eyes, and it is agreeable to see someone of good manners returned along with me as well. I would be saddened if Anshin-sama was lacking in reliable servants. Ha ha. Laughing rather boisterously, Arash stepped forwards and jerked a thumb towards Jean. I'd say I'm not alone in that category, right Jean? I would like to think so. Jean replied with her own little cool smile, though, I am certain that even some of the reliable servants have their own brief moments of enthusiasm that might be considered eccentric. No kidding. Ritska felt his heart lighten at the banter, though it was intermingled with the bemusement of the situation. The sheer implausibility of it all. They were just laughing and joking as though nothing had happened. They all clearly remembered it, and yet they didn't seem to be affected at all. Even if they all died before, that couldn't have been the only answer, surely. It wasn't like all deaths were the same. Ujimaru-kun. He jumped at the echoing voice around him, glancing to the side and seeing Romani looking at him through the window, waving his hand with a concerned look on his face. Are you all right? You're not feeling too tired, are you? No, just a little emotional is all. Shaking his head from side to side, he wiped the underside of his nose on his sleeve and gestured to the panel once again. Romani hesitated for only a moment before he complied, but he did also catch the concerned glance that Mash was sending his way. I'm fine. Honest, it's not related to my physical health. Just something that's bugging me is all. Mash looked pensive, though nodding her head faintly after a second. The worried look still remained on her face. It was probably still being aimed at the back of his head as he turned away from her and nodded one final time. There was just one more servant they were due to return. Much as he would have liked to get those he met in the Singularities, he wasn't going to try and push his luck with summoning more. Namely because that would bring quite an upset to the director. The light flashed through the room for the final time. A figure sauntered out of it with the same cocky smirk on his face that he usually wore, red spear draped across his shoulder blades with both his arms up and hooked over it to keep in place. The blue-haired lancer gave out a low whistle, Red eyes looked him up and down before Cu nodded his head approvingly. I have to say, Master, wasn't expecting to see you alive, but I am never one to deny being pleasantly surprised. If you're here and kicking, then that means you won. Ritska thinned his lips. He's still alive. And, Cu raised an eyebrow at him, looking confused. A god sets out to kill you and you somehow survive. I'd say that's a victory far beyond what pretty much anyone else can say. He lowered his left arm and brought his hand forwards to point at him. You're alive and kicking. So what if he's still alive as well? Just gives you the chance to kick his head in the next time you meet. He paused for a moment, then rolled his neck, and just for the record, I'd love a crack at them as well. He felt a mixture of shock and bewilderment at how nonchalant Cu was. Sure, he was aware of the personality of the Lancer, but this took it to a whole new level. Was he just not affected by the fact he had literally died? Was everyone else just writing off what happened and carrying on as though it never occurred? How was he the only one who seemed to be making a big deal out of this? And that looks like the last of. Romanes began to speak, then abruptly cut himself off and fell silent. The sudden pause brought a raising of his brows and turning his head to look at the doctor through the window. Immediately catching sight of the troubled expression on the face of the man as he stared at the computer screens. His eyes widening for a moment before his jaw visibly clenched. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, what? The summoning circle is activating again. He visibly winced, looking up and continuing on. Same situation as the director it seems, but that should have been a 1 in a million chance, happening twice in a row. This is outright. The pillar of light shooting up from the pad cut the doctor off, and the intensity of it had Ritska take several steps backwards and bring up his hand to block out the light, wincing the whole time he did so. Probably worse for Cu, who had been standing directly next to the pad at the summoning, though a scuffing sound and a brief glance revealed the Lancer now stood in front of him with the spear at the ready. As the light faded, there was a subtle pressure that flooded the room, a sense of something great now standing opposite him. A shadow fell over his vision, blocking out the light as the smoke dissipated. Bringing his hand down, what greeted Ritska first and foremost was the very large shape of the newly summoned servant, towering over everyone else in the room as they took a single step forwards, an echo drumming around the moment they did so, followed by another step. Fluttering white hair, a pronged crown, a chestplate made of dark-scaled material and a weapon, a cross between a spear and a sword held in their right hand. The dull golden eyes of Farum looked down on him instantly, the rest of his expression hidden behind a scarf, but that did nothing to conceal the hard look in his eyes. The god said nothing for only a few seconds, but when he spoke it drowned out everything else in the room. It would seem as though you have finally called me forth, young warrior. Taking in a deep breath, the pressure seemingly abated and Ritska realized he could finally breathe again. The look slowly softened as the god tilted his head to the side, seemingly looking him over for a moment and then sweeping his eyes over the rest of the room. So many faces that are so familiar and so new. I dare not believe this was a welcome for my arrival, in light of its abrupt nature. He paused for a moment, then took a step to the side and aimed his eyes onto the pad. On that topic, Ritska had barely a moment to ask what he was waiting for. The summoning pad flashed once more and light shot into the sky. He supposed this was what happened when you tried to summon specific servants. Sure, there was a chance you would get the servant, but you were still putting out a call to the throne. Anyone listening in would sense it as well. The light faded once more, the pressure resumed but different. There was a gentle calming nature to it, as though he was back home once more, but it didn't feel sudden like it did with Guinevere. It felt slow, reassuring. His eyes focused on the man who stood about the same height as Cu Chalain. The Lancer took in a sharp breath immediately after the man stepped forwards, and Ritska focused his eyes on the rather plain-looking man. With dark leather trousers and thick black boots, over the top of his body was a chainmail cuirass, a thick belt around his waist upon which was a sheath and a sword placed within, on the right side of his body. His right arm was toned, with a decent amount of muscle upon it. The left arm was rather unusual. Especially in the sense that it looked as though it was completely fashioned from metal, a gleaming shine to it which gave it the appearance of being unnaturally polished. The man took a step forwards, inhaling and then exhaling, a rather tranquil expression on his face as his dull red eyes swept over them, blonde hair tied back into a ponytail which looked to extend down his back. His eyes lingered on Ritska for a moment, then turned on Cu Chulainn. His expression shifted for a moment before recognition flickered through his eyes. This sensation, the man muttered in a warm voice, sounding nostalgic. That's the feeling of love upon you, and yet, he brought his left hand up and rubbed his squared chin. The rather handsome man paused for a moment, then a small smile slowly spread across his lips. Aha! You must be his son, Satanta. Yes, you have his eyes, they burn with much the same fire as his. Just like that, his attention flickered back to Ritska with a troubled look. Dear me, I overlooked my manners and neglected my host. That was unbecoming of me. Bringing his silver arm up, he placed it against his heart and bowed in greeting. For the life of him, he didn't understand the bug-eyed look that Cu was giving him, nor the way his eyes kept darting to the sword on the man's hip. I shall greet you well, Ritska Fujimaru. I shall introduce myself and apologize for my uninvited visit. I am Nuada, former king of the Tuatha De Danann. Now Mash was hyperventilating behind him and he felt like he was missing something. The man rose back up, then stepped forwards and extended his normal hand towards him, all while maintaining his genial smile. Though I would much prefer we treat one another as equals, as we are all warriors under the same banner now. In which case, you may call me Nud, as it is the name of, well, myself, in a sense at least. There was an almost playful twinkle in his eye. Ritska stared at the hand, then back at the man. He certainly felt like he was a god, but the way he approached him and spoke was rather innocent, all things considered. Therefore, with an internal shrug, he extended his own hand to the man and clasped it. Though the grip was tight, it wasn't uncomfortable, shaking his hand up and down. Now then, the expression of Nuada turned serious. I understand humanity is in peril and I am here to offer whatever aid I can. What the fuck? He barely heard Cu's shocked whisper over everything else, still shaking the hand of the man, the god, in front of him who looked to be as far from all the gods he had met thus far as he could get. For one thing, he wasn't absurdly tall, and for another, he didn't invite the same manner of overwhelming presence as everyone else. Come now, Satanta. Nud paused for a moment, then frowned. Though, do you have qualms if I call you by that name? I understand you go by the name Cu Chulainn, do you not? Is there one of them that you have a preference for? Ritska blinked, then turned to look at the lancer, then blinked again at the dumbfounded expression, as though he wasn't quite sure what to make of what was going on. Opening and closing his mouth several times before he eventually spoke up, his voice cracking at the start. Why you, Cu Chulainn works fine. I see. Nud nodded his head up and down. I apologize if I came across as disrespectful to you. Nah, muttering the answer, Cu slowly shook his head from side to side and then slowly aimed his eyes down. Then he turned his eyes onto Ritska and the boy found himself somewhat bewildered by the sudden look in his eyes. I don't know how you manage this, but, good work. Ritska could only furrow his brows, now certain he was missing something. Don't worry about it, son. Nud reassured him as he released his hand. The slightly taller man offered him a comforting pat on the shoulder. I'm certain that those who are aware of me will explain it to you rather swiftly. I can see the young girl behind you is positively leaping up and down with excitement, he finished with an amused smile on his face. Turning around, Ritska looked towards Mash and sure enough she was virtually shaking as she stared at Nud with wide eyes. Senpai, he is, Nuada Ergetlam is the first king of the Irish gods. He blinked, then turned back to the man in front of him, then blinked again. Then looked at the hand he had just shook. Then found himself blinking again. Hello there. He dumbly spoke, but it was the only thing he could think to say. Nud just chuckled at him. I've told you, I'm not the king of the Tuatha De Danann anymore, there's no reason to treat me as anyone special. No one special, he says, he heard Cu mutter behind him incredulously. All right, Ritska nodded his head, then turned towards Farum, who had remained silent during the rather sudden proceedings. He thinned his lips as he stared up at the former war god. He knew for a fact there was no love lost between himself and Gwyn, but at the same time, he didn't know how he was going to react to Gwyndolin and Guinevere, neither of whom seemed to view him in a particularly good light either. "Hello again, young warrior." Farum greeted him with a nod of the head, humming in such a way that sounded like a car starting. "I wonder, what has happened since we last met? Your eyes have aged faster than your face. Thus, it seems you have grown, if just a little." It did sound like a compliment, but he wasn't sure how to take it. So he just made a small noise of affirmation and nodded his head. "Is it not the custom of a host to show his guests their abode? I realize our arrival was unannounced, but I sensed the call and answered, and this time it felt pressing." Ritska snorted. You don't know the half of it." Though if there was one thing he was certain of, it was that the director wasn't going to be very happy with the fact he accidentally summoned 2 new servants when he was supposed to be taking it easy. And, indeed, Nud Nuada, the original Ergetlim himself, he's an OC servant, or is he? Nud Nuada, servant, saber, strength, B+, endurance, B+, agility, B+, mana, A, luck, B. Noble Phantasm, A+. Ergetlim, the silver arm of the throne, A++. Anti-unit, max target, 1, max range, 0. The silver arm Ergetlim, made for Nuada to serve as proof that he was eligible for kingship once more. Using this arm reenacts that aspect of his myth. In doing so, he is physically blessed by the power of his old self once more. His physical stats are increased by a magnitude of 3 during this period, but he burns through a much higher level of magical energy as a result. Clyome Soleil, Sword of Shining Light, A+. Anti-army, max target, 600, max range, 1 to 50. The Sword of Light, the weapon said to be the origin of Excalibur. While this is certainly not true, it serves as proof of concept for holy swords in the eyes of general history. The light of the weapon burns bright in the presence of evil, but it is more than that. The wielder of the weapon will see the weak spot of their foe and know precisely where to strike. Light will surge from the blade to this point, to strike this weak spot. At its maximum, they shall become individual beams of shining light, rays which burst from the sword and strike the targets. Class skills. Divine core of a god, A. Has excellent compatibility with his host, especially since they are functionally the same individual. Magic resistance, A. Riding, B. Personal skills. Wisdom of the hunt, B+. His knowledge of the hunting god has translated over quite well, enough to the point this composite skill is present. He is granted tactics of exceeding quality when in the woodlands and even outside of it of rank B. This knowledge can also be bestowed upon allied servants, granting them the sight of how best to navigate the forests in search of quarry. It also grants him a presence detection within the woodlands of equal rank, allowing him to track down those with rank C and below presence concealment swiftly. Waters of the Nodens, B. The healing waters of the Nodens, regardless of the source, Nud can turn whatever water he blesses into a powerful healing liquid, able to restore even the most grievous wounds. King of the Tuatha De Danann, A. Composite skill. The first king of the gods and one of the wisest rulers they had. His is a presence to inspire confidence within even the most dire of circumstances. Beyond this, his power as a warrior was truly exceptional to the point where it required Balur of the Evil Eye to slay him. Mind's Eye, Fake, is granted at equal rank to skill. Summoning. Servant, Saber. Nud Nuada, though you can just call me Nud. I would quite prefer that. My time as a king has been and gone, and my host has a preference for being humble of his abilities. Or should I say, I have a preference for it. Does that confuse you? Do not worry about it, merely an inside joke you might say. Dialogue 1. I'm glad to see that there are such warm and welcoming spirits. It does my heart good to see that you surround yourself with those of decent manners. Dialogue 2. My host. Yes, it would seem that the origin of gods is rather different. While the version of me who originated from pan-human history was indeed a god, it would seem that the version of me who did not was human. Incredible to consider, isn't it? Therefore with this summoning we are both granted a unique perspective and are all the better for it. Dialogue 3. Master, I've noticed that you have fewer breaks than you should. Speaking as both a former king and a servant, I would encourage you to take some much-needed rest. Dying from overworking would be an embarrassing way to go. Dialogue 4. If you have Kintoki. A dragon who thought himself into becoming human. I know of such things done in reverse, but to see something like this firsthand. Incredible, he feels completely human as well. Who am I to treat him differently? Haha, yes. Golden indeed, son. Golden indeed. Dialogue 5. If you have Minamoto no Raiko. I seem to get along well with Raiko. I suppose we have some things in common. Such as, well, we were both parents. Oh, does that not surprise you? I suppose I still let my parental nature slip through every now and again, don't I? A doting parent, well, I've certainly never been called that before. Dialogue 6. If you have Boudica. The pain of losing a child is never easy and it is never something that can be overcome. We can make peace with it, but the pain lingers on even after that. The fury that followed, it is not one I can accept but I can understand. I am pleased to see she let the anger go, at least. She does not deserve to be burdened with that hatred. Dialogue 7. If you have Gilgamesh. The child of gods with the all-seeing eyes. Yes, I have made an effort to avoid them. On account of their eyes. Not so much. Merely that I fear I would let my parental habits slip even around him, and I believe we could all do without the conflict of what would arise, couldn't we? Dialogue 8. If you have Guinevere. I have a great swell of pity for this goddess. She is ignorant of even her own abuse and blindly inflicts it upon others. We can think poorly of her actions, but it is akin to a flame. It does not know better. Her father made her a flame and that can be pitied. Dialogue 9. If you have child servants. There you are. I don't suppose you've seen the young ones about, have you? They made me promise to read them a story and it's getting close to the time. On that note, do you have any recommendations? I have a few stories I would like to read them, but I am puzzled by this new age rating the modern world has. I feel as though we might have a different definition of parental guidance. Dialogue 10. If you have Fyun. There is the High King now and nope. Don't try and downplay your efforts. Just because there was no ceremony does not make you any less of a High King, Fyun. Be proud of your achievements, I am. Dialogue 11. If you have Scathach. I should have figured you would track me down eventually. I know what it is you seek, Queen of Dunscaith. A duel against the fabled Sword of Light, am I correct? Well, I suppose agreeing to a spar would certainly be possible, but I fear we might both become too invested in it. Destroying the training room would be rather selfish of us, would it not? Dialogue 12. If you have Bedivere. The Ergetlam, is it? Well, who is to say whether it is or is not the silver arm? It is an arm blessed with divine power and bestows strength to the wielder, much like my own. In that case, how could it not be the Ergetlam, though I must say, Sir Bedivere, you wield it very well. Do not forget that. Dialogue 13. If you have divine spirits. So I am not the only god to walk the halls of Chaldea. That is fine as well. In a way, it is gratifying to see so many gathered under a single banner. Humans, gods, demons, dragons and even those of metal bodies. This truly is a diverse court of warriors, is it not? Dialogue 14. If you have berserker servants. Berserkers, losing oneself to insanity in any capacity is troubling to behold. Yet they all seem to be placated in service to you. They are not tormented by their madness as they would be. Whether you realize it or not, you have done them a great boon. Do not forget that. Dialogue 15. If you have Morgan Le Fay. Your wife, is it, Well, if you make each other happy then I suppose I don't have room to complain. Though I have to say, that business with her daughter, she is a single mother. Are you fine with marrying into that so late into the development of the child? I was married, well, I wasn't really married but we did have a child together. I can provide advice if you. Why are you making that face? This is decent enough advice. I'm not doting, I am just making sure you're happy. Likes. What do I like? You've put me on the spot here. I enjoy spending time with you, and the others around Chaldea. The moments of short rest and comfort are enough for me. Hates. A strong emotion. Something that is unforgivable. For me, it would be to lose sight of oneself. Ironically, I hate those who become blind with fury. No, perhaps hate is the wrong word as it is not always their choice. I hate what they have become, not who they are. Wish for the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail, I have not much interest in such a thing at the moment. Yet, I cannot say such a thing will remain true forever. Such is the fate of being an all-powerful wish granter. Standing before it, it is troubling to think of just one wish. But, well, maybe I do have one but perhaps later. Bond level 1. I see that things are going well for you. Good, good. I'm glad to hear it. Do not hesitate to speak if there is anything the matter. Bond level 2 if male. Everything is going well. That's good, that's good. On another topic, I've noticed that some of the female servants seem to have taken quite a liking to you. I just want you to know that if there is ever any advice you need you don't want to talk about this further. Why not? Some of these women seem very lovely, I'm certain you'd make a great couple. Bond level 2 if female. Some of these male servants have been looking at you intently, just watch out for those with silver tongues. I've been sure to keep my eye on most of them and steer away the worst offenders and Why are you getting so annoyed? What do you mean I'm being meddlesome? While I'm just looking out for your romantic life. I don't want you to get strung along. Bond level 3. Have you thought about going to one of those minute singularities for some break time? What do I mean? Well, I am a god of the hunt as well. I thought we could go and do something together. Perhaps a spot of fishing by a stream, or setting up some traps in the woods to catch rabbits. How does that sound? Bond level 4 if male. I know you said to drop it but I decided to have a talk with some of the women around Chaldea and I think I've managed to arrange you with a couple of dates. Now, before you start panicking, don't worry. It's nothing exceedingly romantic, in fact they can barely even be called dates. Just friendly get-togethers between the two of you, over dinner. During the evening. How does that sound? You look rather cross right now. Bond level 4 if female. Quote. I shall start by saying I think of you as if you were my own daughter. So to that end I recognize that you will want the freedom to court whomever you wish to court and that is something I shall, begrudgingly, accept. To that end, I have compiled a list of names of acceptable suitors for you. The names that are crossed off are very big no's. Now, if you would like some advice on the interests of each candidate, I would be more than willing to grant it. Why Santo, do not throw your pillow at me, young lady. I'm doing this out of I am not embarrassing you. What's embarrassing about helping your love life? Bond level 5. I think of you as my own child, though I probably wasn't the best parent in the past. You think I'm being too harsh? Well, perhaps I am right but I had no idea what I was doing when I was raising them and before I knew it they rushed off into the big wild world to make something of themselves. I suppose it's a case of what I could have done differently. Well, I'm glad to be here for you and you think I'd make a good father, that is, thank you for telling me that. Birthday. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear The cake. I asked the kitchen staff to make it. The singing. Isn't this what normally happens on birthdays? Did you not want a cake? Oh, you're fine with the cake, it's just the singing is a bit much. During an event. If you're going to go out there, you'd better bring protection. Here's a shield, peef the ha. Come on now, that was a funny one, you must admit. Alright, I'll come with you. Besides, this looks like it could be a spot of fun. First ascension. I'm a firm believer in simple things, so don't expect me to run around with one of those overly exaggerated outfits. Second ascension. Another ascension. I'm grateful you show me this level of trust and the metal breastplate. Yes, I do have one now. Why does it look like Fyun's? Well, that's just a matter of due respect. Third Ascension. The blue cape. Yes, I am wearing one. It's not overly indulgent, it is just a scrap of cloth around my shoulder. This is not me going back on my words, I am still wearing a very simple attire. It gets the point across, and does it truly matter? Fourth Ascension. So you took me to the extreme, did you? My thanks for this, truly. I'll be certain to work with you to the best of my abilities. That much I can promise you that. Family, Part 2. Even before he asked anything, he knew that there was something different with this Chaldea, from the last time they had met one another, and it was not simply that the boy had a matured aura around him. It came as expected, however, that something would have changed the longer this campaign of theirs progressed. Yet that look in his eyes, there was an edge to it that was only forged through the most painful of battles. His eyes lingered on the back of He-Boy's head, then slowly moved towards the small procession that now accompanied them as they wandered through the halls. It was certainly a far cry from the spacious land of Archdragon Peak, but they never had much in the way of an interior, if at all. It did remind him of some of the Snake Men homes, the small hallways and doors that he couldn't fit through then and was barely capable of managing now. Ducking down was rather awkward, for lack of a better word, but so long as he did not mention it, no one else seemed to be in a rush to do so. More to the point, drawing attention to it would only serve to be a fool's errand, given that nothing could be done about it even if they did make an idle comment to his large height. Returning to the topic of the young warrior in front of him, they had not spoken much of a word since he first arrived and offered the tour. He could not conclude a single reason as to why that might have been, but he could conclude of several. As he mentioned, his summoning had been something he forced upon them, merely taking advantage of the call across the throne of heroes and latching onto it. He had sensed someone else following him, which evidently turned out to be another god, and judging by the power they exuded, a rather potent one at that. Speaking of the blonde god, there was something rather jarring about them. Apparently they had been a king of the gods for their own pantheon, and yet they did not carry themselves in anything even resembling the same manner of dominance as his own father. In fact, were it not for their attire, he might well have thought they held a similar role to that of his mother, where their role was less direct. Possible but still unusual, their mannerisms and their speech, they were all rather simple. As though he was speaking as a common man and not as a king and a god. He privately noted to keep an eye on the curious individual that was Nuada, or Nut as they asked to be called. It did not sound as though it was much of a difference in names to him, but if that was what they preferred, he was not going to make a pointless argument out of something like that. Besides, he had assumed different names in the past, so it was hardly as though he was one to speak of it. A faint feeling brought his eyes to his left side, briefly making eye contact with the blonde cleric, who rapidly averted her gaze from him. He knew enough about those manner of looks. She had been sizing him up as innocently as she could. She had also been rather decent at it, but that was expected for one of the clerics. Besides, he recalled her in battle against her alternate self. That had been a rather brutal affair, and she had shown her own skill. If they were still dubious as to his nature because of their previous battles, he could understand that much. He had been their enemy and now appeared to them under the guise of an ally. Expecting them to immediately take him at his word would be rather foolish, and it was hardly as though he could be expected to honor his words. Especially not since they knew his identity. If he could betray his own family, then he could certainly end up betraying them over his own morals, but he wasn't going to apologize for that. Though there was something that had piqued his interest. You spoke of visiting another human, your superior. He briefly frowned at the sudden echo of his voice bouncing around the walls. The volume was loud enough that those around him reacted to it. He privately noted to lower his tone for the next time he spoke. It had been quite a while since he had been in halls to speak. Most dialogue he conducted was in the open and at high altitudes. Shouting was really the only way to get one's words across. Ah, right, yes, the boy nodded his head up and down, letting out a faint breath as he did so and gesturing with his hand. Your summoning was a surprise, so I've got to let her know first, just because I am supposed to be recovering from, the boy trailed off, something off about his tone of voice as he stopped himself speaking. Farum would be the first to admit that he was something of an amateur in regards to the nuances of court and social encounters, but even he could tell that the young human in front of him was hiding something, and by the silence of those around him, it was something that everyone save him was aware of. He wasn't sure whether it was just distrust or something more confidential. Either way, he played the part and nodded his head in understanding. A warrior is only as dangerous as his body. If it is in poor shape, then the whole shall suffer as a result. Take your time in recovering. The other human, the older man with the pinkish red hair, turned on him with a clear look of surprise, as though he hadn't been expecting him to say something like that. It might have been the look on his face, or it might have been the fact he made a blatant show of doubting his words, but Farum found his eyes hardening as he looked at the man, frowning deeply behind his scarf. With the instincts expected of a cornered animal, the man clearly caught on to the look he was receiving and promptly turned himself back around without saying a word. A quiet hum to himself, and he reverted his eyes back to the young human, only to pause when he caught Nud giving him the side eye from over his shoulder, an indecipherable expression on his face, but if he had to guess, it was disapproving. He stared right back, matching the blank look on the face of the smaller god with one of his own. He wasn't going to apologize for doing nothing wrong. The humans were free to doubt his words, but he would prefer they not do so to his face in such a disrespectful manner, as though he was incapable of providing sound advice. Though on another topic, I cannot help but notice that she did not encounter me during your battle in France. That was something rather unusual for him. Bringing his hand up, he clasped the underside of his chin and hummed to himself as his mind recalled the events of the battle. He was aware of the encounter with the master and the battle between Storm and the servants, but he did not know of a second human master present at the time, or any other human who was affiliated with Chaldea. Unless she had been with the army. Was she elsewhere, fighting the Wyvern forces? No, the director wasn't in France. He stopped walking, something that quickly spread across the group as they similarly halted their momentum and turned to him, each of them wearing slightly puzzled expressions. Perhaps he had made a show of his surprise, but he couldn't quite help it. From what the boy had just told him, they were following someone who didn't even appear on the battlefield alongside them. No, it was too soon for him to start making such rash accusations without more evidence, and there could have been other factors involved. After all, what good was a leader who did not command with example? How could anyone actually respect someone who would not enter the battlefield but command others to do so in their stead? That would be downright shameful for any leader of a force like this. His eyes swept over the assembled faces before he nodded his head up and down. Was she injured? To his great relief, the young girl with pink hair, the shielder if he recalled her face correctly, nodded her head up and down with a moderately troubled expression. Clearly the memory of the incident was concerning for her, or had left an impression in her mind. It must have been exceedingly brutal for her to be so visibly troubled by it. The director had only recently awoken from an injury, yes. She was commanding us throughout the Singularity after she awoke, though. That is good. He resumed walking once more. The others were still for but a moment before they followed after him. The young human boy jolted into movement as well and carried on in his leading throughout the halls. A slightly puzzled look on his face, but he didn't appear to be speaking aloud. Though, there is another matter. Gwyndolin is still here, isn't he? Yeah, Ritska replied to him with a visible wince. Farum could understand the reaction. It was hardly as though his brother made it a secret that he held some distaste for him. He had made a public enough show of it during their first reunion after so very many long years. He's very withdrawn. Farum nearly stopped walking a second time. Of all the jokes the human could have told, that was certainly one of the most out there he had ever heard of in his life. Gwyndolin, withdrawn. He very nearly burst into laughter then and there. Sure, Gwyndolin might not have been as extroverted as Guinevere or Filianor, but he was certainly not withdrawn. He couldn't count the number of times he had caught his youngest sibling following him around and trying to loudly demand to be taught in the art of combat, or using his illusions to make himself a little trickster. The pranks his younger brother got up to, he and Filianor were truly a disastrous pair when it came to that manner of thing. Of course Guinevere would encourage them, but that was just so they wouldn't target her. She was rather clever like that. It didn't always work, but it worked enough times for them to make him their favorite target. Chuckling to himself quietly, he shook his head from side to side. He's been that great of a nuisance, has he? He paused, then swept his eyes over the assembled servants. I don't suppose he has made one of you his new target for practical jokes. He was always rather skilled at those. Dead silence. Then the human with pink hair gave him a look as though he just told him the sky was actually an ocean. Are we talking about Linny here? Because I feel like we might be talking about two different people who have the same sort of name. I mean, he doesn't feel like the sort of guy who would play pranks to me. He paused for a moment, then put on a thoughtful face. But now that I think about it, he would probably be really good at it with those illusions of his. Making you walk into doors that aren't actually there, or hiding wet floor signs and causing you to slip over. Farum just blinked at the paladin, then gradually furrowed his brows, an unease settling into his heart. You jest, surely. Gwyndolin was something of an attention seeker in all manner of ways. He would never be withdrawn. He turned his head towards the young human and saw the exact same look of confusion and downright surprise on his face. Farum felt his lips pull themselves down as he stared at the expression. They genuinely had no idea what he was talking about. And that meant that, withdrawn, you say, he muttered to himself, glancing away from the young human and exhaling. I see. I suppose he would have lost that pranking streak of his eventually, wouldn't he? One of those things he would grow out of, but still, a shame. I think I might have grown to miss his pranks. Ritska and the Shielder exchanged a glance between one another before the former spoke up. I'm not quite sure about that. Farum felt his ears perk up. I do recall he once made Ash think that someone called Artorias was actually a shameless womanizer who spent all his time getting drunk and sleeping with everyone in the city. Farum scoffed mirthfully, caught between shock that Gwyndolin would actually say something like that and amusement at the mental image that brought to him. The Artorias he knew would barely have gotten to within a foot of a woman, and even if he did, he suspected the Wolf Knight would have tripped over his own tongue long before he even saw the entrance to her bed chambers. Yet it was that little thing. Perhaps there was something left of Gwyndolin after all. The thought was rather relieving to him. The worries his sudden betrayal might have truly damaged Gwyndolin seemed to be unsubstantiated. I do not suppose we are the first gods to have arrived. He opted to change the subject away from Gwyndolin specifically. Whether or not he was concerned for his younger brother was something he didn't have much of a right to trouble himself over. He had taken the choice to leave his family as a whole. Trying to make contact with them after so long would only bring more pain to the situation. Ritska paused for a brief instant, but only for an instant. Farum caught the sudden jolt and the apprehension that flooded his face. One that was shared by the young girl standing to his side. The confusion returned, followed by a frown behind his mask. Sparing a look towards Nud, he watched his fellow divine similarly catch the move with a troubled expression on his face. Though he was quicker to recover. If the topic troubles you that deeply, son, Nud began with a shake of the head, we can shelve it for another time. You seem to have more than enough ails on your mind without us adding more to them, yes. The latter was directed towards him personally. Farum was silent for a moment, then nodded his head. His fellow god spoke sense, yet phrasing it as a suggestion was rather novel. The boy let out a breath. No, you'll find out sooner or later, and you did ask, so I might as well. Scratching the back of his neck, he answered them. We've got Caffrey, she's a goddess of luck. My niece. I remember. The boy blinked at the interruption, then gave him a questioning look. We met briefly during your little tournament, though she is not aware of my relation to her, and I would prefer it be kept that way. The look on his face gradually shifted into a touch of understanding. Yeah, well, you know about Gwyndolin as well, but recently Guinevere and Velka arrived. His mind ground to a halt as the names registered within him, then he found his thoughts trying and failing to restart themselves several times. Unsure of how much time outside had passed, all he was aware of was that he had stopped moving. Swallowing thickly, he eventually mustered up the strength to speak up. My mother is here. Yeah. I see. Clearing his throat, he bit his lower lip and glanced to the side. Facing her again after so long was something he was not looking forward to. If only because he was unsure how he would be able to look her in the eyes after what happened. Facing Gwyn during the betrayal had been hard enough, but he had never seen his mother's reaction to his actions, and that had been a blessing. Though, he should have known that it was something he could not outrun forever. Guinevere does not surprise me though. He mused with a twitch of his lip and a shake of his head. She's the sort that cannot leave well enough alone. Always willing to throw herself into problems in order to make sure everyone comes out all right. He couldn't say for certain why he was being so open with all of this, but it just felt natural to him. The chance to actually see his siblings again, at least from a distance. Even if they did hate him, that was fine so long as they were all right. Careful about her, though. I would pass along a warning in regards to her personality. She can be rather attached to those she cares about, to the point of, well, mothering, for lack of a better word. I don't suppose she's tried that on any of you yet. Silence once again. This is becoming a concerning pattern. Someone cleared their throat. His eyes turned to the cleric as she stared up at him with a difficult expression, though there was something in his eyes that looked sympathetic. Forgive me if this might sound rude, but you have not been in contact with your family for many long years, have you? No, I have not. It was hardly as though it was much of a secret, but at the same time he did not see what that had to do with anything. From what he heard from having his ear to the ground, Gwyndolin was still governing in Orlando, which was impressive, and he was rather proud of his brother for achieving that, and Guinevere was moving from kingdom to kingdom and ensuring they were prospering. Though I suppose some growth is to be expected, after all. Waving his hand, he let out a breath and placed it on his hips. Guinevere was always a bit smarter than I was, acting as though she was the eldest, so, He paused, frowning for a moment as he considered their reactions. He studied them closely and watched as each of them seemed to wince at the mention of his younger sister. A concerning reaction, at least from those who seemed to know her. That being the blonde cleric and the two humans, everyone else looked just as confused as he did. My mother used to be rather intrusive and a touch demanding. Has Guinevere inherited that from her? She's still rather. Ritzka's expression turned complicated as he brought his hands up and rubbed the front of his face. Breathing in and then exhaling through his nose in a clear sign of helplessness. Ferrum felt his brows furrow deeply at the move which was now playing upon his mind even more. The reaction was deeply concerning. Surely Guinevere had not changed that much since their time away from one another. Had the humor and goodwill been bled from her in his absence? His stomach started to twist itself into knots while his face remained blank. Everything he heard in regards to his siblings had seemed to be moderately acceptable to his ears. He at least kept an awareness of their activities, and nothing had sounded concerning to him, though he never did catch any mentions of Filianor, not even from travelers across the world. That always troubled him. She's lost her humor, hasn't she? Far too serious. That was the worst-case scenario. She always had a grin that could brighten the room. Even when he was still the air, they called her sunlight purely for her nature. A radiance as brilliant and soothing as their father. He did not want to imagine what she looked like without her humor. Yet if she had been raised as the successor in his absence, then it was a very real possibility. Their father rarely smiled on the outside. He could see Guinevere inheriting that. It's not. Ritzka tried and failed to reply to him, seemingly at a loss for words. Perhaps it would be best that this discussion is continued elsewhere. His eyes turned to Nud once more, expression stony as he first stared at Ritzka and then towards him. It would seem as though the answer is complicated. Yes, of course. He rumbled a reply, waving his hand to the young master. I got far too ahead of myself at the mention of my siblings. It has been many long cycles since we last had the chance to meet one another, and he fell silent, closing his eyes and nodding his head up and down. And if I am to fight with them once more, I would be curious to hear of what became of them and how their lives were. Someone made a noise. A tanned man in green steel looked up at him with a furrowed brow. I'd ask why you couldn't speak to them yourself, but I've got a feeling that if such a thing were possible, you would not be in such a state. He trailed off for a moment, then winced and offered an apologetic smile. Sorry if that seems a little blunt. Bringing up the flat of his hand, he cut the warrior off. No, the fault lies with me in being too transparent. Lowering the hand, he carried on. And on the topic of your statement, you are quite correct. I doubt any of them would give me the time of day to discuss the past. Even if they did, I suspect it would only be centered around my betrayal of them. I have likely wounded them in my desertion. To come before them now and speak so warmly, it would be insulting. Worse than that, it would be, he could not express it with words. It would be a betrayal all over again, to come before them after so many long years and pretend as though nothing had ever happened. Worse, he wasn't entirely sure how he was supposed to look at his siblings and even speak to them. He could avoid them, that was his talent, after all. Ritska finally was able to muster up the ability to speak. Just don't expect Guinevere to be the same as you remember her, all right. It felt as though he was getting half a conversation with the implications being none too pleasing, yet he could accept that he wasn't going to get all the answers he wanted at the moment. Getting this many answers from his new comrades already felt as though they had been rather placating to his demands. She did not look angry, but there was clear concern in her eyes. That was the conclusion that Nud had reached within seconds of meeting the woman by the name of Olga Marie Animosphere. The experience of Nuada came with knowing the signs of stress upon a face, and this woman was practically cloaking herself in them to anyone who had the sense to see them. Her amber eyes moved between himself and God just behind him, then gradually returned to his new master. Again, she had been silent while Ritska had explained the situation to her, though he knew that she was physically holding herself back from a reaction. Once Ritska had finished speaking, she took in a long breath through her nose and slowly leaned back into her chair, wood creaking as she put more weight into it. Hands rested on the arms of the chair, her lips remained taut into a line, the faint inclinations of her jaw gradually clenching and unclenching. She opened her mouth with a click, then turned her head in the direction of the strawberry-haired man by the name of Romani Archaman. The healer visibly grimaced at falling under her line of sight and turned his eyes away from her much like a scolded child. That Nud could tell she was his younger by at least 10 years spoke volumes. A similar instance to what occurred with Berserker earlier. The tone of Olga was bereft of emotion, a detached nature to it which worked well to disguise the concern she was feeling. The woman was quite the open book, whether she realized it or not. At the nod of the healer, she continued on. In which case, there is little for me to be frustrated over, especially given the impossibility of, that word is no longer applicable, she muttered with a trace of irritation. The implausibility of events, I shall correct myself. That aside, what is the state of Fujimaru's well-being? I feel fine. Ritska attempted to speak on his own behalf, though was promptly silenced by the sharp look being aimed at him. Nud felt his lips pull up into a minuscule smile as a pang of amusement shot through him. Either she did not trust the opinion of Ritska when it came to his own health, or she wished to defer to an actual professional in the arts of healing. Romani cleared his throat. Physically, he is fine. Though summoning 2 powerful divine spirits in a row will probably have him feeling a little bit tired than he would have. The healer was quiet for a moment before adding on. Though he won't have any medical worries to speak of, the retrieval of the casualties went without problems, incident of the new arrivals aside, that is. Seemingly mollified by the answer she received, the woman gave a single nod of the head, but Nud quickly caught the flash of relief through her eyes before it disappeared, replaced by the serious expression once more as her eyes returned to Ritska. The boy remained silent as she looked him up and down, then fell onto the other servant he had been summoned with. I am going to assume you are aware of the presence of your siblings. I am hoping that discord between you will be kept at a minimum. The very last thing Chaldea needs is a squabble between divine spirits. Nud blinked twice, then gradually raised an eyebrow at her manner of speaking. While he was in no mood for reverence, he wasn't quite expecting the woman to approach them with such a casual attitude. Though her concerns were quite valid in some sense, he supposed. All the same, calling it a squabble would be to downplay it. Perhaps it was just him getting worked up over nothing. While you are quite within your rights to be worried over fallout between the siblings, I would not degrade a complex issue between them to being a mere squabble, as you put it. Her eyes moved onto him instantly. She clearly had a response waiting but held it back at the last second. Lips straining before she nodded her head up and down. Yes, I suppose squabble would be the wrong word to use. I will rephrase, I would prefer that you try and avoid causing harm to Chaldea as a whole. The god in question was quick to respond. I have little intention of causing havoc within this place. If there comes an exchange of blows, it will not be because I have thrown the first. Nud glanced at the taller god out of the corner of his eye, keeping his focus on the top half of the face and watching his dull golden eyes closely. Clearly their minds still dwelled on their siblings. Given the nature of his replies as information was revealed about them, he would not be surprised if the mind of his fellow was still lingering upon them. Olga's grunt of affirmation brought his attention back to her. In which case, there is little else I can foresee us having to discuss for the time being. She paused for a moment, then narrowed her eyes slightly. A complicated expression crossed over her as she adjusted herself in her seat and then leaned forwards. On another topic, have you had breakfast yet, Fujimaru? He disguised his snort with a cough, rather poorly if the glare he received from the woman was any indication. Though it was not quite as bad as the superheated glare she shot towards the direction of Ferrum when he did not even make an attempt to his humor at her not-so-subtle request. Nud had to admit, it was a good thing the woman did not have the eyes of Balur, else Ferrum might have been in very real danger of death. Ritska, meanwhile, shook his head from side to side. Not yet, it all seemed to get away from me, but before that, he visibly grimaced. There is something else that I was going to ask you. The woman frowned, doubtlessly sensing the unease in the words of the young man. What are you going to ask me? Something was amiss. He could feel it in his bones. The silence he once enjoyed in the library was now a deafening scream, the static before the storm if he was to make a comparison. The book that had once held his interest lay forgotten on the table beside him, having not even made an effort to save the page he was on. His hands rested on his lap, fingers drumming along his legs as he tried and failed to keep his discomfort from showing. His eyes flickered around behind his helmet. Eventually his head turned left and right, scanning the surroundings just in case the swine Sullivan had slipped in without him noticing. That would have explained it, yet all that greeted him was the empty library and his reading companion. Nothing else was here. That made it all the more troubling for him. Is something the matter? The words from Medusa came with a trace amount of concern in her tone. He briefly shot her a look to see that she was staring at him, though the concern appeared to be purely curious in nature rather overly worried about him. Still, it was a pleasant reaction all the same. I am unsure at the moment. He responded after a second, frowning to himself and turning away from her, his hands resting atop one another as he put more thought into the unease he was feeling. Like something deep within his gut was warning him about something happening elsewhere. As though he was going to be sick. It is difficult for me to put into words, merely a feeling of unease has nestled itself within my chest and will not depart. Not a pressing illness but enough to be of note to me. She did not speak to him immediately, but he could feel her looking towards him with the same degree of curiosity. They did not exchange much in the way of words, but he found her company pleasing and he liked to think she felt the same. She didn't make an effort of sitting elsewhere in the library, so at least she didn't hate him. Or find him repulsive. It has been some time since I had the same manner of senses as a true god. She mused aloud to herself, a flicker of some sort of emotion in her voice that was short-lived, whatever it was. I assume you do not have any idea as to what the cause would be. He hummed in affirmation. The feeling had only gotten worse. What had begun as a prickle on the back of his neck had grown into a dull nausea. It is a feeling I am far from comfortable with and would rather do without, yet, I do not believe I have been poisoned, it is a different weakness that assails me now. One that troubled him because he could not even begin to guess what was wrong. He had no reason to feel like this in the first place, nothing had happened. Yet, it had first cropped up for a moment when the human sorcerer had mentioned Vey the traitor to him. The mere thought of her shot a wave of distaste through his being once more. Dedicating any semblance of attention to that which was attention she did not deserve. As though a puzzle, the pieces slid into place. He was aware of the nature of the discomfort, it made a great deal of sense. Pulling his lips down, he parted them slightly and exhaled. The knowledge of what was causing his discomfort brought him very little in the way of relief, however, purely because she had been mentioned and that she had been encountered. He would rather not meet with her or even be forced to look upon that woman ever again. I believe I have deduced the source of the turmoil within my gut, though the knowledge does not provide the relief I seek. He commented aloud. Medusa thankfully did not opt to pursue the topic further. That was the greatest kindness she could have done, not dwelling upon the which was the best option. He could only hope that with enough time, the feelings towards the traitor would leave him. Until then, perhaps something else to occupy his attention. His eyes drifted back to the book and took it into his hands. Frowning to himself for a moment before he resolved to flick through the pages once more. He would need to find where he had left himself. I was unaware you were interested in that topic. The comment came from Medusa. He paused for a moment and turned his head to her once more, halting his search and inclining his head at an angle. Her expression was rather blank, save for the single raised eyebrow as her eyes focused on the title of the book. He turned on it and paused, thinning his lips. It is content that I have opted to read, merely a whim brought the title to my attention. He answered as simply as he could, turning back through the pages. Though I shall confess that I have found some enjoyment in the themes the book brings forth. Ariel's pursuit of her heart ended in tragedy, not just for herself but for the family she left behind. It is a compelling message. Medusa hummed to her. I am only familiar with what the Grail provides, something related to a film. Film, he muttered to himself before understanding came to him. Ah, yes, the modern theater. I never had much of an interest in that. Books tend to express the vision of the author more accurately than the living. Besides, my illusions can provide such a performance if I truly intended to bear witness to such a thing. If you say yes. Something flickered through his mind for a brief moment, soon followed by a voice in the back of his head which drowned out whatever was going to be said next by Medusa. His confusion only lasted until he realized that it was his summoner who was speaking to him through the mental link. Gwendolyn, I'm sorry if you're in the middle of something right now. But could you please come to my room? There's something that we need to talk about. At least you have the sense to apologize for the interruption. He replied back through the mental link, though he narrowed his eyes at the tone of voice. He hadn't paid that much attention to his summoner, but they never quite sounded that apprehensive before. A curious thing, unless he was merely concerned as to the correct manner in which one summoned a god. There wasn't one, but this world lived without gods for some time, so he could excuse some lapses in proper decorum being shown to him. It would seem as though the summoner is in need of me. Declaring aloud, he rose up from his seated position and bowed his head in apology to Medusa. It would seem as though our conversation is to be cut short. Though if you wish to continue it at a later date, I would be amenable to the request. Medusa hummed in reply, then turned her attention back onto the book. That would be fine. If Master has need of you, then it cannot be helped. Gwendolyn felt a pang of distaste at the mention of the word. Quite frankly, the idea that any human could look him in the eye and ask him with a straight face to call them Master, was quite frankly an idiot of the highest order. Whomever was the arrogant fool who developed such titles must have been quite the upstart to believe themselves above the likes of whatever spirit they had summoned. He cared not whether the other spirits suffered this indignation, though he was privately curious as to why they would. But he would never debase himself by calling a human whose lifespan would pass him by in a single blink his master, at anything. Outwardly, he hummed at Medusa and nodded his head to her once, closing his eyes and feeling the rush of magical energy around him before he let his body be consumed by it. The teleportation dragging him across the length of Chaldea and to his destination. When he opened his eyes again, he was directly situated in front of the door to the human summoner's chambers. He paused instantly. He could feel it from beyond the door. Divinity. No, not just divinity. It was pure, an intensity to it that surpassed the likes of the Silver Knight and Medusa. No, this was not just one of the Lordkin, this was a god. Though which god remained a mystery, he did not recognize the sensation, but there was a brightness to it that was almost familiar, a subtle air of power within the feeling that only came from those who commanded others. His eyes narrowed behind his helmet as he reached out and pressed the small mechanism to open the door. He moved inside, eyes instantly seeking out the direction of the god and finding them firmly placed upon the rather disappointing appearance of the being inside. Blonde hair, dull red eyes, yet a gentleness to their face. Though the air of a god was around them, there was precious little else to separate their existence from any other mortal. The plain chain-link armor they wore and the patternless trousers and simple leather boots, for all intents and purposes they looked like some common human from a militia. The only thing of note was the left arm made of silver. No, not silver. It did indeed look like the polished metal, but the radiance was far beyond human materials. He was certain it surpassed even the quality produced by the twinkling titanite. It was doubtless a great treasure and yet looked so completely out of place with the rest of the attire of the divine. Either they were incredibly humble or the land of this god was rich in materials that even the lowest of their number could be granted such treasures. The thought briefly bubbled in his mind that they were perhaps some manner of knight from a failing land, a potent child of Guinevere's. Yet there was the sensation of intense divinity that could not come from a spawn of his sister or any god, and he could feel the aura of the sword around their hip. It was something he had only ever felt when around the likes of the works of the smith god. The craftsmanship and base power was something that could not be denied, and the sword had yet to be drawn. "Shall I assume you are Prince Gwendolyn, regent of Anorlando?" It took him a moment to realize that the god had spoken to him, his attention moving away from the hip and to the face, the man having taken a small bow of reverence to him. Not to mention the usage of his correct title. "I greet you in good health, I am Nuada, god of the hunt." A hunter who wielded a sword as opposed to a bow. Gwendolyn inclined an eyebrow behind his helmet. Even with his limited experience, he was aware that most would use ranged weaponry for their great hunts. Failing that, they would use a spear of sorts. He knew of no hunters who wielded swords, unless they were after a different game. The twitch of the lip from this, Nuada, showed that he was clearly aware of the inconsistency. It is a broad authority, broader than one might be aware of at first. Though I am skilled with the bow, it is merely that my class is saber, and with it comes the weapon I am most known for. He patted the hilt of the straight sword twice, then paused as his eyes narrowed, lingering on his arms. "And I can see that you are no stranger to the bow." "You can tell so easily." That had been a rather sudden deduction, and it was hardly as though his usage of the bow was a well-known fact. Unless stories had been told about him already, yet he could not imagine a reason for the topic to be brought up. Nuada hummed and nodded his head once. "Indeed, the arms of bowmen are quite easily noticed." Gesturing slightly higher, around his shoulders, he continued on. "And your posture is another sign, not quite as broad as one would expect for a longbow, thus I am left to suspect you favored the shorter one. A respectable weapon all the same. An archer class. Yes. Evidently he would need to revise his earlier assessment, they were a rather cunning figure. Lowering his expectations of them and then revealing they were quite observant to deduce such things within moments of meeting them. Humming quietly to himself, he looked over the god once more and found himself internally frowning that nothing had changed since his first assessment. They looked much too relaxed. "Though I am curious as to how you knew of me, I am not familiar with any god by your name, which leads me to the conclusion that you are a divine of these lands, as opposed to the one I know." The expression Nuada gave him was only slightly approving, just enough to be noticeable but not nearly enough for Gwendolyn to suspect he was being mocking. It felt somewhat genuine, he supposed. It had been a very long time since he met with a god as opposed to a goddess. You are correct. I was a member of the Tuatha De Danann, which was the name of our own pantheon of gods. Gwyndolin caught the expression his summoner made when the god spoke, the brief flicker of surprise and the way his eyes darted towards him. The boy had been respectful enough to remain silent during the initial introduction, yet that reaction was both telling and rather puzzling. For one thing, he truly needed a better control over his emotions, and for another, Gwyndolin now suspected that there was more to this than simply being a member of said court. A high position they might have held, yet they did not greet them with it. Bringing him to two conclusions: either his initial assessment was correct and they did not openly flaunt their title, or they had been banished from their pantheon and their status rescinded. The latter was unlikely. They still greeted him as a god of the hunt, as a present rather than a past tense. Intriguing an encounter as I might find this, his attention returned to the lone human in the room. They jolted for a split second before their expression hardened at finding themselves under his gaze. Perhaps they weren't as terrible at reading the mood as he imagined them to be. I doubt you would do something as arrogant as summoning me here just so that I could meet with the god of another land. Waving a hand to Nuada, the blonde didn't make much of a reaction before a twitch of the lip. The summoner did not reply immediately, beyond thinning their lips and shaking their head from side to side. Gradually lowering their head, the human was eventually staring at the floor with their hands placed upon their hips. That's not why I called you here, no. It's just that this is a topic that, it's probably not going to be the sort of thing that you want to be around others when I bring it up. Concern for my emotions. Gwyndolin mused, seeing through the effort for what it was. Keeping him isolated while he delivered news that was doubtless going to be troubling for him. Though he very much doubted that they could give him any news that would actually affect him at this point. Between the knowledge the flame had been snuffed out and the fact Sullivan now stalked the halls of Chaldea, much like a cancer stalked the body, he was hard-pressed for anger. A novel trait, but ultimately wasted. Still, if you wish to do so for your own benefit, then I can at least oblige you, this once. Bringing their lips together, the summoner brought his head back up and looked towards him, gradually nodding their head up and down, but Gwyndolin could see it in their eye. The flicker of doubt. He fought back, responding to that the moment he saw it. To so blatantly doubt his words right to his face, the only saving grace was that they did not openly tell him they found his words incredulous. I'm going to ask you something that you'll probably find a stupid thing to ask, but for the sake of me hearing the words, I would like an answer, all right? Just grant me that if you are able. He remained silent, watching the expression of the human with great interest as they spoke the words. After a moment longer of nothing, he eventually granted them a single nod of the head and awaited the next sentence. The relief was blatantly visible but did not last especially long. Thank you. The summoner rolled their lips. You don't have a good relationship with Farum and Guinevere, do you? He wasn't stupid, there was only one reason he would ask this. They're here, aren't they? He was surprised by how toneless his voice was, yet suddenly more of the puzzle started to fall into place. Shifting his attention away from the summoner and towards the side, his mind falling back to the conversation between himself and the scholar. Her questions on the goddess Velka and his opinions on her. They were vague enough he thought nothing of them, but now he had another suspicion. Velka is here as well, isn't she? His head drifted back to the young human. Once more he surprised himself with how little he felt about the news. They nodded once. Farum arrived this morning, yes, the confirmation was little more than a courtesy to him. This was something he had been preparing himself for quite some time, yet there was nothing left. What needed to be said had been said when they met on that excursion for the stolen foods. Everything else that came after it was more thought than the unspoken deserved. More than he was entitled to, so he forced everything down, leaving only a hollow void in his gut where he imagined anger would have been. Guinevere and Velka, I didn't know this until earlier, but they have been here since I got back. Ah, I see. The comment was full of nothing, his mind honed into a sharp edge, yet the crackles filtered through. The questions on Velka made greater sense. They were concerned about her and perhaps were concerned he would not hold himself back. Yet there was nothing. Nothing that mattered. Kept isolated, were they? The human winced for a moment, then slowly nodded his head. Something like that, yes. They had to have known he was here. Guinevere and Velka. There was no way they didn't know he was here. They knew. And did nothing. He wasn't even sure why the thought was anything approaching a surprise for him. They had never shown even the slightest hint of truly caring about him before, so why would either of them make an effort to show care for him now? For what reason would either of them have the decency to stand before him and provide explanations? Clearly he wasn't even worth those. How foolish of him to think otherwise. Twitches went through his face as he forced his emotions down, the sweeping anger replaced by the nothing that lay inside him. It wasn't until he saw the eyes of the human directed downwards that he noticed his hands were trembling. He clenched them into fists and dragged them behind his back a moment later, pulling his lips as tight as they could go and biting the inside of his cheek. All he gave was a hum as he nodded his head. If that is all, he turned away, no longer wishing to stand in this room with the human. He would not embarrass himself further by letting his emotions slip after so many long years. I appreciate that you delivered this information to me in as private a setting as you would allow. Even as he said that, a moment of confusion moved through him as he took account of the presence of this Nuada. There was no logical reason for them to be there. He could have been introduced to him at any point, and yet he was standing there for some reason. What manner of reaction was he expecting? If he let Sullivan live and breathe, then it would be fine so long as he never lay eyes on anyone in his family again. Gwendolyn, there's more. He noticed the tremble in the voice immediately. The atmosphere shifted to accompany it. An invisible pressure rested on his shoulders that had not been there before. Freezing on the spot, his body gradually shifted until he was facing the human once more. Their face awash with apprehension. There's more. They repeated again. More. Gwendolyn's words were flat. I wanted to tell you this in private before I told anyone else. His summoner replied, taking in a deep breath before they spoke further. Because it is going to affect you, and I wasn't going to put that on display for anyone. You deserve more respect than that. He said nothing, letting the human continue on. The Singularity in London, it wasn't Ash who killed all of the servants. He brought up the flat of his hand. He did. There was an incident with him that I'm taking care of, but he wasn't the one who caused the damage. That was a mixture of Seath and Gwen. Something shattered in his mind, like a cracking of glass. Seath and Gwen. Even as he parroted the words back so slowly to make certain he was not mistaken, that did not account for anything in the words. What the human was speaking of didn't make sense. If they met with both Seath and Gwen, then why was this not being brought up public? The unkindled wasn't the one who killed the servants. The unkindled wasn't the one who killed the servants. You fought Lord Gwen. The implication pounded through his skull, his attention fixed firmly upon the human swine who was stood directly in front of him. Everything else fell to the wayside, nothing in the room mattered, only the human in front of him. We did, yes. At least they admitted it to him. For what little that amounted to, there wasn't an ounce of shame in their tone nor on their face, rather there was bitterness there. Bitterness, as though they had been the ones to suffer instead of being the criminals they actually were. His jaw clenched tightly, his hands balled into fists and fell back to side. He knew the difference between him and the human, the ease he could reach out to them and just pull their skull from their body. Give me one single reason why I should not. His words fell silent, understanding blossomed in his mind. Attention shifting from the human criminal to the god now stood directly to the left of him, the reasoning for their being here suddenly made a great deal of sense. His eyes darted down to the hand which he had so innocently assumed was merely proud of the weapon, but now he noticed one crucial detail. They had never taken their hand off the sword. PFF'd. The dry snort escaped him with a bitter taste. He leaned back and turned his attention to the face of the god, clearly not a fool as they wore an expression of discomfort, but said nothing. What could be said? They had been prepared to kill him from the moment he stepped into this room. Why else was he the only one here? The human was rather more cunning than he first assumed. Greeting me in good health. Parroting the words back with a strong degree of sarcasm, Nuada grimaced but still kept his silence. That was fine. A foreboding sentence now, is it not? Was it greeting me before my good health came to an end, or was it much like a butcher greets their slaughter in good health before they are put to the blade? Nuada kept his grimace. I was not here to play executioner. It was my insistence that allowed for my coming. Ritska had intended to break the news to you himself. But you rightfully assumed that I would now allow him to draw breath from this world much longer after he confessed so blatantly to his crimes. Gwyndolin sneered back at him, dropping all pretense of being polite with his soon-to-be killer. Really, that was the only way this was going to end up. Both Gwyn and Seath, the latter could have made some excuses for, given their research earned more than a few naysayers within the court, but the former. Nothing. How long before that sword is drawn free and made slick with my blood? His head whipped to Ritska, and a complete stranger. Was my brother so lacking in spine that he could not even arrive for my execution? More than that, what of the others? He waved his hands around, noticing the slight flinch from Nuada at the sudden movements. Where is Velka? Is she hiding? So are you in here, mother? Are you skulking like a rat somewhere? Come on out. At least look me in the eye before I'm killed. For goodness, he tried to kill Guinevere. No, he didn't. Gwyndolin turned back to him in an instant, frowning openly at the fool for making such an outlandish statement. The only thing that kept him from actively killing the boy for his slander was the fact that he would be long dead before he even so much as moved a muscle. Guinevere might well have abandoned Enor Londo in company of every other god, but that alone would not earn her the wrath of Lord Gwyn. If you were to concoct falsehoods, then have the decency to make them. Because she was summoned as a servant. The boy continued on, blurting out the words with the confidence only afforded to one speaking with the condemned. Yet there was a fire in his eyes, a steel that came from those who spoke what they believed was the truth. More to the point, the statement itself was flawed. For what reason would being summoned in this world earn her a death? Because this is a world without the gods. We've long since moved past them, and Guinevere accepted being summoned in such a world and being subservient to a human, he finished quietly, narrowing his eyes behind his helmet. That couldn't have been the only reason. And yet, no, that couldn't be it. What more? He commented aloud, bringing his head back and gritting his teeth. That alone? No, Lord Gwyn would not kill her for that alone. She was Guinevere, the Princess of Sunlight and his heiress. Killing her for matters beyond her control is absurd. What influence would she have over this world? He waved a hand to Nuada. It is the fault of gods like these that the humans of this land slipped from their hands. What other reason would Gwyn have to? Ash is her son, quote. The unkindled, the unkindled was her spawn. No, he would have sensed it. He would certainly have seen the signs, felt the familiar burn of her soul within his body. There was no way he would have overlooked something like that. More to the point, for what? How in the name of all that was created would one of Guinevere's children find themselves in a position where they despised the gods and acted against the flame? What sort of madness seeped into their mind to bring this about? His lips thinned. Quote. Guinevere and Velka are here. The boy nodded once, then carried on. Gwyn, he made it very clear he didn't tolerate servants being summoned to humans because he looked to the side. Well, his opinion on humans was rather apparent, and he attacked us the second he appeared, really, because of Kyohimean. The dragon. He felt sick. Gwyn attacked them on sight because of the dragon, that much he could believe. That much fell perfectly in line with what happened. The dam cracked. The bile rose in his throat. Yorshka. He placed a crossbreed in the halls of Enor Londo. His heart stopped. He had pledged himself to help this human history purely to spite Sullivan, but he pledged himself to saving it all the same. A humanity that had abandoned the gods long ago, he was working with them, much like Velka worked with the occultists during the rebellions. If he was willing to kill Guinevere for birthing the unkindled one, even if he doubted she had much to do with what came next, whatever else he had to say about her, she was loyal to the flame at least. But if he would sentence even Guinevere to death, then, oh, he would never stand a chance. He was already dead. There wasn't a chance that Lord Gwyn would ever wish to hear his side of the story, or even explain anything to himself. There was nothing to truly explain either. Anor Londo had fallen under his watch and been taken over by the likes of Aldrich. Sullivan had arisen from his own covenant and turned it against him, and worst of all, he had taken a crossbreed and adopted her into the family of Gwyn and made her the face of the church in his absence. Guinevere's spawn might have put the final nail in the proverbial coffin. But he had butchered the reputation of Gwyn. Anger flooded from him, horror left him soon after, then shame, then disgust, and then nothing. He felt empty. I see. The human might have been making a face, but he didn't care to pay attention to it. He gradually turned himself around and brought his hands up, clasping the sides of his helmet and slowly lifting it off the top of his head, exposing his head to the world and turning the helm around, looking directly into his reflection in the surface. It would seem I am already a traitor to Anor Londo and to Lo, and to Gwyn. He flatly replied as he stared at his warped reflection. He didn't feel much of anything at the moment. He wasn't even sure he was alive at this point. Everything felt cold. So terribly, terribly cold. As though any moment now, he was going to coat his body in ice. His grip on the helmet loosened, it slipped from his hands and dropped to the floor with a loud clang. His fingers trembled, soon followed by his limbs shaking. What did you hope to gain by telling me this? He wasn't sure why he was asking. A breath behind him, then a soft tone. Because he is your father, and if you didn't want to fight him, then I was going to offer you the option of stepping back. No hard feelings, no cursing, just letting you desummon yourself if you had problems with it. A brief pause. I would ask that you not fight Chaldea because I really do not want to come to blows with you, but I am offering you the chance to not let it get to that point. How sad. Mere moments ago he had been genuinely considering killing the human for his actions, how like Yorshka they were. And Guinevere's reaction to this. She's agreed to stay. Had she, he would have thought she would have jumped at the possibility of avoiding the wrath of Gwyn a second time. She was one for avoiding difficult situations. That was something she was rather skilled in. Fleeing when times were dire. If she was staying, then it meant there was nowhere for her to run to. Which meant that there was nothing he would be capable of either. If Guinevere faced the possibility of execution, then his own death was assured. And he could not even lay blame to Chaldea for summoning him. He had brought it on himself. I'm returning to my chambers, he announced, pressing his hand on the door and stepping out of the room. He did not turn around at the shuffling of clothes. You can stay your blade. I am not going to fight you or any other servant in Chaldea. Right now I am going to return to my chambers and do nothing. Yes, nothing. Gwyndo, do not. He closed his eyes as he cut off his summoner, thinning his lips as he did so. I will emerge when the time is right. Not before. Until we encounter one another again, and when we do, you will have your answer. He channeled the magical energy through him, and with a flash he was gone. For those left behind, he couldn't decide on a method of revealing the information which didn't end with those who might be at risk thinking they were being led to the slaughter. Gwyndolin's belief had left a pretty strong impression in his mind, all of which culminated in his decision to announce the news of their new adversary. The report on the London Singularity was made public for all servants to read, and he made it clear it was compulsory. He announced over the intercom that Chaldea had engaged Gwyn in combat and suffered heavy losses on account of Seath as well. He also pointed them in the direction of Guinevere and Velka, who had elected to stay, and Farum hadn't done anything. It had been a full day since he told everyone, and the god hadn't actually approached him about it once. He had been expecting more blowback in the wake of the news that they were going to be fighting Gwyn, if he was being honest with himself. Furthermore, the reactions to the presence of both Guinevere and Velka's appearances had been met with much less hostility than he had been prepared for. Then again, it might have been the case they were keeping it private to try and make him less concerned over everything. Quite frankly, it was difficult to tell at the moment, the subtle belief that those around him were stepping on eggshells when they spoke with him or saw him in the hallways. Being treated differently from everyone was a bit, they hadn't come out and said it, but he could tell, and while he appreciated it, there was still something that felt, he wasn't sure how he could put it into words. Right now, he was just trying to put his head down and get back into the normal routine, which was now a thing that existed for him. You're frowning at your food, it's not burnt, is it? He felt his lip twitch upwards at the earnest comment from the director. He glanced up at her and shook his head from side to side, watching as she frowned a little deeper. Though there was something in her eyes, he could see the concern from her, but she was at least a little less blunt with it. He appreciated that a little more, he supposed. He forked at his scrambled eggs for a few seconds longer, then took a bite out of them to show that he was at least eating. Fortunately, that seemed to do the trick for the director. She closed her mouth and nodded at him approvingly as she went back to her own breakfast, which was certainly not what he had been expecting. He was almost certain that fruitcake wasn't an actual breakfast. What? Olga frowned at him, then glanced down at her food and then back to him for a moment before her lips thinned, eyeing him up and down and then pulling her bowl a little closer to her. I sincerely hope you have not been picking up some of the less than ideal habits of Romani Archaman. The very last thing Chaldea is in need of is another individual who steals from the plates of others. Her eyes narrowed at him. And he will at least not eye up my food like a vulture. Ritska snorted, turning to the side and covering his mouth as he stopped the coughing laughter. He could still feel the semi-annoyed glare of the director being aimed at the side of his head, but that didn't do much more than force him into laughing some more, swiftly getting to the point where he had lowered his head onto the table, bringing his free hand up to cover his face, all while the sound of his own wheezing laughs rang through his ears. It wasn't that funny. The flustered voice of the director came next. Dragging his hand down, he looked at her face, and that was a serious mistake. There was a red dusting on her cheeks as her eyes danced either side of her around the room. Her downright embarrassed face just sent him spiraling into a new wave of laughs. There was a clatter as his fork fell against the plate. He leaned back into his chair and covered the front of his face with his hands, laughing long past the point of expelling the air from his lungs and then going on even more. It had been a while since he actually laughed, and at this point it felt as though he was releasing all the pent-up energy, just worried in case he stopped. Maybe, but he couldn't tell. When the last ounce of his breath escaped, he was certain he was red in the face by how warm he felt. Pulling his hands down and seeing that the director's face was caught between irritation and probably some genuine embarrassment there, he felt bad for the latter because he wasn't actually laughing at her. More like the real she had been genuinely afraid he was going to try and steal her food. That's not what I was thinking of at the time. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her cheeks puffed before she folded her arms over her chest and jerked her head to the side. In that case, you should make things more obvious. Given the way you were eyeing up my breakfast. You were the one who made the choice to go for scrambled eggs. She trailed off, her face softened only a touch as her eyes fell back onto him. For what reason did you decide you would burst into laughter? Nothing, waving his hand. He picked his fork back up and fought back another wheeze as he briefly considered how much trouble he would get himself into if he let his intrusive thoughts win. His eyes lingered on the fruitcake for a split second before clearing his throat and turning his eyes back to his own breakfast. Whether or not he was fast enough to actually get a bite of the cake before she tried to stab him with the spoon danced in his mind. Then he opted against it based on how horrible that sounded. Just a little refreshing is all. I'm sort of worried that if I looked at anyone else's food they would have slid it over to me or something. Looking back at her, he watched as a complicated expression washed over Olga's face, caught between bemusement and mild indignation as she leaned forwards and narrowed her eyes. Looking between her own food and then to his before she sported a rather confused frown. Is that supposed to be some manner of compliment? You sound as though you were praising me for refusing to indulge in charity. If you actually wanted the fruitcake you would have asked for it. Ritska rolled his eyes, though he wasn't all that fussed about it. Less about the fruitcake and more the principle of the matter. Though it might just be me, but I get the feeling that everyone is acting. I don't know. Bringing his hand up, he scratched the side of his head and sighed. More considerate or something. Like, Sigward said he was going to make me up something special. Olga frowned at him, the confusion melting away and being replaced with something else. I believe one would call that being considerate. Are you going to take issue with them for this? No, but I don't think any of us doubted the singularities were going to be dangerous. That was probably it. Now that he thought about it, he didn't think it was really all that special what happened. From the onset they were in a bad situation and it wouldn't really get better until they defeated their growing list of adversaries. When he looked at it like that, he was more surprised it took this long for something to happen. I'm not saying I don't appreciate kindness, because I do. I really do, but I don't know. He wasn't sure how to put it into words. Forget about it, probably nothing. Stepping on eggshells as though you would crumble to dust the moment someone brought the topic up. He found himself cut off by the voice of the director. Glancing towards her, she leaned forwards and rested her arms on the table while looking him dead in the eyes. Ignoring what happened, it is to stick one's head in the sand and pretend as though there isn't a problem. It is only with the admittance that there is a problem that we can correct it. Humanity is dead, thus we need to face that head on. I died. Ritska winced. You flinch now, but she blinked slowly. I died. There was a period of time where I died. This isn't even my real body and the magic crest of the animospheres. Her expression gradually twisted. I doubt Chaldea will continue on when everything is resolved, even after all of this. I'm not stupid nor am I ignorant, to say nothing of the status of our position in the clock tower once this all comes to light. Generations of work gone to waste, but our goal was never the root in the first place. It was Chaldea, right? He commented, sparing a glance around the room and then frowning to himself. That didn't quite seem right to him, when she said that she doubted Chaldea would continue on. If everything was resolved and history continued on as though nothing happened, then why would Chaldea even be in danger in the first place? Why would it not continue? That is my concern, Fujimaru. She cut him off rather sternly, levying the spoon in his direction. And for one, after the incineration has been resolved, Solomon and Gwyn defeated and whatever else might spring up in the end. The Lord Father. He grimly commented to himself, earning a nod of the head from the director. He had long since finished her report on the situation in Scandinavia. The report mentioned someone by the name of Arlino who was loyal to this individual and had orchestrated the entire singularity just to test the director. In some ways, it seemed to be of the same vein as what Velka did to Ash. Yet that did nothing for Calamate. He'd read the transcribed conversations. Calamate, he really wanted to meet them because they did sound as though they were passionate. They might have been on opposite sides of everything, but Calamate was honest about it. He was a dragon doing what was best for dragons, but he didn't hate humans, rather he seemed to have a lot of respect for them. Ritska could have a lot of respect for him as well. That might have been him, but maybe it was just listening to some of the recordings. He really thought he came to understand the dragon's character. They really did just want a better future, so to see them treated like that, it left a bad feeling in his gut. Also, he found something cute in the way he spoke with Da Vinci. Coming up with the nickname of Vinci 4. His mind blanked. No way. There was absolutely no. What? Olga narrowed her eyes at him. He turned to her and blinked as she raised an eyebrow. Yes, the Lord Father is quite the problem, but we have little reason to believe them to be of the same caliber as Gwyn or Solomon. For that matter, I've noted that this Arlino wielded a similarly designed sword to the same one that Ash used. She frowned. Did you ask them about that? Ritska briefly put the revelation aside and nodded once to the director. I did send him a mental message after I finished the report, asking if he knew anything about it. And, he said I would need to be more specific about the name. He grimaced, seeing the confused expression on the director's face. He doesn't know how they wielded the same sword as him, nor does he know anything about a Lord Father figure. As for the Arlino angle, he just said he was familiar with something like 3 million Arlinos and I would need to be more specific. Olga blinked once, then twice. 3, what? What on earth is he? His memory is, there's a lot there now, Ritska exhaled, bringing his hand up and rubbing his forehead. Probably gonna take some time to sort through everything. Talked with Gwendolyn as well earlier. He could see the apprehension on her face. He didn't. Well, I can't say he wouldn't have tried anything, but as for right now, he's gone away to be alone at the moment. She hummed to him, then frowned. Still, to make the announcement over the intercom. He shrugged. It was the best thing I could think of at the time, and I included the preliminary report as well. Guinevere and Velka. The director's face shifted with distaste at the mention of the names, but he didn't elect to comment on it. His own feelings on the pair of them didn't have much bearing on the situation, or there to provide any missing links. I doubt anyone would think that Guinevere would lie about her own father, though I would have expected something from Archon by now. A sniffle, then he grunted. Havel has been in the simulator since he found out. The director raised an eyebrow questioningly. Doing what? Practicing. He snorted somewhat loudly. Least that's what I assume he's doing. I've not been around to visit him yet. Though from what I was told, he's been fighting nothing but wyvern and dragon type enemies since the news broke. Blowing out air between his teeth, he shrugged. He's made it no secret as to how he feels about Seath and, well, apparently he was part of a rebellion against Gwyn at some point, so I think we can count on him being committed to the role. HMPH. Relying on those two, and just like that, the scowl was back on the face of the director as she aggressively shoveled the cake into her mouth. Her eating habits aside, it didn't take a genius to figure out that the director was not approving of the fact either of the servants were here at the moment, and he could definitely guess why. Their aid is, TCH, we could get better information from others. He wasn't going to deny that. Maybe. Still, they are here to help in their own. We're suffering from the results of their help. The director didn't quite hiss, but she came close enough that he cringed at her tone of voice. The clenching of her jaw also didn't do much to dissuade the notion of her anger either. There's living proof of what their help looks like in Chaldea right now. I think there's been quite enough of that at the moment. You're too kind for your own good if you think to allow them here. I wouldn't call it me being kind. He muttered to himself with a shake of his head. I'm just afraid of what it would turn me into if I started to. Well, either way, it's mostly for my own sake that I agreed to keep them around. He waved a hand. At least Velka, much as I disagree with her, is offering some sort of service to make amends, but she's convinced she was in the right, so trying to argue the point with her, it's like everyone in that family is terrifyingly stubborn when it comes to their own points of view. Clicking her tongue, the director glanced to the side. Quote, to everyone's detriment. He certainly wasn't going to deny that. Standing your ground was fine and all, but standing your ground to the point where you alone believed you were correct was just going to end in disaster. Worse was the fact that Ash knew but didn't think he could actually break free of it. On top of that, Ritska wasn't entirely sure how he was supposed to support him either. Just that he was going to try his hardest, and his thoughts trailed off as a shadow fell over the side of his table, caught mid-bite as he turned his attention to the new arrival and raised a lone eyebrow, dragging the fork out from between his lips and swallowing. Hey, Okita. Something wrong? Okita shook her head. Not at all, master. Though I am sorry if this comes at a bad time for you. It's fine. He sniffed, waving off her concern to her visible relief. Did you want to sit down for breakfast as well? Or have you already eaten? Oh. The saber blinked, widening her eyes slightly and sending a look towards the director for the briefest of moments before they returned to him. I would not wish to intrude, besides, this is only going to be a short matter. Namely pertaining to my request for reshuffle of the servant security force. Reshuffle? Yes, given that I am now the captain of it. She was. His brows furrowed slightly in confusion. Okita quickly caught on and sported her own confused look. Diz, were you not aware? I thought that Archon would have told you before he told me. Told you what? He resigned from his post and placed me in command of it. She announced, much to his own surprise. Quickly turning his head to the director and seeing her similarly caught in a state of bewilderment, though it gradually gave way to an approving nod of her head as the corners of her lips twitched upwards. I am sorry if I have. I thought he cleared it with you beforehand. No, it's just, he resigned. Did he say why? Is it not obvious? Olga remarked. Given that fiasco of the last few days, it should be clear that he no longer felt qualified to remain in the position of head of security, and rightly so. The director grunted. He had split loyalties, which he all but admitted. Now there comes the fact we are to face Gwyn in combat in the future. I would be surprised if he did not do something such as this. Trailing off, she hummed to herself. Still, to go through the process of selecting a successor to his role, and one with experience as well, he is more diligent than I thought. At least he is taking that role seriously. Frowning, he glanced back to Okita to see her nodding her head up and down, which probably meant the director was roughly spot on with the assessment and he could see it. He hadn't been intending to ask for the resignation of the man, he had done what he was comfortable with. He'd explained as such, and Ritsuka understood his reasoning and found it fair enough. He supposed he should have expected something like this as well. Actually, would he need to keep an eye on Archon as well? Especially with the whole Gwyn situation. Silver Knights are fiercely loyal. Okita tensed visibly, and the director's face was awash with so much venom that he presumed she could give a cobra a run for its money. To say nothing of his own mood, which violently plummeted, turning his head to his side and finding a certain dark-haired goddess having assumed a comfortable seat next to him with a carefree smile on her face. You know, most people ask for permission before they sit down. He kept his voice blank as he stared at her, glancing down to where she was sitting and then back towards her face. Another swift glance towards the direction of Olga quickly showed that the venom had only intensified to the point where her eyes looked like they were going to burst into flames. Suffice to say that she didn't look all that pleased. It's called basic courtesy. Ah, in which case, I should offer commiserations for this slight against you. Velka's tone changed, nodding her head up and down while reaching out and sliding a muffin towards him. He glanced at the small confectionery piece and then back to the goddess with a blank look. Along with reparations, Ritsuka could not help but stare at the muffin in front of him with complete disbelief, then slowly looked back up to Velka and waited for the punchline. He waited for a good 10 seconds in complete and total silence, just to make absolutely certain she was not trying to make some sort of joke. To his own bewilderment, she still wore the exact same innocent smile as though she had done nothing out of the ordinary. What do you want to talk about? He closed his eyes and rolled them behind the lids, taking the muffin in his hand and dragging it towards himself only to push it to the other end of the table and away from him. Acutely aware of the disgruntled noise the director made, probably about him letting Velka get away with this, but he was in a good mood and he wasn't going to let it get soured. And try to make it quick. Velka made a small humming sound before she continued on. My thanks, though my original point remains true. Silver Knights are loyal, for that is how they were made. I'm certain you're familiar with homunculus, or one of you is at least. He was familiar with the term. Artificial human-looking things made with alchemy, right? He caught the director's blink aimed towards him. The surprise on her face was rather apparent, though it seemed to be more in line with actual approving surprise more than anything else. He really didn't have the heart to confess that it was a guess based on his knowledge of Fullmetal Alchemist, and the fact she didn't correct him meant he was partly right. Then the implications hit him, and he felt himself direct his full attention towards the goddess to his left and narrowed his eyes. She had no reason to lie, but suddenly what she just said and what Archon had said about service of the gods made a whole lot more sense. Then it left a taste in his mouth so foul that he couldn't put it into words. I'm noticing a general theme when it comes to making people purely to be slaves. Velka brought up her hands in surrender. I can claim no role for their creation. That was the matching between my husband and Isilith. For his war against the dragons, they required an army, therefore they created one. Isilith created the Silver Knights with the power of her Lord Soul, and Gwyn imbued them with the strength of the light. Thus the Legion of Silver were born. Though not all Lordkin were created this way, most found souls of their own and the population grew from that. Not totally dissimilar to the birth of humans, but they didn't originate from the same soul. Great. Just great. Ritsuka turned away from her and dropped his head into his hands. For the love of, oh, of course I don't have a problem with Ash being a slave. After all, that's what my life is and I'm perfectly fine with it. Am I? He growled under his breath, kneading at his forehead and dropping his mood as he looked at the director. Am I the only one who is? Am I crazy or something? Though the reaction of the director wasn't quite what he had been expecting, she did not look as horrified as he hoped she would have. Instead, while she was sending a dirty look towards Velka, it was one that didn't look all that surprised. So that is why they look identical. Velka hummed and shrugged. The greater their soul, the greater the influence they held over their own identity. One could very easily say that their identities, their very selves, were born during the war. She made a so-so gesture. Some became men, some became women. Some were elevated beyond their peers, such as the good Captain Archon, although, she made a face he very much didn't like, a face as though she was inside on some hidden joke. Well, that's not my story to tell. Ritska stared at Velka, then whirled his attention to Olga. Is this really not something you're bothered by? The art of using homunculi is not wholly uncommon. Her reply was as curt as it was clinical, still keeping her attention on Velka. The Einsborn family is the most famous for the process of creating homunculi. Theirs are regarded as the greatest currently existing in the world. Other families will attempt it, but a homunculus has no more autonomy than a golem with pre-designated instructions and duties for it to carry out. Her attention darted back to him. The revelation that Archon is effectively a homunculus with divinity is hardly a surprise, although a homunculus will not usually live so long. How is that the takeaway here? Ritska couldn't help but blurt out, then looked up at Okita, who had been silent during the proceedings. When his attention fell on her, she visibly cringed for a split second before her expression evened out. I'm not the mad one for focusing on the fact they bred a literal army of slaves and just sent them out to die fighting dragons, right? Okita opened and closed her mouth several times before she eventually exhaled. I do not believe it is something we have much room to hold over them as a race, Master. Especially considering the knowledge that human magi are capable of doing much the same thing. She paused for a moment and then thinned her lips, glancing to the director. And I doubt that the constructs of the human mages were as well treated or given the same level of autonomy. So they could leave any time they wanted. Leto did. Velka chimed in. He turned back to her, then held himself back, closing his jaw and then followed by his eyes. Yes, he had gotten that far as well. Leto had evidently left to go on his own adventure around the world. He doubted that Archon would approve, but that didn't change the fact that Leto had done so. Which meant it was possible. I should argue that all the Silver Knights made the choice to follow the gods willingly. We weren't even gods until the Knights started to worship us. She shrugged. So really, they created us just as much as we created them. Just as valued as any citizen was. Okay, fine, I'll drop the whole slave thing. He muttered to himself with a shake of his head. So they weren't slaves, but they were basically conscripts. On that front he had significantly less to argue about because they had been on the verge of a war and clearly they needed bodies. So it was just an army of conscripts who was created for war and then decided they were actually quite happy with their purpose, unless they weren't, but then apparently they could just walk away. Fine, go back to the whole thing with Archon then. Clearing her throat, she adjusted herself in the seat so she was facing him, resting her arm on the spine of the chair and using her hand to prop up her chin with an almost indulgent smirk on her lips. I find it rather novel how much you care for him, even after all that's happened with concealing Guinevere. How do you know about that? That came from the director with a hard tone of voice. Her eyes were rather heavily narrowed as well, hands resting flat against the table. Oh, I learned about Guinevere the same day I arrived. Velka idly commented, bringing up her free hand and glancing over her black fingernails with the same absent-minded smile on her lips. I engaged in a very intriguing discussion with Archon as well. It was novel to speak with a Silver Knight after so very long away from home, so I decided it would not hurt to walk the roads of nostalgia. She paused, then lowered her hand and tilted her head in the direction of Olga. Unless you mean your little spells to keep me isolated. They were talented, I shall confess that without guilt, but I just happened to be a touch better. Ritska brought up the flat of his hand towards the director when she looked close to leaping over the table. She sent him a glare but stopped at the look he sent her, then fell back into her seat with a clear scowl. All right, what did you talk about? I told him about the events of the Singularity, of course. Velka replied with a quirk of her eyebrow. Especially of the encounter with Gwyn and his treatment of Guinevere. I would say that Archon was, quite possibly, one of the most informed people in Chaldea at the time for a short moment. Another pause as Ritska felt his thought process grind to a halt. Oh, do not think too harshly of him for keeping silent. He did just learn that his king would kill him for the simple fact he wanted to help you and didn't immediately slit the throat of the princess the second she arrived. Ritska was still coming to terms with this information. Archon knew about Gwyn. Archon knew about everything and he had done nothing with it. Why are you telling me this? Velka rolled her eyes as though he was being an idiot. I'm certain he's already put the argument forth about divided loyalties. So think of it this way, he's loyal to you but he's loyal to Gwyn, he cannot choose one without betraying the other. She leveled him with a flat look. Not to mention his loyalty to the royal family. Pulled in 3 different directions with no correct answer without a betrayal to someone, trailing off, she levied him with a raised eyebrow. Guinevere is now safe with Chaldea. The esteemed captain of the Shingansumi is now the head of security in light of his resignation. That is 2 of his 3 loyalties confirmed, isn't it? Which leaves the 3rd. He cannot fight you because that would be to betray the oath he swore when he was summoned. And he cannot fight Gwyn because that would be to betray his existence. I'm certain you can put 2 and 2 together. Ritska thinned his lips, eyes glancing from side to side. Then they widened. Oh crap. He cursed as he turned and scrambled out of his seat, throwing himself past Okita and ignoring the clattering he made, turning on a right and sprinting directly towards the doors as fast as his feet would carry him. Archon wasn't planning on fighting either them or Gwyn. He was planning on killing himself. His knuckles tapped against the steel door, the knocks echoing through the otherwise silent halls. Taking a step backwards, he straightened out his posture, his left hand tightening the hold on the metal shaft as he waited for the occupant to greet him. Given the last time he saw them, he wasn't entirely sure what they would look like now, but this was the best conclusion he had reached. There was a faint hiss, the door slid open and the face of the human knight who served her greeted him instead. Their eyes widened in surprise for a brief second, then drifted towards the weapon held in his left hand before they returned to his face. Precious moments passed before they eventually spoke. Good morning, Archon. He noted the correction and allowed a pang of relief. They did not call him a Sir. Is there some business you have with Her Majesty? Deanne asked with neither accusation nor suspicion, there was mere curiosity. Why would they suspect him of any wrongdoing? He was thankful for the helmet to hide his grimace, nor the fact he couldn't quite meet their eyes. The trust they showed in him was far more than he was really entitled to now, but he wouldn't have to face it for long. It was merely something I hope to pass along to her in person, but if she is otherwise occupied, then I will leave the matter with you. There was no need to make a fuss out of what amounted to an otherwise trivial task. Deanne would have likely responded if Queen Marie had not appeared behind her. The sunken features looked moderately better, but there was still an element of lethargy to her movements as she had approached. Archon had noticed it the moment she stepped into view. The Chevalier seemingly sensed her as well and stepped to the side, bowing their head in respect. Marie eyed him curiously, then to the weapon in his hand, the back to her knight with a faint smile. It's all right, Deanne. I can spare the time for a conversation. Besides, it would probably do me some good anyway. With a small noise clearing her throat, she approached him. He gave her the due respect she was owed and offered a small bow of the head for a few seconds, then brought it up again. Even if she was troubled by such displays, it was more unnatural for him not to do something as basic as display respect for royals. Be they human or god. If this comes as poor timing, then I must apologize before I begin. He announced with a frown on his face, a more opportune time could not wait, as I shall be occupied for the remainder of the day. She gave a nod of understanding. The advice I passed along to you the other day, I am unsure as to whether or not you would take it, but that is not the reason for my visit." He paused for a moment, then extended the spear towards the queen, who promptly blinked in surprise, a move matched by Sir Dian at her side, who glanced first at the spear and then towards him. The design was long and sleek, a polished silver finish to the weapon. At the head were two hooks which curved outwards on either side of the blade, which extended for a good foot and a half past them. More in line with a sword mounted on the end of a long shaft, but such was the way of Silver Knight spears, they were made for puncturing through tough hides. Queen Marie hesitated for a moment, then reached out to delicately take the spear from his hand and to herself, looking up and down it for a few moments, then sending him a questioning look. He knew he would need to explain it. "I understand that, as a rider, you summon some manner of glass mount." He nodded his head for the spear. "You do not have the physical prowess for a sword, and mounted combat for a spear is, admittedly, an easier task for one of your stature, meaning no offense. You need only let your momentum drive the spear forwards, and the weight and power of the horse will ensure the rest is done." Another pause. Failing that, the smith André was skilled enough to imbue it with the strength of lightning, therefore even a glancing blow from the weapon will cause harm. Queen Marie blinked profusely, opening and closing her mouth, though he did not give her much time to respond before he extended his right hand towards Sir Dian and opened up his fist, revealing the folded-up piece of paper. The androgynous individual hesitated for only a moment before they took the paper and opened it up, reading through it and then glancing up at him with a raised eyebrow. "Archon, these are basic drills for you to run through, should you accept the weight of the spear." He turned his attention to Queen Marie. "I would much prefer to avoid the nature of a queen on the front lines, but in the event of such a thing being unavoidable, then I believe it would be in the best interest of all Chaldea that you be equipped for combat in even some capacity, should your abilities with sorcery prove insufficient." "You," Marie sniffled as she glanced up at the top of the spear, which extended well past the door frame, then back towards him. "You, why would you?" That was the question, wasn't it? He was quite literally arming the enemies of Gwyn with the weapons of the Silver Knights. "I told you before," he simply replied. "Letting yourself be consumed by failure will aid no one this way." Making a brief gesture to the spear, he continued on. "This way you now have the means of surpassing that terror. Only should you accept it, that is. You are not my queen, nor are you of any real relation to me, so I cannot force you to accept the spear. Only that you take it and think on my words. I am certain that Sir Gareth would be willing to accept you on as a student, given her own apparent skill in horseback." He took a step back, then offered another bow of the head. "That is all I came here for. If you will excuse me, I have another matter to attend to." Without wishing to wait for a reply, he turned away from them and strode down the hallway, barely making it a few steps before Queen Marie called out to him. "Thank you." He stopped walking. "For, I do not believe I ever thanked you for stepping up in France when I was not able. In my capacity as a former queen, I offer my sincerest thanks, Sir Archon. For protecting my country and my people when I could not. There is no need to thank a knight for doing what is expected of them, Queen Marie. I shall argue with you on that point, Sir Archon." She commented again. He twitched at the mention of his name once more. "Yet, thank you all the same. At least accept my gratitude for that, and for going through the effort for this." "It is," he heard a sniffle, resisting the urge to turn around. "Would you be amenable to giving me a lesson in the future?" It truly was a good thing he was wearing a helmet and had his back to her for good measure. "Perhaps if there is ever a chance." He resumed walking immediately after that, unwilling to face them anymore. That was the last duty he had left to perform. All that remained was to return to his quarters and put an end to everything. His final duty. The first thing Ritska was aware of was that Archon wasn't in his room. Then again, he had only just arrived at it, so there was that to be said about it. Then again, he was certain the knight was still alive because he hadn't felt anything over the link, no sign of a cut in magical energy. So that meant that he hadn't opted to kill himself yet, but it was still up in the air. Walking out of the room, he paused when a noise reached his ears, the clatter of metal against the floor in a rhythm. Turning his head in the direction of the noise, he listened intently as it got louder and louder. Quickly becoming clear that it was the patter of footsteps approaching him, either another servant on this floor or it was Archon coming back to his room. He hoped for the latter more than the former, but he could always get them to help him find Archon if it was another servant. Keeping his eyes on the corner, he felt a brief pang of relief in his chest as the distinctive figure of Archon rounded the corner, immediately catching sight of him and abruptly coming to a halt for a few moments. Ritska could have sworn that the knight almost looked startled by his presence, though they quickly recovered themselves to the point that he would have thought nothing of it in any other situation. Composing his own expression, he nodded to Archon as the knight resumed his approach. "Morning, Archon." "My lord." Archon greeted him back, then shifted their attention to the open door as they slowed their approach. "Did you have need of me for something?" "Yeah, something like that." He wasn't sure how he was really supposed to break the subject matter to him in such a way that didn't send them into an awkward silence. For one thing, he didn't know if Archon ever intended to tell him he was probably going to kill himself. This might have just been him having a worst-case scenario in his head. "I was mainly coming to check up on you." Okita came around and said that you resigned and handed the job to her. Archon nodded once, not even hesitating with the answer. "I did. Recent events made it abundantly clear that I cannot place my loyalty to the royal family above that of Chaldea. In the unlikely event that Her Grace did have ulterior motives, I would have neither stopped her nor aided her." He trailed off, then exhaled. "Though given my role as the captain of the guard, that would not do to be caught in such a position. I looked into Captain Soji and her efforts as leader of the Shingansumi. I felt that she would be most qualified for the role after me and would not suffer from the same divided loyalties." They were silent for a few moments longer, then they spoke again. "However, I realize that I acted rashly in making the decision without informing either yourself or the Covenant leader. That was my own oversight. I hope you can forgive me for that." Ritska blinked, then shrugged his shoulders. "I mean, if you don't feel comfortable in the role, then I'm not going to berate you for that. A little heads up would have been nice before she jumped me at the breakfast table." His lips quirked upwards, though even he could feel the strain of the expression, to say nothing of how it looked. "That threw me for a loop. I personally wouldn't have called for you to resign because at the end of the day, I get why you did it." He got a lot more of why Archon did it now, especially since he was starting to feel increasingly wary about everything. The blasé reaction of the director didn't do matters to help him all that much, but the knowledge that they were treated as equal citizens to everyone else did help him. It really did. The knight approached him once more. "Was there another matter you needed, my lord?" "Yeah, just curious where you were, is all," he replied, nodding his head to the room. "Sorry about entering without permission, just that I didn't know if you were still asleep or something. Needed to talk with you." "Ah, I was visiting Queen Marie." Ritska withheld a blink at the sudden revelation. That certainly hadn't been the response he was expecting, but he couldn't say he was against it. The light-hearted tone that Archon used was rather welcoming. Something seemed to be concerning her, though I did not pry into the matter further. "I understand she engaged dragons in the field during the events of this Scandinavian campaign. She seemed ill-equipped and inexperienced with such combats, so I had Smith Andre create a weapon for her to use that would suit her class." This time, Ritska did blink. I hadn't considered that. Giving a queen a spear is not something many would consider, nor is sending them out to the front lines to fight dragons." Archon replied without a hint of emotion in his tone of voice. "Not least because they would. It is not really the role of a queen to take to battles, better to remain in court where they are of greater value." That sounded sort of sexist, but he was talking to a guy with medieval sensibilities. Cultural differences in regards to attitude to women were sort of something he wasn't going to be surprised at. Then again, this guy would probably be thrown for a loop as well if he found out about King A. Wait a second, didn't they already meet King Arthur during that Narrowfest? What about King Arthur? Archon folded his arms over his chest. What of them? Even if they are a woman, they are still a king. They introduced themselves as a king and they ruled as a king. They had a wife whom became queen. Ritska got the impression Archon was raising an eyebrow behind his helmet. They still adhered to the proper roles of the court. That was certainly one heck of a loophole he used just now. Shaking his head, he wet his lips. So what did you think of the announcement? Your conflict with Lord Gwyn. Archon's tone was flat. You summoned me and I swore an oath to your service. To betray you and stick a sword in your back, even if it was the command of Lord Gwyn, would shame me irrevocably. A sin I would carry in my soul for the rest of my days. Bringing his left hand up, he pressed it flat against his chest. On my honor, you do not need to fear any reprisals from me. Velka spoke with me this morning. That was the moment the atmosphere changed. Archon's body tensed and he took in a sharp breath. The hand which had been flat against his chest suddenly curled into a fist with a grinding of metal as the fingers were dragged against the breastplate. Neither of them said anything. Of course you did. When Archon did speak, there was an edge to his words. Because that traitorous wench never learned to keep her mouth shut about matters which did not concern her. He all but spat out the words, making clear how he felt about the goddess. I see. So that is the business you had with me. I'd like one conversation with you before you kill yourself. Archon gave no reaction. Or am I wrong? Ritska shrugged his shoulders, stepping backwards. Tell me I'm wrong for assuming you'd do something like that and I'll apologize to you, right now. The silence was his answer. I see. He felt tired now, nodding his head at the night. I'm going to assume it's because while you can't fight us, you can't fight Gwyn either. I know about Isolith and the reason you exist in the first place. Blowing air out between his teeth, he placed his hands on his lips. So, helping Guinevere and putting Okita in charge of security, you were just making everything ready for when you. I was. Archon confirmed with the bluntness of a hammer. I upheld my oath to the royal family and found a safe haven for Guinevere. I upheld my oath to Chaldea and ensured that the covenant would remain unaffected by my absence. I wouldn't say, unaffected. Ritska rolled his jaw, then shot out a breath from his nose. Were you actually planning on telling anyone or were you going to just quietly sneak away into your room and just kill yourself? Archon slowly looked down. I'm more upset you didn't tell me. He was offering a choice to those who didn't want to fight Gwyn, but he would have at least wanted them to come before him and actively tell him they were leaving. He liked to think he had earned at least that much from them. His eyes roamed over the Silver Knight before he shook his head. If this is what you want to do, then that's fine. Archon visibly shifted. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Ritska nodded his head. This isn't your world, you don't have a compulsion to stay and help. If this is as far as you're willing to go, then that's fair. He extended his hand towards them. Thank you for all of your help so far, I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I'm not going to make you destroy yourself for my sake. Goodness, did he feel weird right now? Archon stared at the extended hand for a moment, then let out a short sigh. Forgive me, I kept it a secret because I was expecting a greater degree of argument from you on this point. I did not wish for us to part on poor terms with accusations of betrayal. He reached out and took the hand. It felt quite cold, but it was armor. This is far more pleasant than I would have expected for what is to come next. It's your choice. Ritska shook his head from side to side. I can't stop you. If you had come to me and asked me to let you die, I would have obviously said no, but this and that are different things. I'm not going to strip away your free will and keep you alive to the point where you despise me for it. He paused for a moment, then looked up at the helmet. Just that, we've already got Guinevere accepting she'll help us and then, well, Farum showed up earlier. Archon stilled for a faint moment before his posture returned. The firstborn, though not unexpected. Treason against Gwyn is something he is familiar with, so you at least have an experienced teacher for such things. Even as he said that, Ritska couldn't detect the faintest hint of hostility. To confess something to you, it is actually quite relieving. As though a weight has been lifted from my shoulders. He raised an eyebrow as they pulled their hands back. How so? It is just, so many years I have walked feeling as though I was a traitor to Lord Gwyn, but now to know for a fact I was right. He let out a long breath, turning his eyes skywards and staring up at the ceiling. To be seen for what I truly am, the tightness in my chest is gone and I am unburdened. That didn't make a lot of sense to him. How in the world did Archon ever consider himself to be a traitor? The guy was literally about to go and kill himself for the sake of not having to fight Gwyn. His confusion must have shown on his face because Archon suddenly looked at him and made a small noise in the back of his throat. "Ah, forgive that slip of the tongue, I wasn't supposed to say anything. Are you really fine with this? It's what's expected of me." Didn't even think about it, just replied instantly. A Silver Knight does not simply turn their blade onto Lord Gwyn. The mere thought would drive even the likes of Leto to madness. Serving the royal family is one thing, but to serve them in rebellion against Lord Gwyn. It is the height of foolishness. He glanced to the side. But, this is neither here nor there. My mind has been concluded and my thoughts are pure. This is the only path I have left for me. What was his life now? People were just telling him they were off to kill themselves and he was in the mood of just accepting that. What was the difference when Ash told him he wanted to die? His mood hadn't changed between Ash wanting to die and Archon wanting to die. If anything, he didn't want either of them dead. Yet here he was, shaking Archon's hand and giving him a pat on the shoulder. What the heck was the matter with him? This was practically what he invited when he said that the servants were free to reject them. Heck, he had even said he was offering the same choice to Gwyndolin, but perhaps because he had said he would give it some thought. Archon apparently decided what he would do instantly, but Gwyndolin was different. This is crazy. Excuse me. Archon's voice made him realize he had spoken the words out loud, the man tilting his head to one side. Did you say something? You know, Gwyndolin said he would think about it. Archon visibly straightened, falling silent. Gwyndolin, I told him that Gwyn tried to kill me and he looked like he would have torn me apart if I had been alone in the room. Then when it's finished he just takes off his helmet and walks out to say he needs time to think about it, so he brought his hand up and ran it through his hair. Why are you so much more willing to kill yourself than Gwyndolin is? I gave him the exact same choice, but both him and Guinevere actually seem to be on the fence about the issue, and I just don't get how you can be so clear-cut with it. He didn't get an immediate response, not in the vocal kind, though Archon did turn side onto him and place his hands on his hips. They kept their silence for another good few seconds before they eventually mustered up the strength to speak. I was aware this world was wrong from the moment I was summoned, all the way back in France. A land that lived without the gods, where humans were the ultimate authority. I was dumbfounded that such a world existed. Even the 4 kings of New Londo received their grace from Lord Gwyn. The human kingdoms across the seas were founded by those who were granted the blessings of the gods and still showed reverence to them. Archon smacked his lips together. So, I cannot claim that the reaction of Lord Gwyn was unsurprising to me. Something I was aware of in the back of my mind. The Lord High Justice, Allfather Lloyd, would certainly have taken issue with this world and with you for governing yourselves without the gods. He recalled them, yes. I accepted your summons all the same, however, because it was the duty of a Silver Knight. He turned to face him once more. Even if I made for a poor Silver Knight, I could at least uphold that oath. Her Grace and His Highness, they were not. Our existence is separate from them. Princess Guinevere became a queen. She and the other gods departed in Orlando and made for the land which would become Haida, though by that point, I was already losing my wits, my mind cracking and breaking from the long years of walking the world. So why not just convert to Guinevere's faction or something? If serving the gods is so important, why not Guinevere or Gwyndolin? Archon let out a small noise, almost wistful. The thought occurred to me, you know, I was a member of the Firstborn's own unit. I served directly beneath him and Esser Ornstein for centuries during the war, right up until the point that the Firstborn betrayed us all, betrayed Lord Gwyn. He lowered his head. Then what had been a symbol of pride became one of disgrace and shame. I was party to one betrayal of Lord Gwyn, I cannot be part of one again. From what you've told me, you've already betrayed them. Ritska replied with a shake of his head. Archon whirled on him but didn't immediately reply. He was thankful for that, it let him finish what he was saying. Betrayal is still betrayal and Gwyn seems to be very unforgiving when it comes to that. Whether you continue to assist us or not, I don't think he's going to forget that, and I don't think you will either. Can't you at least help us out a little more? Another silent stare. For one who claimed to understand my choice, you have done an adamant job of preventing me from carrying it out. I'd be a poor master if I wasn't trying to stop my servants from killing themselves. You are somewhat vexing, if you will allow my blunt commentary. Ritska almost snorted at the tone of voice that Archon used as he spoke. I avoided bringing the topic up for precisely this reason. If you are to enter battles, you will need to be with those you trust. You cannot trust me with your safety, as I have already proven that I will. I trust you. Will excuse me. I trust you. He repeated, you know about what happened for days. Days. You knew that Gwyn wanted me and Guinevere dead. He gestured to the Silver Knight. Literally no one would have known or thought anything of you entering my room while I was unconscious, they were all keeping it secret. Guinevere was probably too weak to do anything, so you could have easily killed both of us and maintained your oath to Gwyn. You didn't, you actually waited until you could make sure Guinevere was safe and then went to ensure that Chaldea would remain in a good position, so yes, I trust you. This is absurd. I'm recently coming to the conclusion I'm sometimes an unreasonable person, yes. He closed his eyes and shook his head. I know you can't help us against Gwyn, but can you at least help us against Solomon? He looked back up at the face of the Silver Knight's helmet, staring into the black void where the eyes would have resided. The taller servant stared down at him for what amounted to perhaps dozens of seconds, maybe even approaching a good minute, as the knight silently debated something to himself. Just against Solomon. Just against Solomon. You will not call upon my assistance against Lord Gwyn. I will not. Not even my knowledge. Nope. Not even that. He exhaled. If you still can't accept that, then I won't force you to do anything else, alright? I don't want to lose anyone else if I can help it, and I definitely think I can help this. You don't need to fight Gwyn, and at the first sign of his presence I will send you right back to Chaldea, no questions asked. Archon remained silent for a good few seconds. Can you swear that to me on your own honor? I can. He gestured to his chest, pressing a finger on his heart. If you need to be absolutely convinced, I will bring Kiyohime here and she can confirm it for you. Archon visibly flinched. I would rather not have your word corroborated by a dragon, if it is all the same. Simply your word is enough alone, because I do believe that it means something to you. He glanced away from him and to the side. I would prefer this conversation never comes to light. Not a peep from me. Then it seems my death is postponed, for now at least. Try and sound a little happier about that. Ritska tried to joke with a wince. Archon remained tellingly silent, causing him to exhale. I'll leave you now. He made to walk past the knight, then stopped next to him and rolled his jaw. I think you're a damn good knight. He continued walking on, but he was still close enough to hear the whisper from Archon. That makes one of us. And, yeah, I'm sure you were expecting Gwyndolin, but I needed to wrap up Archon first and set up some stuff for Marie in the future. But anyway, next few chapters after this are going to be a Gwyndolin interlude. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.